Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Issei Fought the Phoenix Clan. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. That same afternoon, before nightfall, she asked him to accompany her to the park where their date would end. He saw no problem with it, so he agreed. In the middle of the park stood a beautiful fountain. He sat on the edge of the fountain while Yuma-chan stood a couple of meters in front of him, looking at him with a smile. He wondered if he could fulfill a favor for her. He expected her to ask for a kiss, the first in their relationship, but when he agreed, he never anticipated being pierced by a glowing spear. He felt a burning sensation in his stomach as his breath quickened, and for a moment he saw Yuma shining before he fell into the fountain. The water wasn't deep enough to drown him, but he could clearly see the crystal-clear water starting to turn a scarlet red. He sensed his end approaching but noticed long, straight hair of an even darker red than his blood in the fountain. A crimson hue. It was Gremory, whom he recognized as a third-year student at the academy. His main question was what she was doing there, looking at him with a cute and confident smile. If he didn't want to die, she told him, he should become her servant and family. To become her pawn. After hearing those words, he awoke in his room, completely naked but unharmed. How was that possible? He couldn't accept that it had just been a dream, so he took his phone and searched for Yuma's contact. But she wasn't there, she didn't appear in his contacts. The photos they had taken together were also missing. It was highly unlikely that he had dreamed all those days. It was unthinkable, and he needed answers. But from whom could he get them? That was his question, and the answer came to him. Kiba Yudo, the charming and polite boy from school, the perfect guy, the prince of the academy for the girls, and a misfit to a minority of students, and by minority he meant Matsuda, Motohama, and himself. Kiba was in the second year like him but not in the same class. When he saw him, it piqued his curiosity, and he was surprised to hear from Kiba himself that Gremory had called for him. Upon arriving at her club, they explained everything that had happened, his resurrection as a demon and that Yuma was actually named Ryanair, and that she was a fallen angel. They also explained the resurrection process. Every high-class demon possesses a set of chess pieces, which can be used to reincarnate beings of any species into low-class demons. Depending on how strong, agile, resilient, or fast the subject to be revived is, the king would assign a position in the retinue. They explained that there was a non-aggression treaty with the celestial angels and the fallen angels. They could not engage in battles between the factions, as it could reignite the ancient war. They didn't elaborate much on that, saying they would go over it in parts. They then introduced him to the members of Rias's nobility, his retinue companions. The charming boy held the position of knight, his piece being the horse. Kaneko Tuju, a petite girl with white hair, was quite cute despite her seemingly permanent stoic expression. She was a first-year student and occupied the position of rook. Lastly, Akino Himejima, a very attractive woman with black hair who was also a third-year student like their king, held the position of queen, essentially being second in command. Rias was the king, their leader and mistress, and they were her servants. They explained that demons made contracts with humans through brochures, which provided them with monetary income. If they achieved a certain score for effectiveness in contracts or did something to convince at least 3 clan leaders, they could request a trial to rank up or ask to become a free piece. He still didn't fully understand that. Time passed, and he began training with Rias to try to unlock an artifact he was born with. A sacred gear. This was a magical object created by God and given to humans for their defense against other factions. 2 weeks after becoming a demon, he met a girl named Asia Argento, who was a messenger from the church. He found it curious since she mentioned going to the church located on the outskirts of the city. That building hadn't been inhabited for 10 years. He decided to accompany her as close as he could, knowing that holy places weakened him as a demon. It was the least he could do after bumping into her and scattering her belongings, all because he wasn't paying attention while running, distracted by the athletic figure of a girl in the distance. On their way to the church, they became friends. He shared part of his life, and she shared some of hers. As they approached the building, They heard a child crying, apparently having hurt his knee after falling off his bicycle while playing. Asia immediately went to attend to him, and he discovered that she possessed a healing sacred gear. Once she finished tending to the child, his mother arrived to take him away, gratefully thanking Asia for her help. Time made them closer friends. He invited her to eat hamburgers and play at an arcade. This had to be done in secret from Rias, as she feared for his safety. Getting involved with someone from the church was dangerous. Things could be misinterpreted, putting not only him but Asia at risk as well. One night, there were multiple signals. It seemed that renegade demons were attacking humans in various locations. He heard that another high-class demon was in the area and would help, but the majority were concentrated in one place, except for a demon acting alone. Renegade demons were those who chose to abandon their homes for power or greed. Some killed their masters before fleeing, while others simply disappeared. Those who killed their masters suffered deformities in their bodies, transforming into monsters, and that was what they faced this time. He offered to go after that demon alone, but they refused. They allowed him to go, but only with the pawn of the other high-class demon. It was quite curious that it was a familiar face, Sajji Genshuru, the secretary of the student council, giving him an idea of who his king might be. The confrontation was tough. That demon knocked Sajji out as soon as the fight began. He was left alone in the battle. Thankfully, he wasn't entirely alone, otherwise, he would have ended up like that guy. All he could do was trust that he would win the battle. He won, but he was left badly injured. He was about to collapse on the ground to rest when he suddenly had a bad feeling. A lightning bolt struck the mountain near the old church where Asia was located. A storm began, and a sense of foreboding filled the air. Without hesitation, the protagonist ran as fast as his weary body would allow toward that place, knowing something was terribly wrong. Upon arriving at the church, he immediately searched for Asia but encountered a priest named Friedzelsen. They engaged in a fierce battle, and though he emerged victorious, it was by a narrow margin. Fried was human but trained to hunt beings like him. He was an exorcist. However, his demeanor suggested he no longer belonged to the church. The protagonist felt the sting of light-infused bullets in both legs and near his abdomen, close to one of his lungs. The pain intensified as he was exposed to the holy ground, but Asia was in danger. He could hear her cries of anguish coming from the church's basement. Descending the stairs, he discovered several monks performing some kind of ritual. Asia was in the center, crucified like a martyr. She was on the verge of being pierced by a spear of light crafted by Ryanair. Without a moment's thought, he shouted to distract her while lunging at one of the priests, taking him down. He was determined to save Asia at any cost. The distraction worked, and she commanded the priests in battle, perhaps as a form of divine retribution against them. He fought valiantly, managing to defeat each one until only Ryanair remained. In an instant she moved her spear of light into Asia's side. As the spear was withdrawn, the protagonist saw the rings of Asia's sacred gear emerge. Rias had told him that when a sacred gear is extracted, the former bearer would die. A chill ran down his spine. He had long since stopped caring about his own safety. He charged at Ryanair, intent on ending her life or at least reclaiming the sacred gear. He succeeded in snatching the sacred gear from her grasp. Anticipating a counterattack, he was surprised when Ryanair chose to flee. With the last of his strength, he lowered Asia from the cross. He tried to be gentle, but exhaustion took over and he couldn't prevent her from feeling pain as he removed the nails from her hands and feet. As he laid her on the ground, he lost his balance and fell backward down the 3 steps, feeling an excruciating pain like never before. Blood flowed from his wounds, and he suspected he had broken ribs and internal bleeding. With every ounce of effort, he crawled to Asia, wanting to return her sacred gear to her. When he reached her, she took the rings while breathing heavily. He could sense his end approaching, but it didn't matter. He had managed to save Asia, and that was all that mattered to him. Suddenly, he felt something strange within him. A warmth enveloped his body, and the pain from his injuries began to fade. He looked at Asia, who smiled at him, though her gaze seemed distant. He felt her hand on his chest, but she was slipping away, leaving him with her sacred gear. She departed in silence, and he knelt beside her body, embracing her. In the end, he had not been able to save her. With a cry that embodied his sorrow, he awakened his sacred gear. He buried Asia far from the church, near a small river and beneath a cherry blossom tree, a secret place he vowed to protect because it was Asia's favorite spot to rest. He practically dragged himself back to the city, where he collapsed at the entrance. He fell into a deep depression. Previously, he had considered his greatest failure to be not having seen Keite's chest, but now, the failure of not saving his only friend overshadowed everything else. He isolated himself for a time, wanting to be alone, and his caretaker helped him create an excuse to keep his parents from forcing him to go out. She took care of his absences. As time passed, he had to return to school, even though he wasn't ready. Rias helped him regain his former self, though the wound of losing Asia still lingered in his heart. Gradually, he found himself falling for Rias, developing feelings for his caretaker. His sacred gear was called Boosted Gear, a dragon-type sacred gear containing the soul of the Seutai, the Red Dragon Emperor, one of the two dragons considered celestial. It had the ability to double the user's power every 10 seconds. Rias explained that he could reach the power of a god and even surpass it. She assisted him in training to build his physical endurance, allowing him to handle more boosts before losing consciousness. Everything was going well until he met her fiancé, Reiser Phoenix. Initially appearing egocentric, proud, and conceited, he turned out to be quite the opposite, a genuinely kind and gentle person. The protagonist asked about his entourage, and Reiser kindly introduced him to his retinue. 15 maidens appeared from a magic circle in front of their king. He was captivated by the beauty of Reiser's entourage, but his eyes were solely on Rias. On impulse, he glanced at his companions and noticed their expressions. Kiba was particularly focused on a girl from Reiser's group, and it was clear that they shared a special bond. They exchanged shy glances, suggesting they had met before, and there was no doubt they were completely enamored with each other. Akino and Kaneko watched Reiser with admiration. Kaneko maintained her usual stoic demeanor, while Akino's eyes sparkled with desire, despite her attempt to appear neutral. Both were slightly flushed, revealing their feelings for him. Rias, however, was different. She regarded Reiser with a mix of disdain and affection, leaving him confused. He couldn't recall how their argument had started, but he had to go to the Underworld to train in the Gremory territory for a game called the Raiding Game. The Raiding Game was created by the 4 great demon kings who ruled the Underworld. It served as a way to settle disputes between clans, form or break commitments, or simply enjoy combat. It became so popular that there was even a ranking system for the best players. The game involved 2 high-class demons battling alongside their servants, with victory achieved only if the opposing king surrendered, all their servants were defeated, or if they were caught cheating. Rias had challenged Reiser to a raiding game to escape an unwanted marriage, wanting to prove that quality triumphed over quantity. The Phoenix had given them 10 days to train, claiming he would also grow stronger. The training was intense, and he had to divide his time among his companions. In the first 2 days, he trained with Akino on his magical abilities. As a possessor of a dragon-type sacred gear, his magic was highly compatible with fire, and he made significant progress in that area. However, ice magic intrigued him. It was a force capable of creation and destruction, filled with secrets. Akino warned him against using it in battle until he perfected it, as he could harm himself or his allies, and he chose to heed her advice. Next, he trained with Kaneko, who was stricter and colder than Akino, attacking without warning. Despite her intensity, he improved his hand-to-hand combat and battle endurance. She taught him not to strike with all his strength unless he was sure of his aim, as wasting energy could be detrimental later in the fight. Finally, he trained with Kiba on swordsmanship. Kiba was not as cold as Kaneko, but he also didn't exhibit the kindness of Akino, which made him feel uneasy. To his surprise, Kiba noted his potential with the sword, stating that despite it being his first time, he handled it at a decent level. He then asked Kiba to procure a sword for him, never expecting Kiba to bring him one that was massive, measuring over 1.3 meters in length and 15 centimeters wide with a sharp edge. The last 4 days were spent studying the Phoenix clan's abilities with Rias and training on his own. He even researched Asia's sacred gear, discovering it was called Twilight Healing. It could heal various ailments and injuries but could not regenerate lost limbs. However, he found no information on how to activate it. His companions were unaware of his sacred gear, and he preferred to keep it that way until he mastered it. The day of the raiding game arrived. He was in a large room at Rias's house, wearing his academy uniform. They had been told to wear comfortable clothing, and honestly, he felt at ease in that outfit. He carried his sword and gazed out the window, feeling a bit anxious. Rias called them, and they proceeded to the battlefield, which turned out to be an exact replica of Kuo Academy. To make a long story short, they lost the raiding game. They had managed to defeat almost all of Reiser's pieces, and in the final moments, he found himself facing Reiser. When he attempted to unleash his full power, it inexplicably failed him, and that moment of confusion was enough for Reiser to knock him out. The blow was so powerful that he remained unconscious for over a week, or so he was told. That night, when he awoke, he found himself alone in his room. There was a note instructing him to use a brochure with a magic circle that would take him directly to the wedding if he wanted to save Rias from her forced engagement. Naturally, he intended to go. He couldn't stand idly by while his beloved was being married against her will. But he couldn't go without a backup plan. He needed an ace up his sleeve, so he proposed a deal to the most powerful being he knew, the dragon within his sacred gear, Draig Gotch. In one of his dreams, Draig explained that he could sacrifice a part of his body to gain all of his power for a limited time. He offered his left arm and eye in exchange for 10 minutes of power. He entered the ceremony hall after defeating a few guards who tried to stop him. The noise he made drew everyone's attention, and he felt nervous under their gazes, but he shouted out his challenge. He declared that he had come to challenge Reiser to a one-on-one battle for the hand of his beloved Rias Gremory. His sudden appearance left many in confusion. Behind Rias and Reiser stood a crimson-haired man and a silver-haired woman dressed as a maid, stepping forward to be more visible. This man was Surzek's Lucifer, one of the great kings, and Rias addressed him as her brother, which clarified their resemblance. Surzek remarked on how interesting it was to see Reiser fight against his sister in the raiding game. He noted that Rias had half the pieces Reiser had, and he questioned if Reiser had any complaints about the fight. Reiser, maintaining his characteristic demeanor, asked if there was an issue with the battle. Surzek replied that he had none. If he did, the raiding game would lose its purpose. Without mentioning that the circumstances involved this time. If I had any complaints, my former family would be dishonored. As I responded and astonished several in the room, I looked at him and smiled. He wanted something interesting for my sister's engagement. He pointed at me, the boy over there, wanting to see the dragon power I possessed firsthand, so he asked Graia to arrange this dragon versus Phoenix. Which fire would burn brighter? Surely, I wasn't the only one thinking that this confrontation would be magnificent. A battle between two wielders of legendary powers would make this interesting, wouldn't it? I looked at him seriously, knowing this was a trap and that the Demon King wanted to free his sister. The Dragon Boy was invited to show his powers once more to the nobles present. I didn't need to think, I already had my answer since I arrived there. I was the Seutai Lucifer-sama. And a dragon never fears showing his power. Draig had lent me his strength, and the least I could do was earn his respect. Lucifer asked what I wanted as a reward if I won, but at that moment, he was interrupted by Graia, who whispered something inaudible to my ears. I could see how the Demon King's expression changed completely, though it lasted only a second. He took his time to respond, questioning how he could grant a reward to a low-level demon. He eventually stated that my title as Seutai was above my position as Rias Gremory's pawn. I deserved a reward. It was the least for a celestial dragon. The confident tone of the king had vanished, replaced by seriousness. I agreed with Surzek-sama, but he suggested I decide what I wanted after the battle, even if victory wasn't mine. The title of Seutai was still higher than his. Reiser looked at me with respect, and I knew I had to win to overcome him, even though I didn't want to use Draig's power. I wanted to see how strong I had become. I accepted the challenge and found myself standing on a platform resembling a giant chessboard. After a moment of inspecting the place, Reiser appeared at a distance, dressed in a peculiar battle suit that I couldn't quite describe. I took my battle stance while summoning my sword and began counting for the power boosts of my sacred gear. I had to be cautious. Phoenix fire burned hotter than normal, but I wasn't sure if it burned hotter than mine. Time passed, and I had wounds and burns on my body from Reiser's wind and fire magic used against me. I wasn't without injuries either. He was hurt, but to a lesser extent. I had severed several of his limbs multiple times, but he regenerated each time. I had studied that phoenixes were immortal, possessing incredible regeneration abilities alongside great control over fire and wind, just like the legendary phoenix. Defeating him with common methods was impossible. But I realized something. His magic was stronger than in the raiding game. His motivation fueled his power, and if I could lower his motivation, I could weaken him a bit. Looking at Rias for strength, all I found were her tears. My heart knew she wasn't crying for me. She cried for him for seeing him hurt. I wanted to see my master happy. I had finally discovered that it had all been a deception. Now I realized I was the only one opposing the marriage. None of my companions supported me, but I understood they had their reasons. Aquino and Kaneko loved Reiser, and Kiba loved Carlemine, one of Reiser's knights. I dropped my battle stance. Rias had always loved Reiser. Her affection toward me was simply her way of being with any of her servants. I looked at her with sadness and declared my surrender, trying to hide my sorrow. Instantly, we were teleported, but I found myself in a dark room. It was very dark, yet I could see my master, Lucifer, and the maid who was always with him. Forgive me for not telling you sooner. I voluntarily committed to Reiser. I never wanted to hurt you or create misunderstandings with you. I knew I was the only fool who misinterpreted your pure intentions, my king. I hope you find happiness in your new life here in the Underworld, I said while bowing like a knight. Forgive me truly. I never wanted to make you cry. I had lowered my head to hide my tears, but she approached and lifted my face. It doesn't matter. The duty of a pawn is to fulfill the wishes of their king, I said, trying to maintain my composure. You will also live in the Underworld. You don't have to stay in the human world, she told me, but I couldn't accept her offer. I can't, Riasama. My family is there, my mom and dad. Besides, I love you, my king. Being with you will make it much harder to forget that feeling. Please understand, I said as she embraced me. What is it that you desire, Seutai? What do you wish to do now? The crimson-haired man approached, looking at me not with anger but with understanding. I stood up and looked seriously at King Lucifer. I wish to be a free piece, to be taken to the human world. I want to distance myself from the supernatural for a while, and I don't want my companions to visit me. I want to be alone, I declared my wish without looking at my king. It was already painful enough to know that I was not meant to be with her. A free piece can do whatever they want, obviously without harming anyone or getting into trouble with other factions. They are free to choose how to live their lives and owe allegiance only to their own convictions. They can live wherever they want and choose whether or not to participate in the raiding game with their clan. They also have the option to continue making contracts with humans. This gave me a new opportunity to try to hold onto the little humanity I had left, to better care for my parents who had always supported me, and to finally tell them the truth so their constant fighting would stop. Those fights began shortly after I became a demon. Then it shall be so. From now on, you will be a free pawn. I hope you find ease in the human world. Graia will take you home. Lucifer interrupted my master and said those words. I simply bowed briefly as Graia created a magic circle to take me back home. The light from the circle caused him to close his eyes. After a few seconds, he opened them again and found himself back in his room, the same place where he had awakened and made the decision that opened his eyes. He noticed the maid looking at him and bowing slightly. She expressed her regret for insisting he interrupt the ceremony without knowing that Rias's feelings for Reiser were genuine. He reassured her that it was not her fault, nor was it his. As he approached the window to gaze at the beautiful full moon high in the sky, indicating it was already midnight, She asked him why he had given up. With a tone of sincere curiosity, she wondered why he hadn't used his request to make her marry him, which would have made him happy. He smiled at the sky again, reflecting on his thoughts. He explained that he was merely a pawn and had no right to interfere with his master's wishes. A pawn must ensure the happiness of their king and companions. Forcing her to marry him would only lead to her unhappiness, and he could not bear to see the person he loved suffer, nor could he bear to see his friends in pain. She pointed out that he loved her too, and that even kings must ensure the happiness of their servants. Rias had made a mistake by leading him on, and he could have taken revenge. Her words surprised him. It was true that he loved her, and yes, that was the duty of a king. However, he wanted her to be happy and knew that for that to happen, he could not be there. He turned to meet her gaze, holding back his tears. She noted how he had sacrificed his own happiness for that of his master and remarked that he had changed a lot since they last met. He was puzzled by her words, wondering if he had known her before. She mentioned that she would visit him from time to check on the contracts he made and deliver the rewards for them. Wishing him luck in this new phase of his life, she departed through a magical circle. He sat on his bed, contemplating everything he had done up to that moment. He needed to think and relax, and there was only one place at this hour where he could do that. He made his way to the forest to visit his friend. He tried not to think about anything during the walk. He had no energy for it. But he knew he would recover, as he had done before. He was strong. He just needed to regain his courage. Upon arriving, he began to clean the area, as a few branches and leaves had fallen. He took his time, not in a hurry. He promised to visit Asia more often and apologized for not coming sooner. He vowed to keep that promise forever, no matter what, and would never break his word. Suddenly, he recognized a voice that caused him great distress. It was Ryanair, the fallen angel responsible for his transformation into a demon and for Asia's death. He turned quickly to face her and noticed she was not alone. A middle-aged man with short black hair and dark blue eyes stood. Beside her, dressed in a gray coat, white shirt, black pants, and shoes, wearing gloves and a black hat. He recognized him as Donasik, who had tried to kill him before, but Rias had saved him. Next to Donasik was a woman with long blue hair down to her waist, dressed in black jeans, white sneakers, and a red blouse, covered by a couple of armor plates. He remembered her from a past encounter where he had sensed no ill intentions. Her name was Calawarner. Then there was Middlet, who appeared as a young girl with blonde hair and blue eyes. She wore a black gothic dress with white frills, a large black bow on the front, a green jewel embedded in the neck of the dress, white thigh-high socks, and black shoes. He felt anger rise within him as he confronted Ryanair, questioning her motives for being there. He was frustrated to see most of them gathered, especially Calawarner, whose presence disappointed him. Ryanair taunted him about the pain of losing Asia, reminding him that she was no longer there and that Rias was getting married. She cruelly suggested that Rias had led him on, making her unworthy of his affection. He firmly rejected her words, stating that he would not believe the words of someone who had caused him such grief. He could feel their eyes analyzing him, but he focused on his resolve. Draig, his inner dragon, supported him. Ryanair was the most powerful of the four, followed by Calawarner, Middlet, and Donasik. Ryanair revealed her intention to retrieve the sacred gear that Asia had once possessed. It was clear that someone had informed her of their situation, and she was there to eliminate him. He declared that he would not hand it over just because she asked. It was evident she had brought her friends to make the task easier. Ryanair confirmed that this time, he would not leave alive. He took a battle stance and summoned his sword, vowing that Asia's sacrifice would not be in vain. He declared that he would not die there and that he would make her pay for what she had done to Asia. The pain of losing her was immense, but what hurt most was his own weakness in failing to protect her. This was the first time he had been unable to keep a promise, and he swore it would be the last. The Underworld was intrigued by what had happened with Seutai, especially since he had not returned to the ceremony hall and had seemingly gone back to the human world. Surzex was upset with Rias, as was Graia. They had planned for Issei to rescue Rias from the unwanted marriage. learning that everything had been a deception to show Rias how focused Issei could be in battle against beautiful girls frustrated him. He knew he had to find another way to reward the Seutai for the trouble he had caused. Graia observed Serzex with curiosity as he inquired about the boy's eyes, wondering if he had been born with heterochromia. Graia clarified that when she had given him the brochure, his eyes had both been honey-colored. She seemed to be trying to recall something about the young man with brown hair. Rias apologized to her brother once again, expressing her regret over the situation. Serzex reminded her that the young man had made a significant sacrifice, giving up his left arm and eye to the Welsh dragon, likely for power. Rias was taken aback, realizing only then the extent of her pawn's sacrifices to save her, which broke her heart. Serzex advised Rias to take better care of her servants and to be clear about her feelings towards them. He reminded her that she still had 3 pieces left and urged her not to repeat the same mistakes she had made with the Seutai, emphasizing that he had a noble heart and that anyone else in his position might have hated her. Suddenly, Graia conjured a magical circle on the ceiling, drawing the attention of everyone present. They turned to see the Seutai facing 4 fallen angels, seemingly engaged in a conversation, though they could not hear it. Graia had decided that only the images of the current events would be shown, without sound. She explained that she had been monitoring him since she left him in his room, which allowed her to detect when he was about to fight. Rias trembled with fear at the sight of her pawn in danger. Reiser offered to help the Seutai, eager to assist one of his fiancée's pieces. Serzex, however, wanted to see how capable the boy was, watching the unfolding scene intently. In the human world, on the outskirts of Kuo, Issei prepared to confront Ryanair, the fallen angel who had killed him and his friend, Asia Argento. Ryanair was not alone. She was accompanied by Calawarner, Middelt, and Donasik. The young man did not want the area where his friend rested to be destroyed, so he decided to lead the battle elsewhere, concentrating his energy into his legs to escape quickly. Fortunately, he caught them off guard and managed to flee towards the mountains, distancing himself from the city. Unbeknownst to Issei and the fallen angels, his parents had followed him, concerned about his late-night outings. They never imagined their son was a demon, but now they had a convincing explanation for his behavior. They assumed he was answering to someone and that failure to comply would result in punishment, which explained why Issei always seemed to fulfill those last-minute requests. Suddenly, their son was no longer in front of them, and even the fallen angels appeared confused. As they moved through the area, cutting and destroying everything in their path, it became clear that Issei had moved with incredible speed. Determined and worried for their son, they cautiously followed the trail of destruction. Issei reached a clearing between a mountain and the forest, far from the city and his friend's resting place. Here he could fight without worry. In the distance, he spotted small lights, initially thinking they were fireflies startled by his arrival. However, as the lights intensified, he realized they were arrows and spears of light aimed at him. He barely managed to dodge them all. Graia warned him to be careful, noting that they outnumbered him and were more powerful. He advised Issei to use his abilities wisely to survive. Graia was working on a way for him to defeat them without resorting to his more powerful form. Issei questioned why he couldn't use it now, assuming a battle stance. Graia explained that it would be a waste, as activating it for just a minute would be enough to defeat them, but he wouldn't be able to stop the countdown afterward. Understanding the need for strategy, Issei decided not to use it and thanked Graia for the explanation. Donasik was the first to approach, attempting to attack him directly. Issei remained patient, waiting until Donasik was close enough to dodge and counter with a knee to the stomach, knocking the wind out of him and sending him reeling back towards his companions. Issei reflected on how he had improved, ready to fight. As his enemies began to create their light spears, he summoned his sword, preparing for an equal battle and enveloping it in dragon power. Calawarner and Middelt attacked simultaneously, with Calawarner charging in and Middelt attacking from a distance. Ryanair stayed back, looking for an opening, while Donasik struggled to recover. In the heat of battle, Issei took the opportunity to question Calawarner's actions, recalling that he had thought she was different from the others. Calawarner insisted that he did not understand what was at stake, But her moment of hesitation was brief, as she resumed her attacks with even greater ferocity. It was clear that she had experience in close combat, forcing Issei to rely on his sword to defend against her sharp weapons. The challenge of blocking and dodging the attacks from both fallen angels made him lose focus on his surroundings. Donasik seized the opportunity, furious, and attacked Issei by grabbing him around the torso and slamming him against the mountain. Taking advantage of this, the fallen angel attempted to pierce the young Seutai with a lance of light. However, Issei moved faster, positioning himself behind Donasik, who was bewildered by the speed of his opponent. Gripping his sword tightly, Issei spun around and delivered a deep cut to Donasik's back, severing his wings. Donasik let out a frustrated cry, but he had no chance to counterattack. Issei was quicker and moved his sword into the fallen angel's chest, leaving Donasik staring in disbelief. Light particles replaced the fallen angel where he once stood. Angels, demons, and fallen angels share one thing in common: the manner of their demise. As supernatural beings, they leave no trace of their existence upon death. While parts of their bodies can be targeted, they will only disappear when the being from which they came perishes. Focused on watching one of his rivals fall to his sword, Issei failed to dodge a double kick from Kalawarner and Ryanair that struck his stomach. To make matters worse, Middle unleashed a sphere of light magic that exploded in his face. The combined attacks inflicted internal injuries and minor burns, sending Issei crashing several meters back into a cluster of trees, which fell around him. These attacks were highly effective and precise. As he struggled to rise, Issei coughed up blood. This was not his first encounter with pain or the taste of his own blood, but he could affirm that the agony in his abdomen and face was excruciating. Despite the unbearable pain, he stood up, determined not to die in that place. As he lifted his gaze, Issei was startled to see his last three enemies closing in to finish him off. He had lost his sword in the earlier attacks and knew he needed to retrieve it if he wanted to keep up in the fight. Quickly, he conjured a fireball and threw it in a desperate attempt to distract his pursuers. Fortunately, it worked, giving Issei a brief moment to recover his sword. Once he had it back, he didn't wait for another attack and decided to strike the weakest of the group, Middle. She didn't even have time to turn around before feeling her chest ignite, her organs turning to ash. She couldn't even scream in agony, as her lungs were rendered useless. At least it was quick. The flames consumed the small fallen angel entirely, leaving nothing behind in mere seconds. Issei had engulfed his sword in flames and pierced the chest of the blonde fallen angel. It pained him deeply to kill. He had never liked taking lives, whether they were enemies or not. He tried to make it as swift as possible. However, he was not accustomed to using magic, and wielding fire had drained him significantly, worsening his condition given his injuries. Ryanair and Kalawarner rushed toward him with lances of light in hand, intent on not letting him recover. He had proven himself to be a formidable opponent. Caught off guard, Issei managed to dodge Kalawarner's attack and countered, sending her flying. He barely avoided Ryanair's strikes, but he was still on the defensive. Ryanair taunted him, suggesting that while he could dodge their attacks, his allies could not. Just then, the celestial dragon warned him that he needed to get the fallen angel away from his parents, who were hidden in the bushes. This revelation distracted Issei, causing him to glance back. In that moment of surprise, Ryanair seized the opportunity and pierced him with a lance of light. Her plan had succeeded. Now she just needed to finish him off. Issei felt the lance burning through his insides, but to his fortune, Ryanair made it disappear. As he fell to his knees, clutching the affected area, Kalawarner took the chance to knee him in the face. He defended himself using his sacred gear, but the force of the blow caused him to straighten up, exposing his wound. Both fallen angels capitalized on this and delivered a double kick to his stomach, sending the injured Seutai crashing once more against the mountain. Ryanair smiled wickedly as she declared that she would deal with them later, focusing on the children first. She thanked them for giving her the opportunity to kill their son. In the Underworld, Phoenix territory, the demons watched in astonishment as a low-class demon faced off against 4 fallen angels. They were amazed at how he had taken down 2 of them. However, They were concerned as the fallen angels gained the upper hand. They knew this demon had caused trouble recently during an important marriage, but they did not want to see the fallen angels win. Ria struggled against her instinct to intervene and save her pawn, but she could not disobey a demon king, in this case, her brother. Tears of helplessness streamed down her face as she witnessed her beloved pawn suffer. Issei's friends were in better shape than their master, but they could not help but feel sad and angry about what their less experienced companion was enduring. None of them could stifle their gasps of shock as they watched him get pierced by a lance of light. Rias let out a heart-wrenching cry upon seeing her young pawn struck by Ryanair's lance. Immediately, her husband, Reiser, tried to calm her. In the Kuo forest, among the bushes, Issei's parents were nearby, clearly observing the battle their son was engaged in. They were astonished by his fighting style. He had never shown interest in self-defense training, yet now he fought with remarkable skill. Takeda, Issei's father, was deeply worried for him. He never imagined his son would face someone so powerful that he couldn't even intervene. He had always made it clear that he would be there for Issei, no matter what trouble he got into. But given the situation, it seemed best to stay hidden. Revealing himself could be more of a hindrance than a help to his son. Kyuko, Issei's mother, wished to interrupt the battle, to embrace her son and shield him from the blows and attacks he was receiving. But she knew that if she tried to do that, Issei would protect her even at the cost of his own life, and she didn't want him to suffer any more because of her. She understood perfectly that if she intervened, she would only be a burden to her son. However, upon realizing that they had been used by that woman to distract her son so she could attack him without issue, they felt a heavy guilt that only grew with Ryanair's words. Takeda had to cover Kyuko's mouth and hold her tightly when he saw that their son was about to be attacked again by those two women. He didn't even want to look. He only heard the sounds of the blows. Though he didn't want to, he could only think of the worst and cry alongside his wife as they begged for forgiveness from their son. In the Kuo forest, with Issei, the young Seutai was using what little strength he had left to try to get up. His abdomen burned and throbbed, along with the streams of blood that flowed from it. No matter how hard he thought, despite the pain, he couldn't find a way to win this fight. And at the rate things were going, he would end up dying from blood loss. He heard Draig's voice, filled with pride and concern, telling him that he had finally finished something that would help him immensely. Issei, clearly exhausted, expressed his gratitude and asked what Draig had prepared. The dragon explained that it was an imperfect form of something he shouldn't use yet, but it would cover him with light armor for protection, allowing him to make up to 100 boosts. Once he exhausted those boosts, the armor would disappear. This sparked a small glimmer of hope in Issei, a hope to return home to his family. He asked Draig to assure him that his parents were still where they had been, and Draig confirmed that they had not moved, likely believing he was dead and that it was their fault. He warned Issei not to let his guard down, suggesting that the chaos he would create in fighting would alert them to the fact that he was still alive, prompting them to come help him. Issei needed to end this quickly to prevent anyone from getting hurt. He then requested his sword, and Draig agreed to summon it, reminding him that hatred could cloud his judgment. The sword appeared from a magical circle, and Issei took it in his right hand. He promised to try to control himself and asked how to activate the new form. Draig instructed him to repeat the activation words in his mind, which he would then say aloud. Ryanair, at a considerable distance, taunted him, asking if he would finally surrender. Issei, with determination, declared that a dragon never gives up, tightening his grip on the sword and preparing to attack. Upon activating the mode, Issei felt armor plates distribute across his arms, legs, and torso. They weren't enough to cover him entirely or thick enough to withstand powerful attacks. His face was shielded by a mask that covered only his mouth and nose, leaving his eyes and the rest of his head exposed. He sensed his energy and magic returning to a balanced state, but it was fleeting due to blood loss, muscle fatigue, and his injuries. The terror on the faces of both women was evident, and Issei seized the moment to unleash 10 boosts, creating and launching a sphere of Dragonio power. The sphere struck the ground, causing a significant explosion that slightly injured Ryanair. Calawarner, being closer to the blast, was pushed back by the shockwave, hitting her head against a tree and becoming momentarily disoriented. Issei was astonished by the power he wielded in that moment, but he knew time was running out. His blood continued to flow, and it showed no signs of stopping. Taking advantage of their temporary separation, he decided to attack Calawarner, who was caught off guard. When she finally reacted, Issei was already upon her, and the surprise paralyzed her. He delivered a powerful blow to her stomach, knocking the wind out of her and rendering her unconscious. Immediately, Issei turned his attention to his last opponent. However, as he turned, he was met with a boot aimed directly at his face. Ryanair had launched a kick that struck him squarely, but thanks to the mask, he didn't suffer severe damage, though it cracked significantly. The impact forced Issei's gaze downward, and for a moment, he noticed Calawarner beginning to stir. But his priority was Ryanair, so he refocused solely on her. In the midst of this, Issei had to continue boosting himself to keep up with the fight, realizing he had only 50 boosts left before the armor would vanish. Determined to finish the battle, he prepared for his strongest attack. He executed 30 of his remaining boosts and concentrated all that energy into his left hand, where a small sphere of Dragonio power began to form. He declared that this attack symbolized everything he had fought for up to that moment, a special move designed specifically to defeat her. The small sphere hovered in front of him. Drake announced the name of the attack just as Issei struck the sphere with his left fist. The energy exploded in a beam that shot toward Ryanair at incredible speed. She barely had time to conjure several magical circles for defense, managing to hold off the attack initially. But as Issei saw her beginning to withstand his assault, he decided to use 10 more boosts to increase the power of his attack, breaking through her defenses. The attack ceased moments later, and the dust began to settle. Issei held back a gasp of astonishment. He couldn't believe what lay before him. Ryanair was severely injured, with parts of her clothing torn away. She was barely able to stand, but she was still alive. Issei was relieved to still have the mask, otherwise, Ryanair would have sensed the fear beginning to rise within him, giving her hope of victory. She breathed heavily, speaking through pain as she reluctantly created a magical circle to escape. She vowed they would meet again, calling him a cursed Seutai. Issei felt a great sense of relief as she vanished, but he remained vigilant, aware that someone else was still present. Turning around, he spotted the fallen blue-haired woman a few meters away, struggling to rise. He quickly approached her, but unlike the others, he only wanted to ask her something before deciding what to do next. With each step he took, she tried to distance herself further, her desperation growing alongside her fear. Perhaps she thought he would kill her. She had every reason to believe that, which is why she wanted to escape. Lacking the magical energy to flee through a magical circle like Ryanair, she hoped to lose herself in the forest. However, she stumbled, and her hope of escape vanished as quickly as she hit the ground. She pleaded for her life, tears streaming down her face. Issei had reached her and was watching her while holding his sword, ready to defend himself. He wanted to know why she hadn't attacked him when she had the chance. Moments ago, she had been facing away from him. She could have easily struck him down with a lance of light, yet she hadn't, and he wanted to understand why. Calawarner explained that she never wanted to come to the human world. She had always wished to live in peace with her husband and children, but then someone had come and told her it was a direct order from one of her leaders. She had felt she couldn't refuse, especially since she had been threatened with the lives of her children if she disobeyed. As she spoke, she continued to cry, revealing the reasons for her presence. Drake confirmed to Issei that she was telling the truth. However, something in her story caught his attention. She had mentioned one of her leaders. He asked if it was the main leader who had given her that order. Issei was curious about why that individual had targeted her and wanted to know the name of the leader pursuing her. Calawarner assured him it wasn't the Zizo, the one who favored the peace they had. She didn't know who had given the order, only that Ryanair and the other two he had defeated were aware of it. Issei had gained valuable information, the name of the highest leader of the fallen angels, Azazel. She begged him to let her live, promising to serve and help him in any way she could, just so she could see her children again. Calawarner had proven her sincerity, And Issei couldn't bring himself to leave children without a mother. She had been forced into this situation. He had no reason to kill her and no desire to do so. He had already shed enough blood for one night. Graia suggested using her as a spy to find the one hunting him, speaking with pride in what his companion had achieved. Issei countered that it would expose her to great danger. He believed the one pursuing him would have to show up eventually. He decided to ask for information about Azazel and have her spy on him, nothing more. He told her he wouldn't kill her and that she could leave, but she had to provide him with all the information she had about Azazel and keep an eye on him. It was a better option than sending her to find the one who wanted him dead. He watched as her face filled with relief. She warned him they were being watched and stated that she would return every 2 weeks for information. He introduced himself as Hayuda Issei and extended his hand to greet her. After their brief exchange, Calawarner departed. Issei began to feel dizzy as his vision blurred. He fell to his knees as his armor dissolved into particles of light, and once again he vomited a significant amount of blood. The loss of blood left him feeling weak, and he had reached the limit of his endurance. He collapsed to the ground, and just before losing consciousness, he saw his parents rushing toward him. Everything faded to darkness. When Takeda and Kyuko reached him, they felt immense relief to see their son still alive, despite having been gravely injured because of them. They quickly tried to stop the bleeding from his abdomen, but no matter how much pressure they applied, it wouldn't cease, and they began to panic. Suddenly, they were astonished to see a green aura emanating from Issei, surrounding his body. This aura began to heal his wounds, leaving his parents confused yet grateful for the timing. The aura healed most of Issei's body but couldn't completely mend the deep wound. It restored his back and organs, but the abdominal injury remained. Takeda carefully lifted his son onto his back, while Kyuko struggled to carry the sword Issei had dropped when he lost consciousness. From a distance, she had thought it wasn't heavy, but now she marveled at how her son could wield it with one hand. They still didn't fully comprehend everything that had transpired that night, but they were certain of one thing: they would have much to discuss with their son when he awoke. In the Underworld, the demons had just witnessed the outcome of the battle and how Issei had let a fallen angel go. The noble demons began to protest, claiming he would ally with the fallen. However, these rumors ceased when Reiser pointed out that he had ended the lives of 2 of them and unleashed a powerful technique to eliminate another. He reminded them that he was still young and that the mental burden might be affecting him. Neither Seutai nor Graia could believe that the Seutai was being hunted by one of the leaders of the fallen angels. They wanted to know who it was and why, and they knew exactly whom to consult. Graia was instructed to explain everything necessary to the Seutai's parents and answer any questions they had. All the demons looked at the Demon King, intrigued by his words. They needed to understand that the mythologies were merely that myths. She was to ensure they promised not to tell anyone. The demons understood the command of their absolute king towards his maid when he instructed her to use memory alteration only in truly extreme cases. The maid, with her characteristic stoic gaze, acknowledged the order. Seutai then instructed her to let them rest for now and to return 3 days after the Seutai awoke. As he walked away, he overheard the noble demons devising a plan to bring that boy back to the demon faction under another clan. He could only sigh before leaving without greeting anyone. He had already done enough for the night. Upon waking, the protagonist found themselves in an unfamiliar place. The last memory they had was letting go of Calawarner and collapsing in the forest. The darkness around them was thick, making it difficult to see, even with their demonic vision. They attempted to rise but felt a sharp pain in their stomach, recalling that Ryanair had pierced them with a light spear. The pain was unbearable with sudden movements, but it eased when they remained still. Summoning all their strength, they finally managed to sit up and realized they were in their own room. A quick glance at the clock revealed it was 5 a.m. It was then that they noticed they were not alone. Their mother was sleeping nearby on a towel, holding a kitchen knife, with an almost empty first aid kit beside her. Their father was slumped against the door, resting with an old French sword that had belonged to their maternal grandfather. The protagonist observed the dark circles under their parents' eyes. Their father was unshaven, and their mother bore the marks of tears. They looked worn and thin, raising the question of how long they had been unconscious. A voice echoed in their mind, revealing that they had been asleep for a week. During that time, their parents had not slept at all, with their mother constantly caring for them and their father vigilantly watching over the door and window, refusing to leave in case something happened. The protagonist felt a wave of guilt wash over them, realizing how much their parents had sacrificed. As they looked at their left arm, they noticed a dragon claw, a reminder of the sacrifice made to save Rias. They would have to live with it forever. Carefully, they dressed, trying not to make noise or aggravate the wound in their torso. With great care and using all their strength, they laid their parents on the bed, ensuring they were comfortable before disarming them. Graia, their dragon partner, used a spell to make their arm appear human again for the journey ahead. They left the house, heading toward a 24-hour store that was quite a distance away. The journey was quiet until Graia spoke again, mentioning that the sacred gear of a certain nun had activated and healed their wounds, closing the abdominal injury and stopping the internal bleeding. The protagonist was surprised by this revelation, questioning how it had happened since Graia had been unable to activate it before. Graia explained that it had activated unexpectedly, and without it, the protagonist might have died or remained unconscious for much longer. The protagonist felt a mix of gratitude and sorrow for Asia, realizing that even in her absence, she was still watching over them. Graia urged them to stop blaming themselves and to grow stronger to protect their family. They should live for them and not waste the opportunity that Asia had given them. The protagonist reflected on Graia's words, acknowledging that Asia would not have wanted to see them in despair. As they continued their conversation, Graia revealed a personal aspect of his past, mentioning that he had once been on the verge of becoming a father. The protagonist was taken aback, realizing that Graia had lived for centuries and had experienced loss as well. Graia shared that he had died in a confrontation, and the memory of his family had faded over time. The protagonist felt remorse for bringing up painful memories but was reassured that it was okay to talk about such things occasionally. They arrived at the store, realizing they had unconsciously reached their destination. The protagonist entered the store and began selecting various vegetables, fruits, noodles, rice, and other ingredients for cooking, mindful of their injury to ensure proper healing. Issei selected hygiene items, some pain relievers, bandages, gauze, and alcohol to disinfect the wound that Asia's sacred gear had failed to heal. Thanks to all the contracts he was making, he had enough money and encountered no issues paying for everything he bought. While he was paying, he noticed the clock behind the woman attending to him. It read 6:40 in the morning. He had taken too long to go to the store and select what he needed. He needed to hurry. He didn't want to worry his parents if they woke up and found him missing. He started walking quickly, then broke into a light jog for a few seconds before stopping. His abdominal wound throbbed painfully. The discomfort was unbearable. Reaching a park, he sat down to rest and wait for the pain to subside. He couldn't believe how much it hurt. He was grateful that his organs were healed perfectly. With the reckless thing he had done, his intestines could have been in serious trouble. As the pain eased, he felt better. He decided not to jog again for a while. He needed to let his body heal completely. He stood up and made his way home as quickly as he could without causing himself pain. When he arrived, he opened and closed the door quietly, not bothering to take off his shoes at the entrance. He walked to the living room, placed his purchases on the table, and turned on the kitchen light since it was still dark. He took the items out of the bags and began to put away what he had bought for another day, leaving only what he would use at that moment. He started cooking something simple. He had watched his mother cook since he was a child, and it had always intrigued him to learn. However, with his new obsession, he had lost interest in trying again. After an hour, the food was ready, and he found himself watching television. But this was the last thing he could do. His mind kept drifting back to what had happened a week ago. Rias had become his greatest motivation since Asia's passing. Her departure had left a void in his heart. He knew he had a long life ahead of him and that he couldn't afford to stagnate now. However, the fact that his life was in danger worried him even more. One of the leaders of the fallen angels was searching for him, and he still didn't know why. He had let Calawarner live to gather information about someone named Azazel, and she was supposed to deliver a report within a week. Now, it was possible they would use his family to hurt him. All of this made his head ache. He glanced toward the stairs where his mother was watching him. She was a beautiful woman with light brown hair and honey-colored eyes, her figure slim but well-defined, and she was slightly taller than him. Her face showed signs of sleepless nights spent worrying about him, with dark circles under her eyes and traces of tears that she had likely shed because of him. Beside her stood his father, a taller man with dark brown hair, fit for his age, who also bore signs of fatigue. As soon as his mother saw him, she rushed over and embraced him tightly, burying his head in her chest as if afraid he would disappear. The only thing he could do was return the hug, which his father soon joined. They stayed like that for a moment, feeling the warmth of each other's presence, and he could sense the tears from both of them soaking his clothes. Those tears showed just how much they cared about him. His mother pulled away slightly, stretching and squeezing his cheeks before hugging him again. Her face radiated relief and joy at seeing him awake. His father mirrored her emotions. Neither of them reproached him for being a demon and were just glad he was okay. He apologized for worrying them, for not telling them the truth, and for becoming a demon. He had always been like this, never wanting to cause them trouble. Now he was apologizing for something he couldn't have avoided. He resembled his mother in that way. His mother reassured him, saying not to cry and that it didn't matter what he was, whether human, demon, or even dragon, he would always be her son, and she would love him no matter what. She wiped his tears away as she looked at him, still sobbing. She expressed her happiness at seeing him well and awake, saying they had much to discuss. He smiled, trying to calm him down, a tactic that had always worked since he was little. He agreed, saying he loved her very much. Kuo had a unique ability to soothe Issei. Her smile conveyed joy, confidence, and peace, something Issei had always appreciated, or at least that was what his father believed. Issei's father called for his attention and that of his wife, looking serious before speaking. He asked Issei to promise never to hide things from them again. He was their only son, the only child they could have, and he didn't want to see him leave this world before him or have his name etched in stone. Issei promised he would never hide things like that again. Hearing that made his father feel more at ease. He knew he could trust his son. He had proven himself before, and he wouldn't doubt him now. With that, they embraced again, staying close for a while until Issei's stomach growled. He felt embarrassed for interrupting such a warm moment, but he couldn't help it. He hadn't eaten in 3 days. His mother remarked that it seemed like his father was hungry and said she would go shopping to prepare something to eat. However, as she tried to stand, she lost her balance and sat back down on the couch. His father attempted to help her but ended up kneeling on the floor. Issei reassured them that there was no need for that. He had already prepared food. He helped his father sit on the couch and then served them their meals, bringing the food to the couch so they wouldn't waste energy. He sat at the table to eat, his mind filled with thoughts. One of them was how he would distract himself from the love he felt for Rias. He also needed to think of an excuse to justify his absences from the academy. I need to be cautious of Matsuda and Motohama in case they try to hit me and stop spying on the girls for a while. If I can, I will try to stop doing it for good. Once again, a pain throbbed in my head from those thoughts. I was reminded that I shouldn't neglect my training. As I had been told, dragons are beings made of pure power, and power attracts power. It was evident that we were being hunted now. I recalled that demons had been watching our fight from a week ago, and I assumed they would try to support their faction in one way or another. But it wasn't just them observing. The celestial angels and fallen angels were also keeping an eye on us. It seemed we would face significant problems in the future. The thought of the celestial angels and fallen angels appearing in my life made me uneasy. I hoped it would be a long time before that happened. I didn't want to confront the angels as well. Aquino once told me that the light of pure angels is stronger than that of the fallen. Feeling tired, I decided to go to sleep, trying not to dwell on those topics. My mother, however, insisted that she didn't want me to sleep alone. My father suggested bringing the mattresses from the other rooms so we could all sleep together like we used to. Without giving me a chance to respond, they both went to fetch them. I sighed with a hint of resignation. They were putting in so much effort to protect me. The least I could do was move a few things to make space for our makeshift bed. Once everything was ready, I lay down first, followed by my parents. I was in the middle, just like when I was a child. My mother gently stroked my hair while humming a tune. I remembered the melody but not the lyrics. It was incredibly relaxing for me. Gradually, I drifted off to sleep, the soothing sound of my mother's humming and her gentle touch bringing back memories of simpler times when my only worries were which toy to take to my grandparents' house or the park. I didn't know when I fell asleep, but it was the best rest I had experienced in many years. The next day, we woke up quite late and very hungry. We decided to go out for breakfast just like in the old days. My mother insisted on removing the bandage from my abdomen to disinfect and clean the wound. Afterward, she rewrapped it to ensure it was secure. It felt nice to go out without any worries. It had been a long time since we had done this as a family. I remembered that the last time we went out like this was 3 years ago. Since it was so late, we couldn't find a place for breakfast, so we opted for lunch instead. My mother always said that cooking and eating at home was better because it had a more pleasant taste. My father and I smiled. She was right about that. Plus, if you were still a bit hungry, you could ask for a second helping without feeling embarrassed, and it wouldn't cost more money. After lunch, we went grocery shopping to prepare dinner. We planned to spend the entire day exploring the city and return home for dinner. It was a lot of fun visiting places we hadn't been to in ages. My mother convinced my father and me to go to a karaoke place before heading home. We had no objections. We hadn't been to one since I was 6 years old when I was a huge fan of Dragon Ball and would sing its songs loudly with my mother, who was also a big fan. Now, we found ourselves in a private karaoke room. Since it was my mother's idea, she decided to sing first. It took her some time, but she finally chose a great song. My father would also sing, though not as much. The song was in English, and both of them knew the language since it was a requirement for their jobs. As the song played, my mother closed her eyes and let herself be carried away by the melody. She danced with joy and tranquility, as if what had happened a week ago no longer mattered. And you know what? It truly didn't. At this point in the song, my father stood up and took one of the microphones available. Issei knew he had to sing, and he seemed very happy and excited about it. It was heartwarming to see them like that. It truly felt rewarding. With just one touch, he felt a spark ignite within him. Diamonds may be forever, but all they needed was just tonight. They were monumental tremors that could freeze the speed of life, like particles falling from the heavens all over the stars. He could hear someone calling for him from afar, urging him to let the darkness lead them into the light. They would let their dreams get lost and feel the temperature rise. He wished to hear one more beautiful lie. As he sang, he felt the heat as they collided, like a fever that felt so right. Just as he finished, his father began to sing immediately after. The two exchanged loving glances while his mother sang. When the melody paused for a few seconds, they let themselves be carried away by the music, never breaking their gaze. The song was magnificent, showcasing the love they felt for each other. He was determined not to let that love be destroyed. They both laughed at the end of the song, and his mother embraced his father with enthusiasm. Now it was his father's turn to sing a solo or perhaps with a little help from his mother. He truly hoped it would be with her, as he remembered how beautiful her voice was, especially with her fluent English. Fortunately, his father chose a song that would also feature his mother. As the music began, his mother started with a soft background melody, her singing ability leaving him in awe. Then, a piano tune began to play, signaling that his father was about to start. He sang beautifully, reminding Issei of the hobby they both shared, singing. For a time, he had been interested in it too, but that interest had faded. With every note, his father expressed the joy of life and love, creating a vivid image of their bond. Suddenly, the scene shifted. Issei was now clad in the light armor of the balance breaker, ready for battle. He didn't hesitate to confront one of the demons, but he stayed close to his parents. What defined Issei was not just his physical strength but his speed. In the blink of an eye, he had sliced a demon in half, catching it off guard. This action enraged the remaining demons, who focused more intently on the fight, realizing that their opponent was not to be underestimated. The last 3 demons attacked him simultaneously, forcing Issei to concentrate deeply to avoid a blow that could take him out of the fight. While he was focused on dodging their physical attacks, he failed to notice one of the soldiers casting a spell, using his comrades as a distraction. At the command of the spellcaster, his companions jumped aside, allowing the attack to fly toward Issei's parents. Fear gripped them, leaving them frozen in place. Issei knew the attack would hit them, and he realized that Draig's magic only repelled physical attacks, not magical ones. In a desperate move, he positioned himself in front of his parents, crossing his arms to shield himself from the impending impact. But the attack never came in full force. Instead, he felt magical chains wrapping around his arms, binding him and rendering him defenseless. The remaining demon laughed, declaring that Issei was now theirs. The chains pulled in opposite directions, forcing Issei's arms apart and leaving his torso exposed, causing him to drop his sword. The demon taunted him, demanding to know his answer. With a swift motion, he struck Issei in the face, shattering his mask and following up with a series of kicks and slaps, further damaging his mask and inflicting pain with bursts of magical energy. As the demon leaned in closer, a sinister smile on his face, Issei spat blood to the side and managed to utter a defiant response, filled with rage and frustration. He would not give in. Issei was on the verge of receiving another beating from the demon in front of him. However, as he glanced behind, he noticed a magical circle slowly forming. It was gray and bore the symbol of House Gremory, making it clear who was arriving. Issei provocatively questioned if they were the demon's friends, causing all the soldiers to turn and their confident expressions shifted to genuine terror. Seizing the moment, Issei unleashed 50 boosts at once, concentrating them in his left hand. With a powerful attack, he eliminated the demon holding his left arm but had to expend all his energy to do so. Now free, he firmly grasped his sword again and yanked the chain from his right arm, pulling the demon toward him. He commanded Draig to take his parents away immediately while he gripped the demon by the neck and slammed it to the ground. Draig obeyed, understanding Issei's intentions. Kyuko and Takeda watched as a magical circle formed rapidly at their feet. They didn't know much about the supernatural world, but seeing the other circle complete made them realize reinforcements were arriving for the soldiers, and they could be overwhelming for their son. Issei heard his parents' desperate cries just before they were transported away. In that moment, he executed 30 boosts, concentrating them in his right hand. The demon began to feel a burning sensation in its neck. Issei held on until he saw the demon vanish in particles of light, having burned its airways. However, he was not unscathed. The demon struck and kicked him until its strength was spent in a futile attempt to escape. Issei now had only half of his mask covering his mouth, and parts of his armor were missing, with open wounds across his body, giving him a somewhat terrifying appearance. The last demon, seeing Issei's fearsome form, turned and ran toward the forming magical circle. Issei appeared to ignore him, though he was actually focused on the people emerging from the gray circle, never losing sight of his enemy. From that magical circle emerged a voluptuous red-haired woman with blue-green eyes, dressed luxuriously, her long hair braided but with a few loose strands framing her face. Beside her were two others, a blonde man with slightly long hair and blue eyes, wearing a black suit with an unbuttoned shirt, and a woman with long black hair and violet eyes, also dressed extravagantly. Behind them stood a young girl with short white hair in a red kimono adorned with gold, alongside a young man of about 17 with short blonde hair, dressed in a black shirt, white dress pants, and matching shoes, a European-style sword at his waist. They were Rias, Reiser, Aquino, Kaneko, and Kiba, respectively. But they were not alone. Next to them was a woman with silver hair styled in multiple braids and blue eyes, dressed as a maid, alongside a long-haired red-haired man in an unusual yet modern suit. They were Graia Lucifuge and Surzex Lucifer, the Queen of Annihilation and one of the 4 great demon kings ruling the Underworld. Seeing the demon running desperately toward them confused them, as they could not understand why a member of the personal guard of the Demon Council was in such a place. Issei had wrapped the chain from his right arm around the demon's neck, surprising the newcomers with the dark tone of his voice as he declared he would not let it go after what it had tried to do. The demons struggled in vain, The chains were crafted from a spell so complicated and powerful that even it could not break free. Ignoring the presence of those before him, Issei pulled the chain tightening around the demon's neck, drawing it closer while directing 20 boosts into his left arm, which also wielded his sword. When the demon was near enough, Issei pierced it through the chest with his sword, the blade emerging from its back. In a swift and unexpected move, Issei unleashed his technique at point-blank range. The attack not only eliminated the demon but also shot toward the newcomers. However, before it could impact, Graia redirected the attack into the sky, breaking the pocket dimension they had been trapped in. As the dust settled, Issei was seen kneeling, supporting himself on the ground, breathing heavily but still wearing the damaged armor of what they believed to be the balance breaker, indicating he was still capable of fighting. When Rias attempted to rush to her pawn's aid, she was stopped by her brother, Serzex, who silently ordered Graia to check on Issei. Sensing a dark aura emanating from him, he sent his queen as a precaution. Graia approached with concern and caution. But as she saw Issei slowly rising, leaving his sword on the ground, she felt a wave of relief, though her worry remained as she noted the wounds and blood staining his body. She was astonished to see the chains around his arms beginning to disappear, realizing they were made of forbidden magic. "It has been a while, Issei," Rias said, her tone softening as she maintained her characteristic warmth in sensitive situations while watching Graia begin to heal Issei. He gestured for her to stop. "You're right, Rias Gremory," he replied, acknowledging the time that had passed. The brown-haired young man asked with a formal tone, unable to hide the happiness he felt at seeing his king healthy and, most importantly, happy. He was taken by surprise when she replied that she had come to take him back to the Underworld. The young man looked at her with a hint of sadness. He expressed his regret, stating that he could not accept that. As he raised his sword and dismissed it with Draieg's assistance, he struggled to maintain his composure, feeling pain throughout his body, especially in his abdomen. Rias insisted that the team would not be complete without him, stepping forward in an attempt to get closer to her pawn, who had dissolved his armor, revealing new wounds and bruises. The marks on his arms were more pronounced, and the boot prints on his abdomen suggested there were more injuries beneath his clothing. He reiterated that he did not wish to return, emphasizing that as a free pawn, his decision should be respected. He assured her not to worry about his income or clients, stating that if his contracts did not suffice, he would find a job there. His calm demeanor after everything that had happened was unusual, but Rias attributed it to his aversion to killing and his desire to act as if nothing had occurred. Rias expressed her concern, not wanting to leave him behind, especially with the fallen angels hunting him. She viewed him as family and feared losing him. He reassured her that he would be fine, explaining that he would only be a greater danger to her if he stayed. He mentioned that even the Demon Council was searching for him, and he was the only one who could disobey them without punishment. As he looked at his hands, stained with the remnants of the demons he had fought, he reflected on his life just 3 months prior. Graia gently took his hands and cleaned them with a handkerchief. He was puzzled by her actions, especially when he saw the motherly affection in her gaze. Though surprised, he knew it was not the time to dwell on that. He firmly stated that he would not return, having made his decision. He thanked Graia with his eyes and moved closer to Rias. He acknowledged that he understood her feelings regarding Reiser, but she clarified that she did not hate her. She had kept her feelings hidden, believing it was the right thing to do. She had thought they trusted her enough to share that information, but given the circumstances, she understood why they had kept it from her. She assured him that she held no ill will toward her teammates. Meanwhile, in another location, Issei's parents were beginning to emerge from the shock of their son's actions. They feared for his safety, worried that soldiers might harm him or do worse than what they had witnessed. Unable to intervene due to the barrier he had placed around them, they were reduced to mere spectators. Once they regained their composure, they rushed toward the park where they had previously been, hoping to help him, even if it meant sacrificing themselves. Kyuko had resolved to do anything to ensure her son lived many more years, and Takeda shared her determination, willing to give everything to save him, regardless of the cost. Desperation consumed them as each step diminished their hope, realizing the park was far from their home. Exhaustion set in, and Kyoko eventually stopped running, falling to her knees in tears. Takeda, who had been lagging behind, caught up to her and tried to console his wife, struggling to maintain his own strength as the thought of losing their son weighed heavily on them. Back with Issei, he looked at Rias with a sad smile. She had recently stopped crying, showing a strong and confident demeanor that he had always admired, as it made him feel empowered. He reassured her that she need not worry about him, stating he would be fine. She took his face in her hands and kissed his forehead affectionately before embracing him. He acknowledged that he would miss her company and her personality. He chuckled softly at her words, noting that he could not be the same with her married to someone else. Rias smiled, reflecting on her past actions and realizing that her pawn would have given his all even if he had not hidden his commitment to Reiser. Reiser then surprised Issei by apologizing for the last attack, admitting he had not meant to strike him so hard, which had left him unconscious for a week. Issei brushed it off, saying it was in the past. Kiba expressed that they would miss him, and Akino hoped to see him again. Kaneko, with her usual stoic expression, added that even though he was a pervert, she would miss him too, revealing a slight smile. Issei simply responded that he would miss them as well, acknowledging that farewells were not his strong suit. He promised Graia that he would wait for her at home, surprised by the King of Lucifer's decision to stay with him for reasons he did not understand. As everyone else departed, leaving just the two of them, Graia sat on a bench and gestured for Issei to join her. At the same time, she dismantled the pocket dimension she had maintained since the demon army of the Demon Council had fallen. The brown-haired boy, seeing that everything had returned to normal, decided to sit on the bench in complete tranquility. At that moment, he was struck by the doubt of whether he had met Graia at some point in his past. However, those thoughts faded when he saw Graia take his hand and place something in it. As he looked at what she had left there, his eyes widened in surprise while memories flooded his mind. He recognized the object immediately. It was a rather old necklace made of thick black thread and a few beads painted in different colors. It was the first and only necklace he had made from those materials, and now he understood why Graia felt so familiar to him. He realized that she was the one he had met long ago. He was still in shock at recognizing Graia and recalled how they had first met. Flashback, 10 years ago. The scene focused on a 5-year-old Issei walking down the street with Kyoko, clearly holding his mother's hand. He felt a bit down as they were returning from saying goodbye to a neighboring family who had a son his age and was his best friend. Issei was not extroverted, and making friends was quite challenging for him. He also didn't enjoy playing alone. The legends he had heard from classmates terrified him, especially the one about a girl who moved only with her arms because she had no legs. On their way home, they detoured to the mall to buy a few things that Kyoko needed, as she was about to start working at a well-known international company, just like her husband, Takeda. The only difference was that Takeda had started 2 years earlier, and he worked at the rival company where Kyoko would be employed. In the Underworld, Gremory territory. In the mansion of the clan leaders, Akino Himejima, Kaneko Tujo, Kiba Yuto, and Rias Gremory were about to discuss an important matter. The topic was how to ensure that Issei could live in the Underworld, where they could help him more freely than in the human world. Akino asked if anyone had any ideas, noticing that her king was lost in thought. Rias was reflecting on something regarding her pawn, and it seemed very important. Kiba expressed his desire to respect his companion's decision, apologizing for not being able to assist in this case. Akino, trying to convince Kiba, pointed out that Issei was out there alone, unprotected, and being hunted not only by the fallen angels but also by the demons of the Demon Council. Kaneko joined Kiba in his stance, stating that Issei was strong, brave, and intelligent enough to take care of himself. She acknowledged that Issei was a bit of a pervert but admired his courage and determination. Akino turned to Rias, asking for her opinion, as Rias was still deep in thought. Rias knew that her servant loved her, but she was in love with Reiser and didn't want to hurt her servant's feelings. Therefore, she chose to remain silent, believing it was the right thing to do. Then came the rating game, intended to showcase the strength of her servants. Rias was aware that Issei's perverted nature could distract him when facing attractive opponents, which led her to devise a plan for an unwanted engagement, keeping it hidden from almost everyone. Only her parents, Reiser and his entourage, Kiba, Aquino, and Kaneko were aware of this plan. The lie had spread so much that it even reached her brother. Upon learning of the situation, he argued with their parents, who kept quiet to protect their daughter's plan. Rias feared that Surzex would find a way to save her from that marriage. Rias was aware of Issei's growth in skills. Seeing him so motivated to defeat her fiancé made her worry that he might discover a way to overcome Reiser. Acting out of fear, she placed magical seals on Issei, conditioning and limiting the amount of magic and physical strength he could use. She knew she would lose the rating game due to the numerical disadvantage, but she wanted to assess the strength of her servants. They managed to defeat several of Reiser's pieces through teamwork and intelligence, showcasing each of their unique abilities. However, Issei surprised her the most. His balance of magic, strength, and agility was impressive. What stood out the most was his speed and impact when attacking. In that moment, she realized that limiting her pawn had been the right decision. Everything went perfectly until her pawn showed up at the engagement party with the intention of saving her from the unwanted marriage. In that moment, she understood that it was her brother's doing and decided to explain the situation to Graia before it escalated further. Seeing her brother glance at her with a disappointed expression hurt her deeply. She only found relief when she heard her pawn surrender. Initially, she thought he had given up because he lacked the strength to continue, but learning that he had done it intentionally to ensure her happiness broke her heart and gnawed at her conscience. The decision he made at the end of the battle as a reward from her brother left her in shock. At that moment, a whirlwind of emotions began to torment her mind, only ceasing when she saw her pawn preparing to fight against some fallen angels. Now she understood that Issei had sacrificed his happiness for her to be with the person she loved. She smiled sadly, realizing this too late, and looked at her servants, who continued to watch her with concern and curiosity. She resolved to respect Issei's decision, acknowledging the sacrifice he made for them, and decided to let him be, just as he wished. Rias looked at her servants, who nodded in agreement, and she smiled again, though with a hint of sorrow. She acknowledged that she owed an apology for all the pain she had caused him in matters of the heart. One day she would find a way to make amends, but for now, they needed to let him rest from the supernatural world for a while. Rias understood she had made a mistake by not considering the feelings of her pawn. Aquino questioned Rias's decision, knowing that a while meant many years. Still, she was willing to obey her queen. Rias hoped that he would regain the sparkle in his eyes that he always had when he looked at her. She believed he would forgive them. He was not one to hold grudges. Now, she realized he would have done anything to ensure her happiness, even distancing himself from their lives for their sake and out of respect for them and the girls in Razor's entourage. He had given them the chance to be happy with the ones they loved, and tears streamed down Rias's face. Aquino, her voice trembling, asked why Rias was crying. Rias expressed her pain at the thought of letting him go, knowing that one of her most loyal servants felt untrustworthy due to a foolish decision. The weight of hiding the truth crushed her, and she broke down at the thought of her most devoted servant living with the belief that he was not trusted by those he cared for the most. In the human world, at the Haidu family home, Kyuko tried to start a conversation with her son, Issei, who had been silent throughout their journey home. She asked him what he wanted for dinner, to which he replied that a hamburger would be nice. Kyuko smiled at the small gesture, but she could see through Issei's forced smile that he was feeling down. Takeda suggested taking a shortcut to get home faster, and Kyuko agreed, hoping it would allow them to have dinner sooner. Issei silently accepted and led the way down the alley, intrigued by the new path. However, thoughts of the reasons the Demon Council might have for hunting him distracted him from his surroundings. As he walked further away from his parents, dusk began to settle, making it harder for them to see. Suddenly he heard a metallic sound behind him, but before he could turn to look, a sharp pain struck the back of his neck, and he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. A man dressed in leather pants and a black jacket adorned with a skull had struck Issei with a baseball bat, rendering him unconscious. The man, grinning wickedly, turned to Issei's parents and remarked on the beauty of Kyuko, revealing his sinister intentions. Takeda sensed the danger and felt a surge of protectiveness. He understood that they were in a perilous situation, especially with Issei still unconscious. As the man's companions emerged from the shadows, blocking their escape routes, Takeda gathered his courage and declared that anyone who wanted to harm his family would have to get through him first. One of the thugs lunged at Takeda, attempting to tackle him. Despite having no fighting experience, Takeda managed to dodge the attack and kicked the thug into the alley wall. However, he failed to anticipate another thug approaching from behind, who struck him hard in the back, sending him forward into the waiting arms of another attacker. The blows came quickly, and Takeda found himself unable to move as pain coursed through him. The thugs advanced toward Kuo, who was terrified and pleading for them to stop. In that moment of desperation, Takeda remembered that his son was a demon and could help them, but Issei remained unconscious on the ground. Kuo, in tears, begged them not to hurt her, hoping to reach their hearts. The leader of the thugs, Ryujin, showed no mercy as he approached her with a sinister smile. In a sudden, rough motion, he tore her blouse, leaving her exposed. Takeda's anger grew with every laugh and action of the thugs, who seemed to revel in their cruelty. One of them remarked on Issei's luck in having such a prize, as Kuo, touching her inappropriately and enjoying the reaction. The situation escalated, and Takeda felt a surge of helplessness, praying for his son to awaken and come to their aid. But seeing the fear and horror on his face as tears streamed down was unsettling. It ruined the thrilling moment that had built up. In a mocking tone, Ryujin told Takeda not to cry, promising that soon she would feel very good and forget her previous life, becoming his servant. He then taunted her further, liking the cheek of Issei's mother, Kuo. Meanwhile, Takeda cried in frustration, her face twisted in hatred. Ryujin continued, saying that she would soon know what it was like to be with a real man, his gaze lingering unpleasantly on Kuo. Seconds before, Issei had awakened on the ground, a terrible pain in his head and the familiar sensation of blood flowing. The bandits had ignored him, believing him dead, which allowed him to rise without resistance. He was disoriented and struggled to recall how he ended up there. Hearing noises and scuffles behind him, he turned quickly, not prepared for what he would find. His father was being beaten and held by several men, while others were roughly restraining his mother, one of them liking her face and exposing her torso. Issei felt a surge of anger. He called out to Drake, asking him to summon his sword and create a pocket dimension. He didn't need explanations, he would take action. Drake, having observed everything from the beginning, felt a deep hatred for the men who were tormenting Issei's family. He complied, and Issei took his sword, hiding in the shadows to mentally prepare for what was to come. Issei asked Drake for advice, his tone dark. Drake sensed his bloodlust and knew his host wanted to make them suffer. He cautioned Issei not to kill them, as he would have no help to hide his actions. Under normal circumstances, he would suggest finding an opening to escape with his parents, but these were not normal circumstances. With that, Issei unleashed his strength, though he had to dismiss his sword to avoid hasty decisions. Commanded Drake to free his left arm, and the dragon complied, allowing Issei's arm to transform into a dragon claw. The leader of the thugs screamed in pain as Issei's claw tore through his hand. Issei, filled with rage, grabbed him by the jacket and delivered a powerful punch to his face, breaking his nose and knocking him out. The thugs holding his mother rushed to assist their leader. Immediately, Issei used magic to conjure a white jacket to cover his mother. Once she was secured, he turned his attention to the two men restraining his father. Surprised by his speed, they were unable to react to his imminent attacks. Issei landed a hook to one of their stomachs, knocking the wind out of him and causing him to kneel. A swift kick to the face sent him crashing against a wall, leaving him unconscious. The other thug was grabbed by the neck, and Issei began to choke him before delivering a punch that knocked out several of his teeth, rendering him completely incapacitated. There were still 8 men left, all intent on attacking him. Issei's fury was overwhelming and his power surged, but Drake worked hard to keep Issei's strength and aura in check. He wanted to eliminate the thugs as much as Issei did, but he knew it would lead to complications. Issei watched in slow motion as the closest thug lunged at him, swinging a metal bar. He intercepted the weapon and yanked it from the thug's grasp. With the bar in hand, Issei had a significant advantage. He struck the thug in the face, sending him to the ground. Without mercy, he then struck the thug's back with the same weapon, just as they had done to Takeda. To finish him off, he delivered a kick to the face, leaving him unconscious. Another thug, witnessing this, drew a hidden gun and aimed it at Issei, determined to shoot. Issei reacted quickly, summoning his sacred gear to cover the barrel of the gun with his left hand. The sound of the gunshot was muffled as the boosted gear intercepted the bullet effortlessly. Seizing the moment, Issei crushed the weapon easily. The thug who had tried to shoot him was terrified, unable to comprehend how Issei had stopped the bullet and destroyed the gun. He didn't have time to ponder, as Issei sent him into unconsciousness with a single punch. The remaining 6 thugs wore expressions of shock and terror, unable to believe what they were witnessing. A boy was effortlessly overpowering their strongest members. 4 of them decided to attack Issei simultaneously in a desperate attempt to land a hit, believing that more numbers would give them an advantage. Meanwhile, the other 2 were tending to their leader, who was miraculously waking up, feeling intense pain in his nose. Just touching it intensified his agony and fueled his hatred toward the one who had knocked him out. At first, Issei managed to hold his own against the 2 attackers, but when 4 joined in, the situation became complicated. He had to be vigilant, aware of more blind spots in his defense. In a moment of distraction, Ryujin, who had been watching Issei's fight since he regained consciousness, managed to land a blow with a metal bat to Issei's abdomen. The impact caused Issei to double over in pain, making him an easy target for the remaining bandits. They struck him repeatedly in the face, leaving him with wounds that intensified the agony from his stomach. A furious Ryujin followed up with a powerful punch, further aggravating Issei's injury. Issei's parents stood frozen in fear, watching helplessly as their son endured the assault. However, they believed in him. He had overcome worse challenges in their eyes, and they had faith he would do so again. Ryujin grabbed Issei by his hair with his uninjured hand, forcing him to look up. Issei gasped for breath, his face smeared with his own blood from the recent blows. Yet, he glared at his enemy with deep hatred, gritting his teeth in defiance. Ryujin declared that he would ensure Issei would never see the light of day again and ordered his men to hold him. As Ryujin prepared to swing the bat at Issei's head, a chilling voice echoed, causing him to hesitate. Confused and weary from what he had just heard, Ryujin aimed to finish Issei off, but just as the bat was about to strike, Issei stopped it with sheer determination. Meeting Ryujin's gaze, Issei's eyes burned with fury, making Ryujin tremble. In a swift motion, Issei snatched the bat from Ryujin's grip and struck his knee with it, breaking it with force. The scream of pain that followed was louder, as Issei decided to silence him and attack the remaining 6 bandits. He first targeted the 2 holding him down, striking one in the leg with the bat, causing him to kneel before knocking him out with a blow. With both hands on the bat, he then choked the other bandit, gradually tightening his grip. Hearing his mother's warning, Issei glanced back and saw one of the bandits aiming a weapon at him. In a surprising move, he quickly turned, using the bandit he was choking as a shield against the gunfire. The suddenness of the action caused the bullets to hit the bandit instead. The surprised shooter dropped his weapon, giving Issei a clear opportunity he wouldn't waste. He released the bandit he had been choking, deeming him no longer a threat due to his injuries, but still knocked him out for safety. Next, Issei charged at the bandit who had fired the gun, landing a left hook to his stomach. Following that, he delivered a knee strike that lifted the bandit off the ground for a moment, finishing him off with a clean right hook to the cheek. The last 3 bandits rushed at Issei, but he launched himself at them. Sliding across the ground, he caught the first bandit off guard, taking him down by tripping him. This maneuver positioned Issei behind the other 2 bandits. He stood up, seized the head of the bandit he had tripped, and slammed it against the ground with force, knocking him out. The remaining 2, realizing they couldn't win, attempted to flee. Issei was determined not to let them escape unpunished. He picked up the bat from the ground and threw it at the farthest bandit, striking him in the head and rendering him unconscious. The last bandit halted abruptly, instinctively looking back, only to feel fear as he saw Issei approaching, bat in hand. He swallowed hard, slowly turning to face Issei, who delivered a powerful punch to his stomach, knocking him out. Issei then turned his gaze toward Ryujin, who was trying to crawl away, dragging himself with a completely broken knee. Ryujin stammered, questioning Issei's identity, but Issei ignored his mother's calls, focusing solely on Ryujin. As Ryujin desperately pleaded for mercy, claiming he would never do anything wrong again, Issei's anger flared. He recalled how Ryujin had ignored his mother's pleas not to harm her, how he had assaulted her, and now he dared to beg for his life. Issei's voice was laced with fury, but despite his rage, he couldn't bring himself to kill the man before him. Graia was right, he didn't want to invite more trouble. Issei declared that he wouldn't kill Ryujin, stating he wasn't like him, who had tried to take his life twice. Issei held the thug tightly with his left arm, forcing him to meet his gaze while gripping the thug's right hand. He warned him sternly that if he ever tried to touch his family or get close to her again, he would not hesitate to make him regret it in the worst way possible. As Issei applied pressure, Ryujin felt the pain intensifying in his hand. With a sudden crack, Issei had broken Ryujin's hand, causing him to writhe in agony. Issei then silenced the thug with a powerful headbutt, releasing him as if he were nothing more than a sack of potatoes. He breathed heavily, feeling the weight of his injuries and the fatigue returning to him. He fell to his knees, clutching his abdomen, which had begun to bleed again from the significant damage he had sustained. "Graia, take us home," he managed to say, and a magical circle appeared beneath the Hayato family, glowing brightly and momentarily blinding Takeda and Kyuko. When their vision returned, they noticed Issei was no longer with them, causing them to panic. However, they soon spotted him unconscious on the floor where they had just appeared. Kyuko rushed to the kitchen to grab the bandages Issei had bought for his recovery. Takeda carefully laid Issei on the nearby mattresses. He tore off Issei's shirt to expose the wound from which blood was flowing. Alarmed, he quickly searched for something to apply pressure to the injury to stop the bleeding. Just as he was about to use his own shirt, a green aura began to emanate from Issei, healing the smaller wounds on his head, arms, and back, and partially closing the wound on his abdomen. Kyuko watched from the kitchen entrance, just a few inches away from Takeda, her expression one of total surprise. Once she regained her composure, she hurried over to clean Issei's wound, as the green aura, while healing, did not cleanse the blood. As Issei began to wake up, he felt the sting of disinfectant on his abdomen. He wanted to sit up, but his parents urged him to stay lying down. Kyuko started to bandage his abdomen while Takeda wiped the blood from his son's face. Once they finished tending to him, Takeda, still feeling uncertain, asked Kyuko if she was all right. Kyuko replied that she was fine, but she had felt a great deal of fear during the incident. She admitted to being terrified when she saw Issei on the ground with blood on his head, unsure of what to do. Takeda took her hand, trying to comfort her, which gradually helped. He urged her not to blame herself, expressing his regret for not being able to protect her, wishing he were stronger. Issei interjected, taking responsibility for what had happened, explaining that he had not paid attention to the road and had been caught off guard. His parents turned to him, surprised by his words. Graia, feeling a bit annoyed by the family's reactions, commented that it was not anyone's fault, as the thugs had appeared out of nowhere. Kyuko, startled, asked who he was, noticing the unusual aura surrounding her son. Graia introduced himself as the Red Dragon Emperor, officially revealing his presence to Kyuko and Takeda, who had already encountered too many surprising and unpleasant revelations. In the Underworld, in Lucifer's castle, Serzex was in his private office, sifting through various ancient documents and books from his personal library. The Crimson Mao was searching for any method, spell, or object that could help save his daughter's life without sacrificing his wife's. He had not slept for several days, but his search had yielded no results. Determined not to give up, he contemplated the possibility of finding something in his parents' home or even among other factions or mythologies. He was willing to do anything for the well-being of his family. His thoughts were interrupted by an unexpected visitor. "Looks like it's not a good time, is it, Serzex?" said a man about 6 feet tall, with black hair except for a blonde fringe, violet eyes, and dressed in a black suit with a purple shirt, unbuttoned and without a tie. Azazel! Serzex exclaimed, taken aback. He had never expected to see the governor of the fallen angels at that moment. Yes, that's my name, don't waste it, Azazel replied with his characteristic arrogant yet teasing tone. What brings you here? Serzex asked calmly, as if this were not their first encounter. Once he regained his composure, he resumed reviewing the documents. Well, I came to see an old friend for a drink and to share some stories. But it seems you're a bit preoccupied. What happened? Azazel inquired, showing concern for his friend in his own way. Serzex began to explain the situation with Graia, and Azazel listened attentively. After hearing the details, Azazel noted that the unusual illness was rare and that they had not researched it much due to a lack of resources. He asked if Serzex had checked all the demon archives. Serzex expressed his frustration, mentioning that he was missing the files that the Council of Demons had hidden from him. Azazel acknowledged that they were aware of the anomaly but lacked the means to investigate it further. He advised against using Serzex's wife for research, as there was little information available on the illness. Serzex lowered his gaze, feeling a mix of bitterness and sadness, having hoped for assistance from the fallen angels for his wife. Azazel recalled that there was an object capable of healing any wound, illness, or abnormality in angels during the war, as long as it wasn't about regenerating a lost limb. He shared this information with Serzex, who was eager to know more. Serzex, filled with urgency, approached Azazel, shaking him as he asked where the object was located. Azazel urged him to calm down, explaining that the individual who possessed the object had turned it into sacred gear and sent it to the humans. He suggested that Serzex should inquire with Michael for more information. Hopeful, Serzex created a magic circle, summoning a figure of about 30 centimeters tall, with long blonde hair and blue eyes, dressed in unusual garments that indicated a significant status. This figure was Michael, a seraph from heaven and the strongest among them. Michael, slightly nervous, questioned whether he had been summoned again for an invitation to a BR. Azazel quickly reassured him that it was a matter of greater importance, asking if he knew the whereabouts of the person who possessed the twilight healing. Michael revealed that the individual was a member of the church named Asia Argento, which surprised Serzex, as that name was linked to Issei. Michael explained that she had been expelled by the Pope for innocently healing a demon and had died 2 months prior due to fallen angels. He looked at Azazel seriously as he spoke. Azazel defended himself, stating that he had no involvement in that incident and apologized, explaining that his faction had been acting behind his back. Michael continued, noting that Asia's sacred gear had not returned to Heaven's system but had instead merged with another, losing the signal of both. He suspected that the human who now possessed it was Issei. Graia, who had been silently observing, interjected, confirming that Issei had indeed used the healing aura during his confrontation with the fallen angels and had recently activated it again after fighting off some thugs. She expressed her hypothesis with certainty, seeking confirmation from those familiar with sacred gear. Michael explained that the function of sacred gear involved releasing a green aura, with its intensity determined by the bearer's magic, capable of healing any illness or injury not caused by a curse. He then inquired why they were searching for twilight healing. Serzex began to explain the situation regarding his wife but was interrupted by Graia, who revealed that she was Argento and that their baby had a potentially fatal abnormality that required immediate treatment. She expressed her desire to care for and raise their child. Michael understood the urgency but pointed out a problem. Both sacred gears had clashed within the body of Seutai, and Heaven's system could barely detect the boosted gear. He speculated that Issei might not know how to use that power, which explained why he hadn't healed from his injury. Azazel questioned how Michael knew this, to which Michael admitted he had been observing the recent battles, impressed by Issei's strength and mental stability. He recounted how Issei had faced an ambush from bandits who attempted to harm his family but had ultimately defeated them, surprising both Azazel and Serzex. Returning to the topic of twilight healing, Azazel offered to train Issei, though he needed to address issues that had arisen in his territory. Serzex expressed concern about whether Azazel could handle it, to which Azazel confidently replied that he could manage, asking Serzex to take care of the reward for Issei's assistance. Serzex agreed to handle the reward but was curious about Azazel's lack of interest in one for himself. Azazel chuckled, stating that investigating such a rare sacred gear was reward enough for him, though he concealed his true intentions. Serzex then questioned Azazel about his gathering of sacred gear bearers, suspecting he might be planning to reignite the war. Michael echoed this concern, adding to the scrutiny of Azazel's actions. Just as Azazel was about to respond, a magic circle appeared, signaling an urgent call. He explained that he had to leave immediately to deal with a situation involving a runaway who had stolen important documents. He assured them he would train the boy before departing through the magic circle, evading further questions from the leaders. Michael expressed his worry about Azazel potentially planning another war, while Serzex hoped that was not the case, believing Azazel had finally found happiness and stability in his family amidst the peace they had achieved. Both leaders were aware of Azazel's wife, a feared general known for her deadly and effective tactics, which added to their concerns about the future. Restarting the war would mean she would return to the front lines of battle. Both of them knew that she had nearly died in one of her last confrontations against Gabriel and him. Serzex doubted that Azazel would want to send Penemu back to the front. With Graia's response, both Serzex and Michael felt reassured and at ease. The Mao recalled how his partner had looked after that brutal fight. She had been covered in small and serious wounds, bloodied and nearly unconscious. She hadn't even been able to return on her own. Seraphal had carried her back. The Seraph also remembered how Gabriel had appeared after that intense conflict. Gabriel had managed to reach the gates of heaven on his own, his armor torn and stained with fresh and dried blood. His battle had lasted an entire week. Serzex expressed his gratitude to Graia, feeling more at ease knowing the situation. He promised to find the best reward for Seutai, determined to ensure that he would accept helping them. He didn't want to lose her, no matter the cost. He embraced his wife affectionately, and Graia smiled, feeling reassured. She believed Issei would not refuse to help, but she knew that assisting her deserved a reward. Graia encouraged him not to worry, trusting that Issei would help them. She urged him to focus on finding that reward. Their conversation ended with a tender kiss, and afterward, they went to sleep, embracing each other with a shared dream of watching their daughter grow. In the human world, Haidu residents, Issei's parents were gradually coming to terms with Draig's presence within their son. Issei waited patiently for them to adjust, struggling to stay awake. Kuo expressed her concern, asking if Draig was protecting their son. Draig confirmed that he was doing his best to care for Issei, despite being limited without a physical body. Takeda felt more at ease with Draig's presence and thanked him for his help so far. Draig's words were blunt, advising them to stop blaming themselves for everything. He pointed out that their self-reproach was unproductive and detrimental. Issei reassured his parents that Draig's harshness was not constant, explaining that it only occurred when he was reprimanding him. Draig advised them that Issei was young and could correct his behavior more quickly than they could. He encouraged mutual support among them. As Draig prepared to rest, he urged them to let go of the past and get some sleep. With Draig's departure, Issei felt a surge of energy and decided to get up. Despite his parents' attempts to stop him, he insisted on cooking dinner, smiling as he headed to the kitchen. Takeda and Kuo exchanged worried glances, but Takeda soon adopted a calm expression and offered to help Issei. Kuo was puzzled by the ease with which her husband and son approached dinner after the recent turmoil. However, she soon understood that they were following Draig's advice to move on. Taking a deep breath, she joined her family in preparing the meal. After dinner, they went to bed. Issei lay down as he had the previous night, quickly falling asleep from the physical exertion of the day. In the comfort of their home, Takeda changed into his pajamas, revealing bruises on his back from earlier encounters. Kuo noticed and asked if he was in pain. He acknowledged the discomfort but insisted it was nothing compared to what Issei and she had endured. Kuo began to remove Issei's jacket, revealing bruises on her own body, including one on her cheek from a recent confrontation. She shared her feelings of insignificance compared to Issei's suffering. Takeda echoed her sentiment, and as Kyoko finished changing, she reflected on how Issei had looked after the beating he had taken, feeling that her own injuries were trivial by comparison. Kyoko lay beside Issei, speaking softly. Takeda, who had also settled down next to his wife, wrapped his arms around her. Kyoko suggested that once Issei finished his classes, they should go on vacation to a faraway place. She closed her eyes, ready to sleep but eager for her husband's response. Takeda agreed, mentioning that summer was approaching in another part of the world and asked if she would like to go there. Kyoko expressed her happiness at the idea, noting it would be their first vacation outside Japan. Feeling secure, she drifted off to sleep. Takeda remarked on the many emotions of the day, and Kyoko acknowledged that it had all been quite sudden. They bid each other good night, ending a day that had begun well but nearly ended in chaos. The next morning at the Hyudu residence, Issei woke up to find only his mother embracing him. His parents were still asleep, and he felt relieved knowing they were resting well after the events of the previous day. He carefully got out of bed, not wanting to disturb her. It was Monday, and if what he had been told was true, he had missed nearly 3 weeks of school. It was 7 a.m., and he needed to leave for school by 8:30 a.m., with classes ending at 3:30 p.m. He figured the occult research club had disbanded after the departure of his master and friends to the Underworld. His abdomen still ached, but he was determined not to miss any more classes. As he headed to his room, he noticed some opened letters tucked beneath a book, as if they had been hidden there. Despite his initial intention to ignore them, curiosity got the better of him, and he decided to read the contents of the letters. At first glance, he saw that the letters were from the companies where his parents worked. The first letter he opened was addressed to his mother. It informed her that the company no longer required her services due to her frequent unexcused absences in recent weeks. The sender expressed understanding, acknowledging that there must have been significant reasons for her absence, and included a recommendation letter to help her find a new job quickly. The second letter was from Takeda's employer, expressing confusion over his absence and stating that he was being let go for the same reasons. The sender offered a recommendation letter to ease his job search, recognizing that there must have been important reasons for his absence. A look of guilt crossed Issei's face as he realized he might have been the cause of his parents' dismissals. The dragon within him spoke, urging him to stop blaming himself, explaining that his parents had made the decision to prioritize his health over work. The dragon emphasized that life is about choices, and those choices come with consequences, whether good or bad. Issei thanked the dragon but admitted he struggled to understand. After putting the letters back where he found them, Issei headed upstairs to prepare for school. He decided to take a shower, still feeling the remnants of the previous day's events. As he undressed, he felt nervous about cleaning his wound, fearing it might reopen. He recalled how a light spear had pierced him, yet he was puzzled by the absence of a corresponding injury on his back. The dragon explained that his friend's sacred gear had taken care of that, leaving him with no scar on his back but warning that he would bear a noticeable scar on his abdomen if he couldn't master the power of his friend's sacred gear. Issei resolved to train hard to awaken that power, determined not to stop until he succeeded. After his shower, he returned to his room to finish getting ready. He searched for his school uniform, which he remembered had been damaged during the raiding game. However, seeing it intact made him think that his king must have magically repaired it. He smiled at this small surprise and dressed calmly, knowing he still had plenty of time. He opted for a black long-sleeve shirt under his uniform instead of his usual red one, reasoning that it would better conceal any potential blood stains from his wound. Once dressed, he went downstairs to find his parents still asleep. Checking the clock, he noted it was 7:45 a.m. He estimated it would take him about 15 minutes to walk to school. With time to spare, he decided to have a light breakfast, opting for milk and cereal. After finishing breakfast, Issei wrote a note for his parents, letting them know where he had gone, advising them to visit familiar places if they went out, and expressing his love for them. He left the house without checking the time and headed toward the academy, contemplating the various welcome scenarios he might encounter. As he thought about this, he realized he had no excuse for his absences or for the new color of his left eye. He pondered what to do next, wondering if anyone would notice the change in his eye color. Graia, his inner dragon, surprised him with a simple and believable suggestion. He mentioned that instead of making up an elaborate excuse, Issei could say he had an accident and show them his injury. Graia had advised him that the more unnecessary details one provided, the more the story seemed like a lie. Before drifting back to sleep. Arriving at school far too early, Issei noticed that there were no students around. Even the members of the student council, who usually ensured that students adhered to the school uniform policy, were absent. Ignoring this, he continued on his way at a leisurely pace until he reached his classroom. Upon opening the door, he found it empty. He had indeed arrived very early. He approached his usual desk with a hint of nostalgia. Setting his belongings on the table, he sat down and gazed out the window, resting his chin in his palm. He closed his eyes, allowing time to pass without thinking of anything, simply listening to the sound of the leaves rustling in the trees surrounding the academy. Suddenly, he heard a sound coming from the entrance of the classroom and turned his gaze in that direction, spotting a classmate. She was a girl with brown hair tied in 2 braids and green eyes, which were complemented by pink glasses. She wore the female uniform of Kuo Academy, consisting of a purple skirt with white and black details, a short-sleeved white shirt with vertical black stripes, a tie, and brown shoes. This girl was Graia, known for her playful teasing and jokes that often had double meanings. Issei greeted Kiryu with little enthusiasm, unsure of what to say. It wasn't the arrival of Aika that left him speechless. He simply didn't know how to start a conversation. Aika, with her brown hair, silently took her seat, wearing a serious expression. Seeing her classmate after his absence of nearly 3 weeks had thrown her off balance, and she even wondered if he had transferred to another academy like some students had. She asked him seriously from her seat what had happened and why he had been gone for so long, hoping for a clear answer. To ensure she had the information for later, she began recording everything on her phone. Issei explained that he had been in an accident where the car he was in crashed and rolled down a hill. He had hit his head and ended up with glass from a window embedded in his abdomen, though it hadn't pierced any organs. Aika, intrigued, asked if he could show her. It was unusual for Issei to hear her speak so seriously to him. Anticipating her question, he stood up, turned to her, and lifted his shirt to reveal the bandage wrapped around his torso, protecting his injury. Aika wouldn't have believed Issei if she hadn't seen the bandage. Looking into his eyes, she realized he wasn't joking. She hesitated before asking if she could touch it. This caught Issei off guard, but he eventually agreed, telling her she could touch it over the bandage. Aika approached him slowly and gently placed her fingers on his abdomen. She could feel a significant wound even through the bandage. Surprised and impressed, she quickly stepped back, while Issei simply adjusted his clothing. With a hint of challenge in his tone, he asked if that was enough to convince her. He remained standing, waiting for her response, which reflected her lingering disbelief. Issei found himself in the room of the supposedly defunct occult research club, facing unfamiliar individuals who instilled fear in him. They spoke with an unsettling confidence. The red-haired man looked at him seriously and asked if he had nothing to say. A woman with violet eyes, smiling calmly at Issei, told the man to stop releasing his power, as it was only scaring Issei more. The man, known as Red, dismissed her comment, claiming it took the fun out of life. Issei, feeling nervous, finally managed to ask who they were. The red-haired man introduced himself as Great Red, while the woman introduced herself as Ophis. Despite their seemingly friendly demeanor, Issei couldn't shake the feeling of fear. He tried to stand his ground, even as his legs urged him to flee. Graia's voice echoed in his mind, urging him to remain calm and not to panic. Issei, overwhelmed, questioned Graia about their identities, sensing his partner's unease. Graia revealed that Ophis was the dragon goddess of infinity, also known as the ultimate dragon, and Great Red was the dragon god of dreams, known as the Dragon of Dragons. They were both his superiors and leaders of the extinct faction of dragons. Issei was taken aback, unable to believe that the dragon gods stood before him. Graia apologized to his superiors for Issei's reaction. Ophis reassured him that it was fine, and Red agreed, stating they had expected this behavior. Ophis then asked Issei if he was ready to talk, inviting him to sit on the sofa in the occult research club. Issei, still nervous, took a seat and waited for Red to begin his story. Red explained that long ago, when angels ruled the earth and neither demons nor fallen angels existed, the biblical God harbored a justified hatred for a certain reason. He sought to create the most powerful sword to kill dragons, but he couldn't do it alone. He summoned the most powerful angel in his ranks, Luzbel, to help him forge the sword. Together, they infused their energy into it, creating the most powerful sacred sword known. Issei, intrigued, asked if it was true that an angel had power comparable to God. Ophis clarified that Luzbel was the favored son of God, who trained tirelessly to match his father's strength, wanting to make him proud. However, Luzbel eventually grew tired of God's misguided decisions and challenged him for leadership of heaven, sparking the first civil war among the angels. Luzbel had the support of several legions of angels and was evenly matched with God, but he had the advantage of striking with precision and surprise, while God's attacks were random and predictable. But when Luzbel was on the verge of victory, he felt weakness in front of someone. This was taken advantage of by God, who inflicted a serious wound on him. Luzbel's 12 white wings had been burned and stripped of all their feathers. Red recounted the events with a tone of hatred, and a grimace of sadness appeared as he spoke those last words. When Luzbel saw this, he transformed all the love he felt for his father into a justified hatred. It was then that the demonic essence was born. As Luzbel's essence changed, so did the great dragon-slaying sword. Red lowered his head, unable to complete that lamentable fact. He became tainted. Luzbel's essence was no longer the same. Luzbel no longer loved his father. Now he hated him to death, and the feeling was mutual. It was there that the fundamental principle of the supernatural was born. The demonic and the holy do not coexist. The sword split into two, creating the most powerful dragon-slaying swords, the sacred dragon-slaying sword, Ascalon. Ophis accompanied his explanation by showing Issei a figure, created with her own power, of how the mentioned sword looked. And the demonic dragon-slaying sword, Gram. Red concluded his words by opening a rift in space from which a double-edged sword emerged. It measured 120 centimeters in total, including the blade and the hilt. Its blade was black except for the edge, which was a strong scarlet color, and its hilt was silver with a ruby gem at the tip. Issei was astonished and felt a tingling sensation throughout his body just by seeing that sword. Lucifer noticed this immediately, and being faster than God, he took Gram and leaped from the heavens. He believed he would have to face that war alone, but he was followed by 6 more angels, who would later become the 7 princes of the Underworld. They were also followed by many legions of angels who disagreed with God. Of those angels, 72 would be selected to form the 72 demonic pillars. Red continued his explanation while Gram continued to levitate in front of him. Some time later, with the fallen angels having emerged, the great war between factions broke out. The fallen angels did not support God's side, nor did they support the demons. Guided by Azazel, their supreme leader and the second angel capable of confronting God, those angels willingly abandoned heaven, and in doing so, their white wings turned black as night. Ophis briefly explained the emergence of the fallen. As the great war neared its end, the 3 groups had suffered too many casualties. The final battle was fought between Luzbel, Azazel, and God, ending with Azazel severely wounded, Luzbel on the brink of death, and the demise of the biblical God. Red concluded his recounting of the past. Classes had proceeded normally during the first PRD, with a 10-minute break before the second PRD began, during which the brown-haired boy chatted a bit with Kiryu. When lunch arrived after the second PRD, Issei gathered his things and headed to the cafeteria to buy his lunch, as he hadn't prepared one in the morning. As agreed at the entrance, he needed to go to the old building to have lunch with Sona and Tsubaki. The line to buy lunch was long, and it felt even longer as he overheard some male students openly mocking him. After what felt like an eternity, he was finally able to order a sandwich and a bottle of water, which were handed to him rather rudely by the student assisting in the cafeteria that day. Some of the other students looked on disapprovingly but were too afraid to help him, as they were also being bullied. So, they remained on the sidelines, lamenting their inability to assist the brown-haired boy, whom they believed had changed. He decided to order something quick because he wanted to leave that place as soon as possible. He wasn't hungry, the situation had taken away his appetite, but he didn't want to be the only one without something to eat at the gathering. He didn't want to make the girls uncomfortable. Walking calmly, he made his way to the old building, trying to calm his frustration from earlier. At the entrance of the old building, Sona and Tsubaki awaited him with peaceful expressions. Apologizing for his delay, Issei explained that he hadn't brought lunch and had to buy one. By this point, he was feeling much calmer. Sona reassured him that it was understandable and suggested they go inside. She opened the door to the old building, entering first, followed by Tsubaki, with Issei being the last to enter and closing the door behind him. They walked silently through the hallways of the old building until they reached the office that had once been occupied by the president of the Occult Research Club. Upon arriving there, Sona and Tsubaki sat on one of the sofas and prepared to open the food they had brought. Meanwhile, the brown-haired boy took out only the bottle of water from his bag, opened it, took a sip, and set it aside. He felt sad about the departure of his friends and what had been said to him in the cafeteria. Additionally, he felt somewhat nervous about Sona and Tsubaki's presence, trying to mask it by thinking of something else. He asked Sona what her question was, wanting to get through the matter quickly. However, he unintentionally spoke with a tone of sadness and fatigue, which was quickly noticed by his companions. Sona confessed that her inquiry was merely a pretext to have lunch with him. She explained that he had just returned and that rumors spread quickly. This confession surprised Issei, who hadn't expected such a response. Sona had some questions, but what Issei needed at that moment was not an interrogation. He needed to vent. She assured him that she had invited him when there were students around to prevent rumors from easily forming, and that was why Tsubaki was there. She didn't want to create more problems just by having lunch and talking with him. Sona looked at Issei with a small smile, quickly changing her true intentions and forming a quick excuse to talk to him about anything else. Issei expressed his gratitude, unsure of what else to say. He had never spoken to President Seutai in such a manner. Until now, he had only received a few reprimands from her. He never imagined he would be conversing with her as if she were a friend. She asked if he felt better, assuming that the paper points had kept everything in place until now. He replied that he did feel better and thanked her for that as well. Issei nervously mentioned that he supposed there would be no more problems with the perverted trio, disbanded. Sona acknowledged that while their separation benefited the female students at the school, it was not the only issue they faced. Issei, unable to believe there were more problems beyond them, felt somewhat foolish as he recalled the teasing he had endured in the cafeteria, something that had never happened to him before. Sona explained that bullying among students had always existed, and the only difference was that for a time, the animosity had been directed towards them. This was partly why they had not expelled them from the school. Issei reflected on this, realizing that perhaps their actions, even if misguided, had inadvertently contributed positively to the school. Tsubaki, noticing Issei's poor mood, joined the conversation and asked if he was feeling okay. Issei concealed his sadness, recalling old memories. Both Tsubaki and Sona could see through his facade. Tsubaki looked at him with a hint of sadness, while Sona maintained a serious expression. They had already speculated about what had happened to him and were getting closer to the truth. Issei attempted to change the subject, asking if the student council was preparing for their departure. Sona pointed out that it was still early in the school year, and their studies were the priority. She noticed Issei's quick change of topic and decided to address it. She asked if he had thought about his position as president of the club. Issei was surprised, having thought the club had dissolved with Ryusa's departure. Sona clarified that the club would automatically cease to exist in a week due to not meeting the established rules, and if he did not wish to continue as president, he simply needed to wait without facing any penalties. Feeling relieved, Issei agreed that he did not want to be president and would wait. A silence fell over the table as Tsubaki finished her lunch and put away her container. Issei pondered why someone like Sona would want to talk to someone like him, who felt undeserving of being in the school due to the harm he had caused to the girls there. He admitted that some students had a point in their criticisms. Sona, using a small spell to hear Issei's thoughts, felt a bit annoyed by what she heard. She decided to offer him some words of encouragement. Issei nervously called out to her, eager to understand her behavior towards him. Sona explained that her curiosity drove her to understand how the so-called perverted beast felt after the departure of his friends. Issei felt a sting from her description but was ready to accept any criticism from her. Sona reassured him that he was not a beast but rather a person who had been hurt by accusations, lonely after losing his friends, and pretending to be fine for the sake of others. She stood up and approached him, stating that despite his struggles, he was someone who continued to move forward and did not dwell in the past. She saw a kind and vulnerable person beneath the facade. Issei trembled, trying to hold back tears as he listened to her words. Sona expressed her admiration for his strength, which made Issei feel overwhelmed. He managed to thank her quietly as he composed himself. Unbeknownst to him, Sona had intended to comfort him with a gentle touch, but she hesitated midway and withdrew her hand. Apologizing for making him cry, Sona suggested he could go home if he wished. She expressed regret for not being able to talk longer and quickly left, followed by Tsubaki, who was still processing what had just happened. In her haste, Sona forgot her container of food. Issei didn't mind their sudden departure, but Sona's last words resonated deeply with him. Later, after classes, Sona arrived at the student council room, reflecting on her encounter with Issei. She watched him leave from the window, her expression serious. Although she had allowed him to go, she chose to stay and finish her classes, which she appreciated. Just then, someone knocked on the door. Tsubaki went to answer it and let in a woman who greeted her warmly. Evidently, the greeting was returned with courtesy and a hint of happiness. Sona was asked how she emotionally perceived the Seutai as the woman settled into the chair in front of the desk. This woman had long black hair that reached halfway down her back, with the tips taking on a dark violet hue. She was dressed in a black suit, a white shirt, and a red ribbon around her neck. Her violet eyes held a calm gaze, reminiscent of Sona's. Mal felt very bad about himself, and he didn't help when some students teased him. Rias was right in saying that he lost emotional stability after that night. Sona reflected as she looked at her mother, confirming that it was indeed her mother she was referring to. After all, Rias had told them the truth, and Sona had thought she was exaggerating. Sarah, Sona's mother, listened attentively. Tsubaki entered the room, presenting a folder filled with papers to Sarah. "Here are the documents you requested," Tsubaki said, handing over the folder. "Thank you, Tsubaki-chan," Sarah replied with a small smile. Sarah then announced that there had been a slight activity of rogue demons, who seemed to be searching for food. She informed Sona of the situation. "Do you want me to prepare my servants?" Sona asked, sitting at the desk. It seemed odd to her that her mother was concerned about rogue demons. They usually left them alone since they posed no threat to humans. "No, it was just a minor movement. They will likely leave again tonight. I will tell Graia to send for the Seutai," Sarah said, beginning to write something down. "But Mom, he's still recovering from his injury. What if something goes wrong?" Sona questioned, looking worriedly at Sarah. "It doesn't matter. I want to see how he handles situations like this. If he needs help, you will go assist him," Sarah justified her decision. Although Sona was not entirely convinced, she decided to follow her mother's orders, who then vanished through a magic circle. "Issei is strong, Sona. He will manage," Tsubaki encouraged, noticing Sona's concern. "It's not his strength that worries me, Tsubaki. It's his mental state. Just over a week ago, he let go of a fallen angel who could cause problems again. I'm worried that if any renegades appear, they might deceive him," Sona said, gazing out the window where Issei had disappeared. In the Underworld, Gremory Mansion. Things had been very quiet at the Gremory Mansion since Rias and her servants moved to the Phoenix territory. The clan leaders spent their time in the garden, the library, or simply playing with their only grandchild. Graia fulfilled her duties as the maid of the Gremory household and as the personal maid of King Lucifer. She was currently organizing some papers that Lord Gremory had requested, as she needed to present the clan's progress to the Demon Council that night, a monthly obligation for all clans. Graia-sama, a younger maid, interrupted her. Sarah Citri-sama has come to visit you. She said she has something to discuss. She's waiting for you in the living room on the ground floor, the young maid informed. Thank you very much, I will go right away. You can return to your tasks, Graia said, hurrying to finish organizing the papers. After completing her task, Graia headed to where Sarah was waiting. Upon arrival, she found Sarah seated on one of the sofas, sipping tea and chatting with the young maid who had notified her. With your permission, I will take my leave, the young maid said before exiting the room, having returned with Sarah until Graia arrived, purely out of courtesy. It's a pleasure to see you again, Sarah-sama, Graia greeted, performing a slight bow with a faint smile. The same to you, Graia. I'm glad to see you well, Sarah replied, her expression warm. What brings you here? Graia asked, returning to the main topic of their meeting. I'll be brief as I have things to attend to, Sarah said, placing her teacup on the table. I want the Seutai to take care of part of the territory in Kuo. This surprised Graia, causing her to widen her eyes slightly and adopt a serious expression. What is the reason for this request? Graia asked, her tone demanding an explanation. Sarah had never heard her speak like that unless it was about her son, Millikas. I want to see how well he handles situations like hunting rogue demons or capturing deserters, Sarah explained seriously, adopting a professional demeanor. He is still injured. It would be dangerous to give him part of the territory now, Graia stated, trying to dissuade Sarah from her intentions. That's precisely why I want this. I want to see how well he manages while injured. Don't worry, Sona and her servants will be watching over him, just as I will. Sarah seemed to understand that Graia had a certain affection for Issei for some unknown reason. Graia remained silent, contemplating Sarah's words. She didn't want to put Issei at risk due to their connection, especially since he held the only sure cure for her daughter's anomaly. After some thought, she ultimately decided to agree, knowing it would be unusual not to. She was confident that Sarah would keep her word to watch over Issei and support him if necessary. Very well, Sarah-sama. But promise me that you will help him if needed, Graia insisted, wanting to ensure that Sarah would assist Issei if the situation arose. As I said before, Sona and her servants, along with me, will be watching over him, Sarah assured Graia. The silver-haired maid raised her hand and created a magic circle, revealing the city of Kuo, which appeared entirely in icy blue. Gradually, half of the city began to turn a deep scarlet. Curiously, that area had the least renegade activity. Sarah noticed this but chose not to comment. She understood that Graia was protecting Issei, perhaps at Rias's request or for some other reason. Whatever the case, she would find out sooner or later. This part will be under the Seutai's watch. I hope he lives up to his word, Sarah, Graia said, looking into Sarah's eyes with a cold expression. I will not go back on my word, Graia, Sarah replied seriously. Graia stood and bowed in gratitude to Sarah, who watched her curiously, intrigued by the maid's behavior. She noticed that Graia seemed somewhat agitated and that her aura had diminished significantly. As Graia attempted to straighten up, she felt dizzy and lost her balance. Before she could fall to the ground, Sarah quickly caught her. Sarah called for the maids to help her, urgently needing assistance. For some reason, Graia had lost consciousness, which deeply concerned Sarah. 2 maids and 2 soldiers rushed in at her call. Without wasting a moment, she ordered the maids to take Graia to her bed and instructed the soldiers to inform King Lucifer about what had happened. The soldiers quickly obeyed her commands, and after they left, Sarah followed the maids. In the Underworld, Lucifer Castle. The news of Graia's fainting reached Seutai swiftly while he was in a meeting with the Demon Council and the other demon kings. A demon shouted from behind the door of the meeting room, announcing that Sarah Citri had sent them. Graia Lucifuge had suffered an unexpected fainting spell. Seutai immediately rose from his seat, beginning to create a magical circle to reach his wife as quickly as possible. However, he was interrupted by one of the most prominent demons in the council. "Wait, Lucifer. You plan to leave just like that? Your wife can wait. We will not tolerate you abandoning this meeting so easily," the demon said, attempting to assert his authority. Tensions had already flared between the demon kings and the council, and despite their high status, the kings often complied with the council's orders. But the disrespect shown toward his partner pushed Serzex to his limit, unleashing his power. Many council members felt a chill of fear, yet the demon remained defiant, though terrified inside. "I will not allow you to speak about my wife in such a disgusting manner, you old fool," Serzex declared, shocking everyone with his harsh words. "You will not dictate how I treat my family." In response, a sphere of demonic power shot toward the demon's face but vanished just inches away, leaving only a breeze that stirred Serzex's long hair. The red-haired king raised his hand, and 4 spheres of destruction power surrounded the demon, intimidating him. Even the older demon lacked such mastery over his clan's characteristic power, despite being older than Serzex. "Do not forget that I was chosen as King Lucifer, the strongest of the 4 that existed," Serzex stated firmly. At his words, the other council members stood up, intent on challenging him for his insolence. But a series of ice spikes erupted from the ground, halting the demons as they threatened their vital points. These spikes came from a short woman with a youthful appearance, violet eyes, and black hair, dressed in a black secretary outfit. She looked at the demons with fury and seriousness, a sight not seen in a long time. Erica had not been this alert in a long time, and Serzex felt a sense of relief knowing that his allies supported him. She acknowledged that while it might seem like she was always asleep during meetings, she was always aware of what was happening. Her body needed rest, not her mind. As a Mao, she possessed the most powerful defensive technique, and an orange aura enveloped her and her fellow Mao. Serzex expressed gratitude, stating they would settle accounts with the council later. The council members trembled in fear at the thought of their impending doom if they failed to resolve the situation. Ajuka reassured them that they would reach an agreement, hoping it would be peaceful, before Serzex departed with the 2 demons who had delivered the news. He warned them to keep the matter confidential, or they would face dire consequences. The Mao Lucifer was known for his kindness towards soldiers and servants, so the threat he issued left the 2 soldiers shaken, vowing to keep the secret. At the Gremory mansion, Serzex arrived at the entrance and, using his maximum speed, rushed to where Graia was being attended by 2 maids and Sarah. Sarah, concerned, questioned why he had taken so long. Serzex explained that it was the council's fault and asked about Graia's condition. Sarah decided to fetch something for Graia to eat, instructing Serzex to ensure she didn't fall asleep again. Seizing the moment of solitude, Serzex called the only person who could assist him with his problem. Azazel's image appeared through a magical circle, and upon seeing Serzex, he remarked that it wasn't a good time. Serzex informed him that Graia's condition was deteriorating rapidly, prompting a grim expression from Azazel. He promised to begin training the boy as soon as possible but had pressing matters to resolve in his territory, including the disappearance of important documents that had been magically replicated. He needed to investigate who had stolen them and abruptly ended the conversation. The relationship between the leaders of the factions was meant to remain secret, at least for now. Serzex could only hope that Issei would master his healing powers to help Graia. He reassured her that everything would be fine, and she smiled weakly in response, too weak to say anything. In the human world, Kuo began preparing dinner with Takeda, as they now had to cook for 5 people. The arrival of Akemi and Yami had been unexpected, but they adjusted as best as they could. Takeda found himself watching Kuo chop vegetables for the soup, and memories of a terrifying night flashed through his mind. He shook his head to dispel those thoughts but felt the same helplessness he had experienced then. Determined not to let it happen again, he silently vowed to ask Issei for help in training so he could protect Kuo. Kuo noticed Takeda's pensive demeanor and sensed he was blaming himself for recent events. She had felt immense fear during that time as well and chose not to dwell on it. She was grateful for Issei's presence, knowing Takeda felt guilty for not being able to help more. Issei had grown physically strong but remained mentally and emotionally unstable. Kuko realized he hadn't genuinely smiled in a long time. She understood that Issei didn't want to become a demon, but if he had remained human, perhaps she wouldn't be in this situation. She wished for him to return to the carefree young man he once was, but he was now a demon facing challenges that could not be treated lightly. Kuko could only advise, support, and motivate him to move forward and find happiness again. Meanwhile, Takeda was teaching Akemi and Yami how to behave in various everyday situations. Yet, Issei couldn't shake the thoughts of why the fallen angels and some demons were hunting him. He tried to focus on helping Akemi and Yami understand how to act in different circumstances. At midnight, Kuko and Takeda returned to their room and fell asleep, while Akemi and Yami were in Issei's room. Issei was training in his garden, careful not to make any sudden movements as he aimed to maintain his physical condition. Drake had informed him that the stitches had aided his recovery, and while the wound was closed on the outside, it could reopen with a harsh impact. As he was doing push-ups, a magical circle from the Gremory mansion appeared nearby. He quickly stood up and prepared himself to greet whoever arrived. To his surprise, a young girl about the same height and age as Kaneko appeared. She trembled, wearing the female uniform of Kuo Academy, holding a letter in one hand and a somewhat large box in the other. Her short blonde hair framed her face, and her crimson eyes looked at Issei with nervousness and fear. She stuttered, saying she had a letter for him while extending her hand. Issei approached slowly, trying not to startle her, and gently took the letter, attempting to convey calmness, though it seemed futile. He reassured her that she had nothing to fear and that he wouldn't harm her. Issei introduced himself, trying to start a conversation with the young girl while checking the sender of the letter, discovering it was Graia. However, when he looked up, the girl had vanished, leaving him puzzled. He couldn't blame her. She seemed too nervous even to deliver a letter. Issei opened the letter to read its contents. It stated that he had been assigned half of the territory of Kuo City to protect it from the renegade demons and to report on the defector demons to capture and send them back to their respective clans. He would receive financial assistance as long as he sent a report detailing everything happening in his part of the territory. After reading the letter, Issei entered his house to prepare for his outing. Drake, sensing something was off, asked what was troubling him. Issei replied that Graia hadn't written the note, someone else had. Drake questioned how he could be so sure, to which Issei pointed out that he had shared memories with Graia and that she had previously sent him letters without such formality. Once ready, Issei glanced at Akemi and Yami, who were peacefully sleeping in his bed. He had been avoiding spending more time with them because he felt nervous around such beautiful girls. Taking a deep breath, he approached to wake them. He gently shook Akemi, who stirred awake, her blue eyes blinking in confusion. Issei apologized for waking her so late and explained that he needed them to accompany him on a surveillance mission, urging them to put on their armor in case anything went wrong. He calmly left the room and headed to the garden, looking around for any signs of the presence Drake had mentioned. As he stepped outside, the feeling of being watched vanished. Akemi and Yami soon joined him, with Yami expressing her annoyance at being awake so late. Issei reassured them that he disliked it too but insisted it was necessary. He checked the time on his phone, promising they would return before 3. Yami complained about having to accompany him to school the next day, while Issei expressed his desire for some time alone. Akemi, being the more understanding of the two, asked if something specific was bothering him. Issei replied that he had things on his mind and didn't want to worry them with trivial matters. This made both sisters feel uneasy, as they believed Issei didn't trust them enough to share his concerns, even though they often turned to him with their own. Thus began the night for the 3 young guardians as they set out to patrol the streets of Kuo City for an extended PRD. Meanwhile, in a smaller but well-stocked shop in the city, 4 figures were quietly stealing merchandise. A woman with long black hair and green eyes urged her companions to hurry, reminding them they still needed to find more food. She wore black jeans, a white blouse, and a pale green coat. "Don't shout, daughter," Hideki said, raising his voice slightly in his whisper. "You're going to share that with the other kids, right?" Aiko asked, looking at what her daughter was holding. I'm going to share with Neo-chan and all my friends, the little girl exclaimed, delighted to have the sweets. Alright, we need to go. We have to leave this and get to another store before dawn, Asa ordered, heading toward the back exit where they had entered, carrying several bags of food. Hajime and Aiko were in the same situation, while Hideki would carry Celine along with a box of coats and blankets. As Hideki tried to lift Celine into his arms, she lost her balance and dropped her can of sweets to grab onto her father. I'll go get it, she said, separating from her father, who stood frozen in place. The sound of the can hitting the ground caught the attention of the others, and when they saw where it had rolled, they too froze, trembling. Celine hurried to her fallen can of sweets, but as she looked down, she saw something that frightened her. When she lifted her gaze, Issei stood there, looking at her seriously with his arms crossed, leaning against the wall. Sekiyu, was all Asa could manage to say, overwhelmed by fear. The brown-haired boy turned his gaze toward the four adults, who trembled at his presence. Issei noticed that, unlike the girl, they wore worn and dirty clothes, some clearly not fitting them. Celine was paralyzed, having recently learned to read the auras of others, and the aura of the boy before her filled her with dread. Even when Issei bent down to pick up the can, she couldn't move and could only stare at him. He looked at the can, noticing it contained gummy bears, which brought a small smile to his face. They were also his favorites. Here, he said, extending his hand with the can for the little girl to take. She, filled with fear, reached toward the can but hesitated to grab it. Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you, Issei said with a calm smile. More reassured, the girl took the can of sweets and returned his smile. With that, all her fear vanished. Afterward, she quickly ran back to her parents, who were still trembling. Issei straightened up and looked seriously at the adults. I want you to answer me truthfully. Are you the only rogue demons in this city? He asked, remaining in his neutral stance. No. There are more. They are under our care, Aiko replied nervously, receiving terrified glances from the other demons for revealing something so important. Will you show me? The brown-haired boy asked as calmly as possible. Aiko moved closer to her daughter to lift her into her arms, no longer concerned about the supplies. The other demons quickly set down what they had been carrying, realizing they might not be allowed to leave with it all. If you need it, take it. I honestly don't care, Issei said, starting to follow Aiko, who was already at the back door. He passed by the rogue demons, who simply looked down in fear. Once Issei began to follow Aiko, the others quickly grabbed the supplies to stay close in case anything went wrong. During the journey, no one spoke, creating a chilling silence. The only sounds were the footsteps and the rustling of bags and boxes containing their provisions. Akemi and Yami were with Issei, as evidenced by the silhouettes of swords on their forearms. Both were alert to their wielder's actions, just like Draig, who couldn't understand the decisions the brown-haired boy had made. The path felt long to Issei, but when Aiko stopped, he saw a large abandoned factory. Its neglected walls and somewhat eerie appearance were evident. Aiko approached the factory gate and knocked in a specific pattern. Issei attributed this to a signal for them to open the gate without fear of an unknown presence. Aiko-san, it's good to see you're safe. Did you get the coats? Where are the man who spoke couldn't finish as he noticed the Seutai standing behind one of their leaders. Trust me. Don't be afraid, Aiko whispered, appearing to have some sort of plan. Issei stepped ahead of Aiko for the first time that night, entering the factory and observing his surroundings. Upon entering, he saw dozens of people running to hide. It was clear they were afraid, but he found it curious that none of them used their powers as demons, which led him to question them. Why didn't you use your powers to take things from the store? He asked loudly, waiting for a response from one of the leaders. We didn't use our powers because it would make it easier for our masters to find us. Hideki replied, placing the provisions on the factory floor, just like Asa and Haji. I see. The brown-haired boy responded, creating a small sphere of fire in his right hand and beginning to walk along the edges of the factory. That fireball helped him see the darker corners of the factory, allowing him to observe several young demon families. Some had babies just a few months old and very young children, barely entering their teenage years. Seeing the 3 floors of the factory, he assumed there were families on the upper levels as well. As he attempted to ascend to the 2nd floor, he was interrupted by a magical circle forming in his ear, like a call. "Hello? Issei?" Graia was the one reaching out to him at that late hour. The other demons couldn't hear the person on the other end of the call, so they strained to listen to the brown-haired boy's words. "Graia-san," Issei said aloud, startling the rogue demons who feared for their fate and recognized the voice behind the call. It was Graia Lucifuge, the strongest queen. "Did you receive the letter I sent you? I know you noticed I didn't write it myself, but I had a little inconvenience," the maid explained to the young boy, who sat on one of the steps with a small smile. "Yes." The writing style seemed a bit odd. "How are you?" he asked, downplaying that detail. "I'm well, just a bit tired." Back to the topic of the letter. As Issei continued his late-night vigil, he was approached by Graia, who inquired if he had encountered any deserting or renegade demons. The maid found it unusual to see the brown-haired boy so alert at such a late hour. Issei, looking seriously at the 4 leaders present, asked if they had seen any deserting demons. The leaders trembled at his words, regretting their lack of caution. For now, Issei reported that he had not seen any renegade demons either, which caught the attention of the others, who were surprised that he was hiding something from them. Graia, feeling exhausted, bid him good night and urged him to rest before classes. After she left, Issei checked the time on his phone, noting it was almost 3 in the morning. Determined to uncover the truth, Issei stood up and set out to explore the 3 floors of the building. The leaders of the deserting demons were visibly anxious, their fear palpable. Aiko, stepping forward, hesitantly asked if she could pose a question. Issei agreed but insisted they answer his inquiries first. As he continued his exploration of the 1st floor, he asked if the renegades and deserting demons collaborated. Hideki responded that they did not get along. The renegades thrived on the thrill of their power, while they preferred to remain hidden. Issei pressed on, asking how they had ended up in their current situation. Asa explained that they had been chased to the city, where they managed to lose their pursuers and had since refrained from using their powers to avoid detection. Issei then inquired whether they had chosen to protect others out of obligation or compassion. Aiko confidently stated that they could not abandon others like themselves, as they were all in the same struggle. Issei's next question was about why they had left their clan. Hajime revealed that he and his wife had fled upon learning their future daughter would be used as a bargaining chip in clan negotiations. Asa added that their master had intended to force her into his harem, which she had vehemently opposed. Aiko shared her own story, explaining that they had escaped after their master discovered her Prgin CY and sought to eliminate them for what he believed was betrayal. Issei, looking at Hideki, confirmed he was Aiko's husband. He then asked about their ranks within their former clan. Asa simply stated she was a tower, Hajime identified himself as a knight, and Hideki, with a hint of sadness, said he was a pawn. Aiko, in a low voice, revealed she was a mutated queen, which surprised Issei. Feeling that he had enough information for now, Issei acknowledged Aiko's earlier question about what he would require in exchange for protection. He raised an eyebrow, intrigued by her directness. Aiko pressed him, noting that he had lied to Graia about not encountering any deserting demons and demanded to know his true intentions. Issei clarified that he sought nothing from them. He explained that when he told Graia he hadn't seen any deserting demons, it was because he genuinely believed there were none around. He commended them for prioritizing their family's safety over the rules and offered his protection without hesitation, believing that such bravery deserved a better life. He informed them that this was now his territory and that they could use their magic, as long as it wasn't too conspicuous. As he prepared to leave, he advised them to rest, promising to return the next day for a formal introduction. Just as he was about to exit, Aiko called out to him, expressing her gratitude with tears of joy. Issei reassured her that it was nothing and closed the gate behind him. Outside, he spotted someone he hadn't seen in a long time. With a serious expression, he approached the figure. The young man with blonde hair and gray eyes, dressed in the male uniform of Kuo Academy, greeted him with a smirk, questioning what he was doing near an abandoned factory. Issei dismissed the inquiry, stating he had merely heard a noise and went to investigate, unlike Sajji, who seemed to have a knack for reading demonic auras. Sajji then revealed that his king had sent him to assist Issei during his first night watch, adding that it felt unfair for a pawn to protect the territory alone. Issei, slightly annoyed, asked how many pieces had been used to revive him and inquired about Sajji's king. Sajji replied that he was instructed not to disclose that information. Issei, in a sarcastic tone, mentioned that his own king had told him the same. Sajji shrugged off the matter, suggesting it was of little importance. As their conversation continued, Issei urged Sajji to head home, indicating that he had completed his duties for the night. Issei was growing tired of the blonde boy's behavior and wanted him to leave before an unnecessary argument began. The other pawn remarked on how boring Issei was, glancing at the brown-haired boy's forearms, where two sword shapes were visible. He continued, suggesting that Saunakaishu would scold him for having such terrible tattoos, and that a dragon would have looked better one that would suit him more than Issei. Issei halted his steps, inhaling deeply before responding. He warned the blonde that it would be better for him to leave, as he didn't want to start a pointless fight. As he resumed walking, he noted that he was only a couple of blocks from home. The blonde retorted that Issei didn't want to fight because he would surely lose, but it didn't matter. He waved goodbye, calling Issei weak. Once again, Issei resisted the urge to respond and continued on his way home, where he could finally rest. Moments later, Issei arrived at the Hyudu residence. He quietly entered his room, ensuring that his parents were still asleep and unaware of his absence. Once inside, he changed into his pajamas with a spell and lay down on his bed, exhausted from the night. Just as he was about to drift off, Graia asked why he hadn't mentioned the rogue demons he had encountered to Graia. Issei had closed his eyes and relaxed his body, keeping his mind active. He felt Akemi and Yami settle beside him but paid little attention to it. They had the same questions as Graia but quickly fell asleep despite their curiosity. Issei explained that the demons only wanted to live in peace, having been there for many years without causing trouble. Graia acknowledged Issei's kindness but still had one more question. He asked what Issei planned to do with the demons and if he truly intended to protect them. Issei opened his eyes, looking seriously at the ceiling before answering that, of course, he would protect them. What kind of honorable dragon would not keep his word? Graia chuckled, expressing pride in Issei's growth, and Issei closed his eyes again, finally ready to sleep. The next morning, Issei and the sisters woke up to the sound of his alarm. It was 7:30, and they had barely slept for more than 4 hours. Like any normal person, they felt like sending whoever was talking to them away. Issei got up and stretched, trying to shake off the lingering sleepiness before getting dressed. Akemi and Yami, on the other hand, wanted to go back to sleep, but seeing their host's bare torso wiped away their fatigue, leaving them feeling embarrassed and flustered. Issei suggested that the girls take a shower to wake up fully, announcing that he would go first and prepare the bathroom for them. He left the room, completely unaware of the looks Akemi and Yami exchanged, which they silently appreciated, feeling somewhat ridiculous. After they were all showered and dressed, Issei, Akemi, and Yami joined Kyuko and Takeda for breakfast. They chatted about everyday things until it was 8 in the morning. Issei stood at the door, saying goodbye to his parents. Somehow, he had convinced them to let Akemi and Yami stay a little longer. The walk to school was relatively peaceful. For the first time, he didn't hear as many rumors about himself or insults directed at him as he had in previous days. Upon arriving at the academy, he spotted Saunakaishu, who was always there to ensure students arrived in proper attire, accompanied by her loyal friend, Tsubaki. Issei greeted them with a courteous smile, and they returned the greeting, marking the beginning of a daily routine. 2 weeks had passed since Issei fought against Ryanair and the Fallen Angels. Thursday night marked the deadline for Calawarner, and Issei was well aware of it. This knowledge sometimes kept him awake at night, as he anticipated the results, knowing they might be disappointing but still curious about the blue-haired woman. He hadn't mentioned anything to his parents, not wanting them to worry or decide to accompany him. The same went for Akemi and Yami. It wasn't that he didn't trust them, but he simply didn't want to cause them concern. He believed it would be a quick trip, and now that it was midnight, everyone else in the house was asleep. He was finishing his preparations to head to the meeting place. As he put on his shirt, he accidentally bumped into his desk chair, causing it to scrape against the bed and make a noise loud enough to wake Akemi. She sleepily asked where he was going, and Yami, who was already somewhat uncomfortable, stirred awake. They both questioned him about his late-night plans, which he had intended to keep discreet. Having started sleeping in the same bed with him a few nights ago, they had become more aware of his movements, something Issei hadn't anticipated. He quickly came up with an excuse, saying he was going to train and keep an eye on the city. However, Akemi looked at him with doubt, questioning his words. Issei, feeling nervous, assured them that he was fine. He was surprised at how quickly they were developing their personalities, becoming somewhat enigmatic to him, which had been much easier to navigate at first. However, things became more complicated for him. He had spent enough time with Kyuko that both blondes had learned to recognize Issei's physical quirks when he lied, among other things. One of those quirks was his inability to maintain direct eye contact with the person he was lying to. Although he managed to hold it together at first, he eventually began to falter and ended up looking away. Akemi, always attentive to his gaze, noted, "You're lying." Issei couldn't refute the words of the blue-eyed girl and simply nodded, feeling embarrassed for trying to lie so blatantly. He admitted, "I'm sorry. I need to go pick up some papers from a fallen angel outside the city." He spoke the truth, knowing he couldn't come up with another excuse without them realizing he was lying again. "But Drake-sama told us that fallen angels, like some demons, are looking for you. And now you have to go meet one of your enemies for papers?" Yami asked, unconvinced by his explanation, and rightly so. "Now that you put it that way, it does sound hard to believe. But it's the truth," Issei replied, aware that both girls had started to distrust him. It was also a bit more complicated to explain. "We're coming with you, and you'd better hope what you say is true," Akemi said, stepping closer to Issei with a threatening look. It was clear she had grown tired of the secrets he kept. Issei couldn't believe that the kindest of the sisters was now looking at him in a way that made him feel small in comparison. "And if you refuse, we'll tell your parents right now," Yami added, intensifying the pressure on Issei. Reluctantly, he surrendered to their words, saying, "All right. Just calm down and don't wake them." "Well then, what are you waiting for? Take us," Akemi commanded, transforming into her sword form and entering Issei's arm, while her sister followed suit with the other arm. Defeated, Issei began walking toward the exit of his home. The journey to the meeting place started off completely silent in his mind. He realized this was because Akemi and Yami were upset with him and wouldn't speak until they calmed down. He didn't want to think about anything either, as they would hear his thoughts. He needed to find a way to resolve this quickly. He didn't want them both in his head during important moments. Or in other situations. Though he admitted that the silence, in his mind with both swords present, was strange. In a way, he didn't want to stop hearing their voices. Taking advantage of the empty street, Yami decided to exit Issei and walk beside him, still visibly upset. Akemi mirrored her sister's gesture but seemed calmer now. Both wore their armor since Issei had yet to fulfill his promise of buying them clothes. He regretted this, as he had previously carried part of Akemi's armor and realized how heavy it was. "I'm sorry for not telling you the truth all those times I kept things from you," Issei began, trying to apologize. However, he received no response from either of them. This indicated to him that he needed to continue his apology. "I know you think I don't trust you, but it's the opposite. I trust you both a lot, and if I don't share my problems, it's to keep you from worrying," he continued, hoping one of them would respond. "I know Yami won't admit it, but every time you did that, it hurt us. We felt like we weren't trusted. Because of our origins," Akemi spoke with a pained tone, revealing that Issei's actions had genuinely hurt her. Meanwhile, Graham had her arms crossed behind her head, looking away. Deep down, she felt the same as her sister but wouldn't admit it. For some reason, she was more proud. Issei began to feel remorse for his actions. How could he have forgotten that Akemi and Yami learned to feel like everyone else? How had he not realized earlier that they cared for him just as much as his parents did? "I'm sorry. I truly regret it," he said, struggling to find the right words to express his remorse. Just try to share those things and not keep them from us. Try to trust us a little more, Akemi said with a sad smile, knowing it would be difficult for him to do as she asked. Still, she held on to hope that he would keep that promise. The journey fell back into silence for a while, enough time for the feelings from the previous situation to gradually fade for each of them. Did you run into that JRK again? Yami asked, referring to Sajji. No, but I didn't make much of an effort to look for him, Issei admitted, recalling that he had found a secret spot to eat lunch to avoid running into students who still held some resentment toward him. That leads me to ask, how many pieces did you use to revive Issei? Akemi inquired, remembering the conversation he had with the other pawn a few nights ago. I used 8 pawn pieces, all of them from the chess set, he replied simply, not wanting to recall the brief conversation he had with the blonde. If you used all of them, why didn't you say anything? Did he also use all 8 pieces? Yami asked, somewhat annoyed at the memory of the insult they received from that stupid blonde. I didn't say anything because I don't care, just like I don't care how many pieces they used with him. But if it comes to fighting, I assure you I won't be the one who ends up unconscious, Issei responded, his tone a mix of annoyance and sarcasm. Are you serious? Akemi asked, looking at him with intrigue at his insinuation. The last time we fought together, he was the first to go down. I had to defeat that rogue demon all by myself, Issei said, unconsciously recalling the night Asia died. What did you talk about with the deserters the other night? Yami asked, remembering that detail since Issei hadn't taken them with him. By this point they were getting closer to the city exit. They told me some details about their escape. They mentioned there were at least 200 people there. The ones in charge are Asa, Aiko, Tajini, and Hideki. Issei commented that Asa was the most important when it came to making decisions as they began to enter the forest. Akemi, intrigued, asked if they were the most powerful. The brown-haired boy explained the hierarchy: Aiko, Asa, Hajime, and Hideki, surprising the young women beside him. Yami, confused, wondered why Aiko, being the strongest, wasn't the one making the decisions. Issei clarified that all 4 were leaders who made decisions together, but Asa had the strongest personality for leadership. He recounted a recent encounter with them, wanting to gauge their strength. This revelation surprised and slightly annoyed the sisters, who shot him disapproving looks. Realizing their discomfort, Issei quickly clarified that it had only been a warm-up, nothing serious, which eased their expressions. He expressed his admiration for the potential of those demons, recalling his own experiences training with Rias and her stronger companions. Issei mentioned that they had offered to help him train, so he planned to visit them occasionally. Akemi eagerly asked if she and Yami could accompany him, to which Issei agreed, also noting his commitment to assist them with food and resources. Yami inquired if he intended to steal, and Issei explained that he would buy what he could with his earnings from contracts and the new financing for territory care, but he wouldn't resort to theft unless necessary. Graia warned Issei that they were approaching their destination, sensing a presence nearby. The dragon alerted him that he wasn't alone, which made Issei adopt a serious demeanor. Graia cautioned him not to be overly confident, reminding him that while trust was good, too much could be dangerous. Meanwhile, at the meeting place, Calawarner arrived with 3 others through a magic circle. Beside her stood a man with brown eyes and black hair, dressed in black pants, a white shirt, and a matching jacket. A little distance away, a girl with blue hair and brown eyes, wearing a dark blue overall and a red shirt underneath, played with a boy who had black hair and amber eyes, dressed in green shorts and a blue shirt. Both children wore slightly dirty white sneakers from playing in the dirt. The man Kay asked Calawarner if she was sure Issei would come. She reassured him that he was close and not alone, though she felt a twinge of fear from the auras accompanying him. Kay was astonished by the powerful demonic and angelic auras he sensed, which overshadowed even that of the dragon. Calawarner admitted that she now had more reason to obey Issei's orders, recalling her last risky attempt to gather information. Kay expressed concern for Calawarner's safety, not wanting to lose her or leave their children without a mother. When Issei finally emerged from the trees with 2 girls, Calawarner nervously greeted him, and he smiled, asking her to call him Issei instead of using formal titles, which helped ease Kei's tension. As Akemi and Yami noticed the children had stopped playing, Calawarner handed Issei a sizable folder containing the information he requested. He accepted it while observing Akemi and Yami, who were now engaging with the curious little girl, bringing a smile to his face. Suddenly, the boy, who had been behind Kei, ran up to Issei with an annoyed expression, demanding to know why he had sent his mother to be harmed. Issei's surprise was evident as he processed the child's outburst. Calawarner quickly covered the boy's mouth and repeatedly apologized to Issei, while Kei turned pale, fearing the boy's words might have offended the young Seutai. Calawarner, in a rush to make amends, knelt before Issei, begging for forgiveness, with Kei following suit, pressing his forehead to the ground in BGMI. The little girl, Akemi, and Yami watched in confusion, having just been playing moments before. Issei, bewildered by their reaction to what he considered an innocent question, shrugged, unsure why they were treating him with such reverence. He crouched down to meet the boy's gaze, who showed no fear, and looked at him seriously. He knew the child wanted answers, and he would provide them gently. At this point, the small boy with black hair had somehow separated from his mother and was looking intently at the Seutai. Issei, with a serious expression, began to explain, causing the boy's parents to glance up, slightly alarmed. His mother had done some bad things for a time, which had affected him in a certain way. One night he had gone to visit a friend, and on the way he encountered some fallen angels who were up to no good. The boy's mother had also been there. The child looked at his mother, astonished and fearful, beginning to piece together why she might have been with those who were considered bad. They had sought to harm him to take something very important from him. He had been scared. They were more numerous and likely stronger. And he was not mistaken. The boy's mother was one of the strongest among them. Issei recalled how he had decided not to be afraid and had managed to defeat 2 of them. However, he still needed to defeat 2 more, including the boy's mother. He had been too injured to continue fighting, and she had been as well. It was then that one of them had escaped, leaving the boy's mother to her fate. He had spared her life because she had done everything for her children, for him and his sister, for their safety. The fallen angel who had escaped had threatened her, saying that if she did not follow orders, they would harm her children. At these words, the boy looked sadly at his mother, who now wore a calm expression. She had agreed to provide him with information about his enemies, including one of the leaders of the fallen angels. She had done this to try to make amends for the harm she had caused. But he had never thought she would put herself in such danger, he concluded, looking disapprovingly at Calawarner. Calawarner, rising from the ground alongside Kei, stammered that she had only thought it would be for the best. By this point, the little girl and her blonde sisters had returned to playing, this time a game of hide and seek. Issei expressed his frustration, noting that he had spared her that day because she had claimed to want to protect her family, yet she was now putting herself in mortal danger for something like this. Regardless, he thanked her for the information. Kei and Calawarner called for the little girl to head home, having given up on the idea of asking him to break the contract after hearing the final tone of his voice. He told them something he hoped would serve them well in the future. They should never bow their heads or kneel before him or anyone who did not deserve their respect. He reminded Calawarner that she was strong, and that they should not fear everything. Both fallen angels looked at Issei with gratitude for his words, though they could not hide their sadness about not being able to break the contract. Calawarner still felt the weight of the young Seutai's claim regarding her exposure to mortal danger. He urged Calawarner never to allow her family to be threatened as she had been. They were strong enough to protect their family, but they could become even stronger. He encouraged them to train to achieve that strength, and if they ever needed his help, they should not hesitate to ask. He smiled at Calawarner as he spoke. Calawarner agreed, thanking him and noting that they would see him in 2 weeks. As her family gathered, they prepared to create a magical circle beneath them that would take them home. Issei called out to Calawarner from a considerable distance, advising her to stop spying on her leaders and to live her normal life, reminding her not to forget what he had said. He raised a hand in farewell, as did Akemi and Yami, who were also bidding goodbye to the little girl. He added that the next time they met, She should properly introduce him to her family, which made Calawarner blush with embarrassment for having forgotten that detail. The children's father felt a similar embarrassment, realizing he could introduce himself as well. Yami, intrigued, asked Issei why he had told her not to bring him more information. He explained that if she had put herself in danger for this information, he could only imagine what other risks she might have exposed herself to for just a few pieces of paper. Akemi then inquired about the friend he had mentioned visiting in his story. Issei calmly replied that they would visit her on their way home, picking a few pretty flowers from the area as he spoke. Yami asked if she knew about the supernatural, picking up a red flower from the ground and admiring it. Akemi did the same with a white flower similar to her sister's. Issei confirmed that she had helped him for a time. He began walking toward the forest, this time heading in a different direction, with Akemi and Yami following silently behind him. After about 10 minutes, they arrived at a spot by a river, where a tree cast a large shadow. As if by divine intervention, a beam of moonlight broke through the leaves, illuminating a patch of ground. There lay a somewhat mossy stone with an inscription in Italian. Akemi and Yami immediately understood that this place was the grave of Issei's friend. They recognized the name inscribed there, but the rest was unclear to them. Asia Argento, dear friend, Issei translated for the two girls accompanying him. Yami, feeling a twinge of sadness for him, asked how she had died, as he had never mentioned anything about it, nor had he explained the reason for his wound. Issei explained that Graia had taught them about sacred gears. When a sacred gear is forcibly extracted from its host, that host will inevitably die. The process of extraction is torturous. He shared that she had died in that manner, killed by a fallen angel named Renaer, who had also sought to kill him. Issei knelt down, placing flowers beside the stone, reflecting on the wound in his abdomen. This had been their favorite spot to spend the afternoons when they could meet, as they were friends in secret. She belonged to the church and he was a demon. A sad smile crossed his face as he thought about their time together. Akemi's question lingered in the air, prompting Issei to ponder something he had never considered before. Did he love Asia? Why hadn't he asked himself that question sooner? Did she love him in return? A flood of questions began to swirl in his mind. He hesitated, feeling a slight ache in his head as he touched it. Memories rushed back to him, every time he saw Asia smile, it brought him joy. Yet he struggled to focus on just one thought as countless memories piled up in his mind. He cherished the time they spent together and wished those moments would never end. Akemi mentioned that love was about caring for the other person, watching as Issei tried to recall his feelings. She reminded him to be more careful, as being a demon didn't mean he should act recklessly. A sweet voice echoed in his mind, blending sadness and concern. He recalled a moment of childish innocence, shouting that he was the Red Power Ranger while donning a motorcycle helmet he had found in the trash, a red cape, and an empty water gun. As he attempted to run toward Asia, he tripped over the cape and fell comically. Her laughter rang in his ears, and he couldn't help but smile, ignoring the pain of the fall. Asia felt sorrowful for not being able to help him with his demonic troubles, while he only wanted to see her happy. Akemi continued, saying that love was about helping someone become better. She hoped for a response from Issei, as she and her sister were unaware of the turmoil in his mind. He remembered Asia's concern for him, urging him to stop spying on girls while they changed, as it only led to trouble. She wanted him to focus on studying or spending time with her instead. He was still puzzled by how he had responded to her advice. Asia expressed her desire for him to be happy and safe, fearing what might happen if he got hurt for real. Those words struck him deeply, especially when he saw her on the verge of tears because of him. He promised to try to change his ways, to study more, and to avoid causing her pain. Her gratitude warmed his heart, especially when she smiled at him and kissed his cheek. He cherished that feeling, realizing how much he loved her and how much he enjoyed seeing her happy. He instinctively touched the spot where her lips had met his skin, feeling his eyes well up with emotion. The dragon within him questioned whether he truly loved Asia, sensing his companion's lack of reaction and witnessing new memories surfacing. Issei admitted to himself that he loved Asia, but it was too late to protect the one person who might have reciprocated his feelings. Tears streamed down his face as he silently mourned, comforted by Akemi and Yami, who tried to understand his pain. He apologized repeatedly, wishing he had realized his feelings sooner, feeling the weight of his sorrow. After a moment, he regained his composure and gazed at the stone bearing Asia's name, now dampened by his tears. Standing tall once more, he took a deep breath and began walking back toward the city, heading home. Akemi and Yami exchanged glances filled with sadness for Issei before looking back at the stone that marked the name of the one he loved. They hurried to catch up with him. Issei was reviewing the documents Calawarner had given him earlier, feeling a newfound sense of calm and peace in his heart and mind. He sensed Akemi and Yami approaching him, but neither dared to mention what had just happened. He acknowledged their unspoken concerns, promising to share everything in due time but asking for a moment to gather his thoughts. Yami, for the first time, spoke gently, assuring him they would try to understand. Akemi added that they hoped he wouldn't take too long to confide in them and offered their support, encouraging him to reach out whenever he needed someone to listen. Issei expressed his gratitude, returning to the papers Calawarner had entrusted to him. He marveled at the amount of information she had gathered, understanding the risks she had taken. The documents contained crucial details, some from heaven and others from the demons. He focused on finding the section that interested him most, flipping through the pages until he found what he was looking for. Fallen angels, members of Gregory. Gregory? What is that? The brown-haired boy asked, seemingly to no one in particular. Akemi and Yami were nearby, trying to decipher the information with the limited Japanese they had learned from their host's parents. That is what the leaders of the fallen angels named their faction. Although this is unofficial, Draig explained for everyone to hear. How do you know that, Draig? Akemi asked, curious about the information. I discovered it when I still had a physical body, the dragon replied, clearing the doubt that lingered among them. I see, let's look at the leaders. Alright, the first one is Azazel. It says here that he is the most powerful among the leaders of Gregory, married to a cadre named Penemu, and has a daughter. He is the absolute governor of the fallen angels and desires only peace, dedicating himself to studying sacred gear, Issei said, observing the image of a man beneath the description he had just read. The man had black hair and violet eyes, with part of his bangs appearing to be naturally blonde. He wore black pants and shoes, a white shirt unbuttoned halfway down his chest, and a purple trench coat over it. They found themselves in the Underworld, specifically at the initiation ceremony for the wedding of Reiser Phoenix and Rias Gremory. Issei, a 16-year-old who had been reincarnated as a low-class demon, was a pawn in Rias Gremory's entourage. She was his master. He had come to interrupt the ceremony to save her from a man she did not wish to marry. Issei reflected on how he had arrived at this moment. He had once been a young man with a penchant for peeking at girls in their changing rooms, which often led to him receiving a few punches. During his second year of high school at Kuo Academy, while returning home after classes, he had taken a different route and paused on a bridge to contemplate his future. It was there that he saw her black hair, violet eyes, a good physique, and wearing the uniform of an academy he did not recognize. She introduced herself as Amano Yuma. She declared her feelings for him on that bridge, professing her love and admitting that she had been watching him for a long time. Desperate to have a girlfriend, Issei did not find the situation strange and accepted her advances. The next day, he introduced her to his best friends, Matsuda and Motohama, who were envious of him for being with such a beautiful girl. She invited him out on Sunday, and he eagerly agreed. He took her to various places, trying his best to be respectful and not let his perverted tendencies show. He bought her a pink fabric bracelet that had caught her eye. It was the best day he had spent with someone who claimed to care for him, apart from his parents. A woman with black hair and violet eyes, dressed in an extravagant violet gown, shouted at Seraphal. Seraphal Leviathan, the demon queen of Leviathan, replied seriously, asserting that the kings must support one another against the insolence of a few, a lesson she had learned from her grandmother. A demon with blue eyes and slicked-back green hair stood up in response to the woman's plea. He wore black pants that matched his shoes, a lab coat, and a white shirt underneath. Unfortunately for the woman, Ajuka agreed with his companions. He raised his hand, and green magical circles appeared above the council demons. These circles would send them to the depths of the underworld, where they would never escape. Another woman with long orange hair and brown eyes, dressed in a simple black dress with orange rose details, declared that they would stop the others. Issei asked if they should take a box of food with them. Aiko, with light brown eyes and long hair, confirmed they needed to bring as much as possible for their own. Hideki, a man with blue hair and eyes, inquired if they had found the coats. Hajime, another man with white hair and yellow eyes, reported that he had found a few blankets and some coats but nothing more. Aiko then asked Hideki where Celine was, and he began to look around, concerned. Celine, a small girl with long white hair and blue eyes, came running toward them, holding a can of sweets. Draig, the dragon, commented humorously about Azazel being married, surprising the young ones present. Issei, confused by Draig's tone, asked for clarification, as did the girls beside him. Draig explained that while he was alive, he had heard that Azazel was not one to settle down, moving from one partner to another, and it was surprising to learn he was now married. Yami, blushing, agreed that it was unnecessary to elaborate further, while Issei still did not grasp the reference. The young group walked through the streets of Kuo, taking their time to return home after finishing their reading on the leaders of Gregory. Issei continued, reading about Shemhaza, the vice-governor of the fallen angels, who was the third strongest leader of Gregory but the second most intelligent after Azazel, possessing great strategic capabilities. He looked at a photo of a man with slightly long, tousled black hair and violet eyes, dressed in a white shirt with 2 buttons undone, black pants, and matching shoes. Akemi and Yami both expressed their dislike for someone, and Issei shared their sentiment. He pondered the immense power of the leaders of Gregory and questioned whether they stood a chance against them. Draig responded honestly, admitting uncertainty about their ability to win, even with the balance breaker still untested. He emphasized the need for Issei to improve both physically and mentally, especially with the girls around to help him practice wielding a sword in each hand. Intrigued, Issei considered the possibility of using both swords simultaneously. Issei decided he wanted to rest for a bit and asked the girls to go ahead, knowing they understood he needed some time alone after the earlier events. The 2 girls complied without complaint. It took Issei an hour to finally head to his room, during which Akemi and Yami waited for him, concerned. Their worry faded when they saw him enter. Surprised to find them still awake, Issei changed into his pajamas and noticed the girls turning away, slightly embarrassed. Yami nervously admitted they couldn't sleep, while Akemi expressed their desire to hear his story since they already knew theirs. Understanding their curiosity, Issei sat on the edge of his bed and glanced at the clock, realizing it was already 2 in the morning. He smiled, thinking they would be staying up late that night. Encouraged by the fact that it was Friday and he didn't have school the next day, Issei felt happy to share those hours with the girls. They too were eager to learn more about him beyond their usual lessons. Yami, particularly interested, urged him to start with how he became a demon. Issei smiled, having anticipated that question. He began his tale, and the night passed quickly as the girls listened intently, captivated by his story. As the first rays of sunlight peeked through the window, Issei realized it was time to stop and prepare for the academy, leaving the girls satisfied with what they had learned. That week would be the last he attended school without Akemi or Yami, as it was part of the agreement he made with his parents to attend only for a few days. He felt a newfound comfort with them, having shared something deeper than before, which eased his previous nervousness around them. At school, Issei entered his classroom without speaking to anyone, especially since Kiryu was absent for a medical checkup. He settled into his seat, reading the information Calawarner had gathered about the factions, discreetly covered by a history book about King Arthur. As the teacher greeted the class and began the lesson, Issei reflected on how he had grown accustomed to eating lunch alone in the academy's grove since Matsuda and Motohama had left for Osaka and Tokyo. Sona hadn't invited him again, and he lacked the courage to ask. He had bought his lunch on the way to school, where people treated him kindly, unlike in the cafeteria. While eating, he continued to read the data on the Angel faction, nearing the end before moving on to the Demon faction. Suddenly, Sona, the student council president, surprised him by acknowledging his presence in the grove. Nervous at being caught, Issei stammered her name. Sona explained that she had been coming to the old building daily to have lunch and talk with him, but it seemed he was avoiding her. Issei apologized, surprised that she wanted to share lunch with him. She expressed that it was refreshing to be treated like a regular person rather than the president of the council, which Issei understood. He commented on how being treated with respect all the time could be tiring, and for the first time, he noticed a hint of sadness in her voice. Issei felt a connection, recognizing her feelings about the distance from her friends. He decided to offer her understanding and support, hoping to bridge the gap between them. They do not see you as a friend when they stop working in the council, or they simply fear being rejected. Issei shared his perspective, which caught the attention of the young girl with black hair. She looked at Issei seriously, showing curiosity in his words. Perhaps you don't act in a way that they can consider you a friend, or they have too much respect for you to think of you as someone they can talk to. Like I do, Issei explained, feeling more comfortable with Sona. And you? How do you see me? Sona asked, her serious gaze fixed on Issei, who simply smiled at the question. I see you as a normal person, a student who is the president of the student council and has a normal life outside of school. I suppose you are my only friend, he replied, knowing it was what Sona likely wanted to hear. But beyond that, it was how he truly felt. Sona fell silent and closed her eyes at Issei's words. Reflecting on them calmly, when she opened her eyes, she displayed a relaxed expression for the first time, accompanied by a lovely smile. Thank you, Issei-kun, she said, causing Issei to open his mouth slightly in surprise at her reaction. Now that I'm your friend, why don't we get to know each other a bit more? Sona suggested, maintaining a slight smile while raising her index finger. Issei didn't find it strange that the girl with beautiful amethyst eyes wanted to learn more about him as her friend. It felt a bit quick and rushed, but not odd. Why not? Go ahead, ask whatever you want, he replied, smiling at Sona. My favorite color is red. What's yours? Sona began a game of questions and answers. It's yellow, Issei answered, causing the girl to look at him with mild surprise. I thought it was red too, she admitted, taking a bite of her food. And I thought yours was violet. What's your favorite food? Mine is hamburgers, Issei continued the game with the black-haired girl. Pizza. How many languages can you speak? I know Japanese, English, and a bit of Spanish, Sona said before taking a bite of rice, which left a small smudge on her face. I obviously speak Japanese. I also learned Spanish, English, and Italian, and I know a bit of French, Issei replied, surprising the girl. Really? Sona couldn't believe what Issei said, but there was a possibility he wasn't mistaken. Yes. My grandfather was French, he taught my mother, and she taught me a bit. Then I learned the other languages thanks to a friend, Issei stated firmly. Prove it. First, say something in English, Sona said, momentarily forgetting the game they were having. You have some food here, Issei said, and the girl blushed slightly, quickly wiping her cheek with a napkin he offered. He showed an innocent smile after saying that. Thank you. Now say something in Italian related to this place, Sona requested, still smiling pleasantly. Issei thought for a moment about what he could say relevant to their surroundings. In this quiet place, 2 kids are having lunch, he said, looking at Sona, eager to hear her next request. What did you say? She asked, somewhat surprised that he apparently wasn't lying. In this quiet place, 2 kids are having lunch, Issei repeated, smiling at her. Very good. Now something in French related to your hair, Sona continued, clearly enjoying this as she kept a pleasant smile on her face. My hair is very long, I need to cut it, Issei said, taking a strand of his hair and bringing it to the front to see it while saying this. Good. The last one, say something in Spanish about my eyes, the black-haired girl said, happy to share something with someone who didn't treat her like everyone else. Those red glasses enhance the beauty of your eyes, Issei said, causing Sona to blush deeply. She understood that last part clearly, as she knew a bit of Spanish. Thank you. You still haven't asked a question, the girl said, blushing as she tried to move on from the topic. Although Issei was also a bit embarrassed by what he said, he felt there was nothing he could do to fix it now. He simply said the first thing that came to mind. "How old are you?" "I'm still 16. I'll turn 17 in December," he asked, which relaxed the atmosphere a bit more, much to their relief. In a better mood, they continued their lunch, getting to know each other a little more and chatting about trivial things. Their lunches together quickly became a habit that would rarely be broken, and sometimes Tsubaki would join them. A month had passed since Issei and Sona first had lunch in the grove of the academy. During that time, they deepened their friendship a bit more, and although they maintained appearances at school, they called each other by their first names when they were alone. The Occult Research Club had disbanded, and since no other club requested the old building to be their new headquarters, it remained closed until a decision was made about it. Although Issei entered from time to time, it was to be alone with his thoughts or when he needed to calm down from the insults some students hurled at him in the school hallways. While this wasn't entirely bad, his tolerance toward others increased considerably over the days. However, that didn't mean those comments didn't hurt or annoy him. The wound on his abdomen was mostly healed, and fortunately, it was healing well, though from the inside out. On her part, Sona taught and learned while being with him, coming to see him as a pleasant and interesting person to talk to, even though inevitably, the boy's gaze occasionally wandered to certain places. Beyond that, the moments they shared together increased alongside their trust in each other. Although they always talked about school-related topics or played a game of chess. He had to admit that Issei was easy to defeat at first, but as they played, it became a bit more challenging to win. He assumed that Issei was starting to memorize her basic moves, and she wanted to play like this a bit longer. When she saw that he knew her strategy almost by heart, she would change her method. To make things a bit more entertaining, Sona was currently overseeing that the students at the academy wore the appropriate attire. However, those who arrived late often did so dressed as they pleased, which she disliked but couldn't remain on duty since she had her own classes to attend. At that moment, she was called by the academy's director, her mother, who was accompanied by Tsubaki, who wore a serious expression, causing concern for the young girl with black hair. Sona addressed her mother, Sarah, since there were no students nearby. "It's time. I need you to take Seutai to the student council," Sarah instructed. Sona's eyes widened in surprise at her mother's words. "Okay," the young girl accepted nervously, as her relationship with the brown-haired boy was kept secret from her mother. "I know about your closeness with him, dear. Nothing escapes my notice," Sarah said seriously, a slight smile on her face, surprising Sona with her words. After that, she turned and began walking toward the academy. Sona looked at her friend accusingly, making the long-haired girl nervous. "She threatened to take my collection of stuffed animals and keep them for herself. I had no choice," Tsubaki admitted, her serious demeanor contrasting with her voice. "Are you both all right?" Issei approached and asked, unintentionally startling the third-year girls. "Yes. But the director requires you to meet with her during the first break. She'll be in the student council," Sona said, relaxing and returning to a professional attitude. "Oh, sure, no problem. But what does she want to talk about?" the brown-haired boy asked, aware of the cute scream his friends had let out. "I'm not sure." "I'm sorry," the black-haired girl replied, unable to meet his gaze after her small, startled outburst. "All right, then I'll see you later." "Oh, by the way, that was a cute scream," he said playfully as he resumed his path to his classroom. "Sona, what do we do?" Tsubaki asked, knowing the brown-haired boy would likely tease them about it for a while. "Wait for him to forget or for him to take pity on us," Sona replied, her expression serious. Meanwhile, Issei was in his classroom mentally conversing with Yami. He devised a plan for one of the sisters to stay home just in case. They took turns going to the academy, and this time it was the blue-eyed girl's turn to stay home. "Good morning, Issei-kun," Aika greeted him in a way that caught his attention. "Good morning, Kiryu. By the way, why did you call me that?" he asked, surprised that Aika approached him and spoke so familiarly. "Just wanted to see how you would react," the girl with braids said, crossing something off her list. "You marked me off a list of features, didn't you?" he said, looking at her with a bored expression. "And one of the rarest. You should feel lucky not to be part of this group," she replied with a big smile, then turned her gaze to a boy in the class, her next target, who indeed had such tastes. Aika belonged to the journalism club and even had her own section on the school's website. She mostly generalized and didn't publish anything related to a specific student. Issei, on the other hand, rarely visited that page despite its popularity among students and even teachers. I guess today will be another one of those days, he thought, returning to his conversation with Yami until the teacher arrived. After the first hour and during the first break, Issei felt quite calm despite being summoned by the director, Sarah Seutai, through Sona. He had heard that the director was someone to be respected at all costs, or at least that was what he heard from Professor June, with whom he got along better. He stood up from his seat and walked into the hallway, somewhat distracted, accidentally bumping into a tall young man with a well-developed physique. He wore the academy's male uniform and had a fierce and mature face, along with a pair of blue eyes. "Oh, look what we have here? The school's perverted beast," the young man said with a characteristic American accent. Upon hearing that voice, Issei regretted not paying more attention before leaving. He knew that person well. It was Alexander Cage, a third-year student and president of the martial arts club at the academy. "It was an accident, Cage." "It's not a big deal," Issei said, hoping this time he wouldn't be insulted. It wasn't that he cared, but it was becoming increasingly difficult to hold back. "You were an accident too, and look what you've become." With those words, Issei felt hurt and annoyed but chose to remain silent. The boy in front of him began to insult and bother him out of nowhere. At first, he thought that this guy would eventually lessen his insults, but they only seemed to increase. "You're not saying anything because I'm right," Cage said, leaning closer to Issei, who only stared at the ground. "You're just a nuisance to this school. And a disgrace to your parents," the blonde whispered loudly, wearing a proud smile. "Let's go, guys. This trash only ruins our image. We can't let him bring us down like he did to the academy," Cage said as he left with his group of friends, who remained silent, only speaking when their leader allowed it and to impress the second-year girls. Most of them had already forgiven Issei, though they didn't become friends or mention it. "You shouldn't listen to him, Issei. He's not worth it," Kate said, looking at Issei with a hint of sadness and anger directed at the blonde, who was now heading to his classroom. "Thanks, Kaizen," Issei replied as he resumed his path to the student council. "When will that idiot stop bothering Hayadu?" Marayama asked with clear frustration. "I don't know, Kaori. But if this keeps up, we might have to help him, don't you think?" Yui responded, watching as the brown-haired boy continued on his way in the distance. "Maybe you're right. I think we should do something for him," the brown-haired girl said before returning to her classroom. Alexander was a handsome boy and had become the most attractive in the academy after the departure of the prince, Kiba Yudo. However, that title soon became too big for him. Kiba was known for being kind, respectful, and very attentive to the girls around him. In contrast, Alexander had always been the opposite. Some of the girls still found him charming, believing that behind his masculine demeanor lay a kind and caring person. However, their hopes gradually faded as they realized he only fed his ego and pride with his friendly and attentive behavior. At the same time, Issei began to lose the animosity he had among the students. Several first-year girls, being new and aware that he did not belong to any club, started asking him for help with their studies. This was especially true since his grades had improved after he stopped spying on the girls, which also enhanced his reputation. The younger girls began to spread rumors among themselves about how attentive, kind, and handsome Issei appeared. These rumors quickly reached the second-year girls, who started to pay more attention to him, including Yui and Kaori. Hearing all this, along with the first-year girls claiming they had not sensed any inappropriate behavior from the young brown-haired boy, the idea of forgiving him began to gain traction. Almost a month ago, they decided to test whether he had truly changed, and they did so with a very simple act: greeting him. Previously, they had felt Issei's gaze linger on them in a way that made them uncomfortable, but since his return, they had not sensed that same energy. They believed that simply greeting him would clarify their doubts. As they approached him, Issei maintained eye contact the entire time, even as they drew closer. They moved in gradually, though neither Yui nor Kaori considered him a friend just yet. Kiba had never realized he was the prince of the academy, despite the constant rumors, and he treated all the girls who had been kind to him equally. Alexander, on the other hand, became aware that he had inherited Kiba's title when he suddenly received attention from numerous girls. This only inflated his ego and pride, which were already considerable, shaping him into the person he was now. Issei gradually began to inherit this title as well, thanks to the first-year girls sharing their experiences with him with their friends, and as they spread the rumors throughout the school. This, combined with Cage's worsening treatment of the girls who showed interest in him, made several students feel attracted to Issei or admire him. However, none dared to approach him closely for fear of being judged by others for associating with the perverted beast. This situation affected Cage significantly. He quickly noticed that the girls were beginning to look more at Issei, treating him as just another student and downplaying his past as a pervert. This sparked resentment in him toward the brown-haired boy, prompting him to take measures against Issei, determined to make his life difficult at school by reminding him of his past every day. To this day, Issei remained unaware that he was gaining more attention from the girls because he did not care. All he wanted was to finish school, enter university, and live a normal life like any other human. However, he knew that this would not be entirely possible, especially considering the situation he now found himself in. Now, he stood in front of the student council room, calming himself as he approached. He knocked on the door and waited for it to open. Sajji was the one who answered. "Sajji? What are you doing here?" Issei asked, glancing inside the room to see the entire student council along with the principal. "I'm the secretary, idiot. Did you forget?" The blonde replied with a self-satisfied smile. "Oh, sorry, but your job isn't interesting enough for me to remember," Issei said, slightly bruising Sajji's pride. "Sona Kaishu? What are you doing here?" Issei inquired upon seeing the bespectacled girl. He quickly assumed she was also part of the meeting but couldn't understand the presence of the rest of the council. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Issei," Sarah greeted, looking at the brown-haired boy. "Likewise, Sarah Shitori-sama," Issei replied formally, maintaining a calm demeanor. "Before we begin the meeting, how would you like to be addressed? Rias Gremory Spawn? Or do you prefer Seutai?" Sarah's words astonished Issei, causing him to take a step back, more from surprise than from the somewhat cold way she referred to him. He couldn't understand how she knew his identity or why Graia hadn't informed him that another demon was at the school besides Sajji. Nevertheless, he kept his composure, despite feeling a bit annoyed with his companion. "Let me introduce myself again. My true name is Sarah Citri. I am the leader of the Citri clan, which holds the title of prince, and the principal of this academy," Sarah said, rising from her seat with an air of grandeur. At that introduction, Issei forgot his fear and surprise, adopting a serious expression. Her proud presentation irritated him for some reason, but he assumed she presented herself that way to everyone. "Just call me Hegizi Lady Citri," he replied with a calm smile, surprising Sarah with the way he addressed her. Soon, Issei turned his gaze to the members of the student council. Unlike Drake, Yami had informed him that all present were demons, and if he hadn't mentioned it before, it was because the dragon had prohibited him from doing so for some reason. Issei's gaze landed on one person in particular. A short girl with brown hair styled in 2 pigtails and green eyes. Her hair was adorned with clips matching the color of her eyes, and she wore the Kuo Academy uniform, complemented by long striped socks in dark and light green. It was evident that she was a good person, Akemi thought as she looked at the photo of the fallen. Issei and Akemi nodded in agreement. Drake warned them that while Shemhaza wasn't bad, they certainly wouldn't want to see him angry. The young people found it hard to believe that someone with such a kind gaze could be so fearsome when provoked that a dragon felt the need to caution them. Issei pondered the implications of Barakiel, the major general of the Fallen's army, who was the 5th strongest leader of Gregory. He had a wife named Shuri Himejima, who had been tragically killed one night by members of her own clan. A moment of realization struck Issei as he recalled Akino Himejima, his clanmate. So, Akino was the daughter of Barakiel, a fallen angel. But why was she with the demons? Issei mused, trying to unravel this significant mystery. Yami, intrigued by the mention of Akino, wondered who she was. Issei explained that she was a companion in their group and held the position of queen, all while gazing at a photo of a man in peculiar blue armor adorned with purple and gold details. The man had a stern expression, a thick beard, and curiously, his eyes were always closed. Akemi suggested that perhaps this question would be answered in time and encouraged Issei to continue. He agreed, moving on to Penemu, a cadre of the fallen angels and leader of the Research and Intelligence Division of Gregory. She was the second strongest leader and was married to Azazel, with whom she had a daughter. Issei described a photo of a woman with purple hair and violet eyes, dressed in an office suit with a doctor's coat over it. Yami commented on Penemu's attractiveness, which drew curious looks from Issei and Akemi, making her feel a bit uncomfortable and nervous. She quickly clarified that it was just a compliment and insisted they had to admit it. Akemi downplayed the comment, agreeing that Penemu was indeed lovely. Issei remarked that he hoped Azazel had fallen for her personality rather than her looks, and both girls nodded in agreement. Finally, Issei introduced Kokabeel, the fourth strongest leader of Gregory. He managed the troops alongside Barakil and had a notable record of battling against God and surviving. Issei described a photo of a man with long black hair, pale skin, pointed ears and red eyes, dressed in an unusual black outfit. Issei recognized Ruruko and asked why she hadn't mentioned her membership in the student council. Ruruko, feeling a bit flustered, quickly explained that she thought he already knew. Sarah, regaining her composure, asked if Issei had known her before. He confirmed that he had helped her study history. This reminded Issei to inquire about Ruruko's upcoming literature exam. She hesitated before mentioning it was scheduled for the following week. With that, Sarah introduced Sona, her daughter, who was observed by Issei with a serious expression. Lady Citri continued, asking the others present to introduce themselves. Issei noted that he already knew the girls from the third and first years, so he simply looked at them again, noticing something striking about Tsubaki. She had heterochromia. One of her eyes was light brown while the other was violet, a detail he hadn't noticed before. In that moment, he understood Drake's point. Most people didn't pay much attention to others' eye colors. He considered for a moment that wearing glasses might obscure this trait but quickly dismissed the thought. One of the girls introduced herself as Raya Kasaka, a second-year student at the academy and a knight. She was slender with long brown hair styled into two short braids and matching brown eyes, wearing a blue ribbon and the academy uniform. Sajji Genshru, a second-year student and a pawn of 4 pieces, stood with his short blonde hair and gray eyes, dressed in the male uniform of Kuo Academy, minus the jacket. Issei, with a sarcastic tone, acknowledged Sajji's reputation as the student council secretary, which filled Sajji with pride as he felt he had finally made his rival admit his superiority. However, Issei continued with a teasing remark about Sajji's reputation as a closet pervert, which stung Sajji's pride once again. In a moment of frustration, Sajji grabbed the collar of Issei's shirt in a threatening manner. Sarah, noticing the tension, cleared her throat to remind them of the reason Issei was present, though she was pleased to see them getting along. Sarah explained that she had called Sajji because she knew the real reason behind his prolonged absence from classes. She acknowledged the clever excuse he had crafted, expressing a hint of happiness at Issei's ingenuity during a challenging moment. Issei admitted that he had improvised the excuse to make it more believable, recalling a saying he had heard, "The more details one provides, the more it seems like a lie." Sarah then inquired about the injury Issei had sustained during his battle against 4 fallen angels. The members of Sona's entourage, except for Tsubaki, were shocked to hear that Issei had fought and survived such a formidable encounter, knowing he was a low-class demon. Issei revealed that his wound was healing from the inside out, lifting his shirt slightly to show the bandages wrapped around his abdomen. Sarah, using a simple spell, confirmed that only his abdomen was being treated, and Issei nodded in response to her observation. He explained that he had been pierced by a lance of light, which, although painful, was not the first time he had experienced such a wound. He noted that, for some reason, the injury on his back had healed quickly without leaving a scar, reducing the visible damage to his stomach. Sajji, filled with disbelief, questioned how a single pawn could face 4 fallen angels and asked how long Issei had been a demon. Issei admitted he couldn't recall exactly but knew it hadn't been long, feeling surprised by everything he had experienced in such a short time. He struggled to remember as fleeting images of Asia flashed through his mind, bringing back memories of their time together and the love he felt for her. Tears unexpectedly streamed down his cheeks as he reminisced about those beautiful moments. Ruruko, noticing Issei's distress, expressed her concern, prompting the attention of her clan members. Issei quickly wiped away his tears, trying to regain his composure, and explained that he had remembered something both beautiful and painful. Understanding the sensitivity of the topic, Sarah took responsibility for Sajji's earlier comments and refrained from probing further. Grateful for their understanding, Issei reflected on how relieved he was to continue attending the academy and to know he wasn't the only supernatural being there. He then asked about his king, hoping for a positive update. Sona, who had been quiet during the meeting, informed him that she was well but seemed a bit sad due to his absence, often asking about him. Issei smiled, feeling a mix of sadness and joy at her response. He acknowledged that perhaps he should have shown more interest in the person who had revived him, as being a demon was a significant opportunity. Sajji, eager to provoke, suggested that Issei should have embraced life in the underworld, which irritated Sarah, who was ready to silence him but decided to observe Issei's reaction instead. Issei, maintaining a calm tone, explained that while Sajji might have a point, he had to consider his parents and friends. He realized that although he might have fulfilled his dream of being the king of a harem, family would always come first, especially as an only child. Issei reflected on the sacrifices his parents made for him, feeling a deep sense of sadness. His words caught the attention of Sona, her mother, and the servants present. They were surprised by the calmness and depth of emotion in the young man with brown hair. Sona and her mother had not anticipated such a response, which masked Issei's true reasons for choosing to remain in the human world. He paused, struggling to manage his hidden emotions before continuing. He expressed that he was not in a position to continue the conversation with Lady Citri and took his leave without saying goodbye. No one objected to his departure, understanding that the words spoken by the blonde pawn had affected him. Sarah then addressed the student council members, particularly focusing on the nervous young man, Sajji. She firmly stated that he should not consider himself superior to Issei. She explained that Issei was the only pawn of Rias because he had used all 8 of his pieces to be revived. Sarah emphasized that Issei had not. Flaunted his position, recognizing that Sajji's pride lay in his own 4 pieces, which demonstrated his strength. She noted that Issei's humility made him honorable. Sarah advised Sona not to punish Sajji but to allow him to reflect on her words. She reminded Sona that they had much to learn about the demonic world and encouraged her to support Issei. Sarah planned to arrange another meeting with him soon, hoping it would go better than the current one. As she prepared to leave for the Underworld to visit Graia, she expressed her trust in Sona to visit Rias and inform her that her pawn had inquired about her, which would surely bring Rias joy. Sona agreed, and Sarah vanished through a magical circle. Sona turned to Sajji, urging him to heed her mother's advice. She warned him that Issei was a strong pawn and, despite his injuries, should not be underestimated, as he was the Seutai. This statement left everyone, except Tsubaki, feeling confused. The term used by Sarah piqued their curiosity, but they hesitated to interrupt the conversation to ask. Sajji finally inquired about the meaning of Seutai, recalling Sona's earlier words. Sona explained that it referred to a sacred gear made from a fragment of the soul of the Dragon King Vritra, confirming what Sajji had suspected. Sajji spoke respectfully yet proudly about his power, explaining to Sona that her sacred gear was of the dragon type. He mentioned that Issei's sacred gear was also a dragon type called boosted gear. The term Seutai applied to all individuals who possessed the boosted gear, an artifact created from the complete soul of the Red Dragon Emperor, one of the 2 celestial dragons. His words astonished the young audience, who were eager to absorb every detail. this being possessed a power capable of defeating a god if it chose to. It stood above all factions, only beneath the two dragon gods, the most powerful beings known. Just like the dragon, the wielder could potentially reach the power to defeat a god if they desired. Sona explained, leaving her entourage in awe, especially regarding how powerful Issei could become. Sajji, along with his companions, was taken aback by this revelation. He asked if such power was truly possible, and Sona confirmed that while it was uncertain if the dragon gods were still alive, since the dragon faction had been extinguished, Issei was currently one of the most powerful beings in the world. She then inquired if anyone had further questions, noticing that her group seemed to have more doubts but hesitated to ask. Ruruko, concerned for the young man who helped her study, finally spoke up, asking if Sona knew why Issei had started to cry before leaving. The question was on everyone's mind. Sona contemplated in silence whether to share part of Issei's story. She decided to reveal it but set a condition that no one should mention it afterward. Everyone nodded in agreement. Sona began with a serious expression, explaining that Issei had a promising start as a demon, though he befriended a young monk named Argento. Her servants understood that this friendship with a member of the church might not have been entirely favorable. Sona continued, sharing that according to Rias, the two had become very close friends. She expressed regret for not being able to provide more details about their relationship, apologizing for the lack of information in her explanation. The member of the Seutai clan adopted a more serious expression before continuing with the story. That night, there were multiple signals of renegades. Most of them were concentrated in one area of the city, and everyone was aware of that. However, what was not mentioned was that one signal was located quite far away, near the outskirts of the city. Everyone remembered that battle. It was intense, but they did not recall seeing Issei there. The absence of Sajji was justified by the fact that he was still quite inexperienced. Issei had offered to go alone and insisted on doing so, but Rias would not allow it. Therefore, she mentioned that she would also send her new rook. Sona then turned to her rook, who appeared somewhat nervous, and asked him to recount how the battle had gone. Sajji hesitated, admitting that he had been knocked unconscious by a surprise attack before the battle even began. Sajji admitted, feeling very embarrassed, that before he fainted, he saw not just one demon, but two. Rias, realizing he had fainted, used nearly all her power to defeat the renegades as quickly as possible to help her pawn. Sona continued, fully aware of what had happened with Gensher. Somehow, Issei managed to defeat those demons on his own, sustaining serious injuries in the process. He felt that something was wrong with his friend at that very moment, so he ran to the church in the forest to ensure she was okay. Sona recounted this while looking out the window at the young brown-haired boy walking calmly away from the academy. But when he arrived, it was too late. He found her gravely injured and weak, but she was not dead. Sona didn't know what had transpired, but Rias told her that since that night, Issei had not been the same. She mentioned that he was left with trauma, likely due to the loss of his friend. Sona's story impacted everyone. No one expected that the brown-haired boy had gone through such an ordeal. Sona turned to Sajji with a serious tone. She instructed him never to insinuate that Issei was ungrateful to Rias or question her decision to stay. She didn't want anyone to do so. Ruruko asked why Issei chose to stay, knowing he would be hurt as he was. Sona explained that he had fallen in love with Rias. This revelation left everyone astonished, unable to believe what they had just heard. Yes, Issei had fallen in love with his queen. That was why he fought against Graia. He sought to free Rias from her engagement, believing she wouldn't accept him. During their battle, he realized this and chose to surrender so that his queen could be happy. He came to the human world knowing that forgetting his love for her would be more difficult if he remained by her side. Sona observed her last pawn as she concluded her explanation. Perhaps that was why Sajji's comment bothered Issei. Sona urged everyone to be kind to him, acknowledging that his past could not be erased, but they felt it was enough of what Cage said to him daily. The thought of that person annoyed them. They never imagined someone could become so proud and egocentric in such a short time. Sona ordered her servants to return to class as she took a seat at her desk. They nodded in silence and left, leaving the young girl with violet eyes alone with her friend and queen. Tsubaki was instructed to send her familiar to watch over Issei's belongings. Tsubaki, intrigued, asked if Sona wouldn't prefer her familiar to watch over Issei instead. Sona replied that her familiar was already doing that, not wanting a repeat of what had happened recently when Issei told her he found his backpack in the trash, courtesy of Cage. Tsubaki agreed, summoning her small chimera, which appeared through a magical circle. The adorable baby chimera had 3 heads, one of a lion, another of a goat, and the last of a serpent, along with tiny dragon wings. Tsubaki ordered it to keep an eye on Hayate Issei's belongings, and it quickly flew out the window. Tsubaki then asked if they were going to class. Sona, with her eyes closed, mentioned she wanted to think about how to fix things with Issei. She knew it must have hurt him to find out she was a demon in such a way, especially since she hadn't even told him her real name. Tsubaki joked about the great president of Iron Skipping class, which was uncommon. Sona playfully countered, asking if the honorable and strict vice president would skip class to accompany her friend, calling it a bit hypocritical. This light-hearted banter helped them forget the main topic for a while. After half an hour of conversation, they noticed the little chimera returning through the window with a sad expression. Sona, concerned, asked what was wrong. The chimera whispered something in her ear, causing Tsubaki to burst into laughter. Tsubaki explained that it didn't know where Issei's classroom was, trying to contain her amusement. Sona massaged the bridge of her nose, initially serious, before breaking into laughter, which only made Tsubaki laugh harder. The little chimera turned red with embarrassment, tears forming in its eyes. After magically indicating where Issei's classroom was, the chimera flew off to keep watch over the brown-haired boy. In the Underworld, within the Gremory territory, Sarah walked through the halls of the Gremory mansion toward Graia's room. She had discovered a method to transfer energy to her. After learning about the anomaly affecting Graia's daughter, she began researching ways to ensure Graia wouldn't run out of energy. This method was only effective with someone who had immense power, like her husband, Serzex. However, she couldn't receive too much energy, as her body didn't accept it well. Serzex was already there, and this was a secret from the other clans. He wouldn't allow any rumors about his wife to spread throughout the Underworld, especially considering the recent unilateral decision by the kings to dissolve the Demon Council. Sarah entered the room, which only a few people could access, and asked if Serzex was ready. He responded with determination while holding his wife's hand, who was semi-conscious. Sarah inquired if he had received any news from Azazel. Serzex replied that the last he heard was a week ago, mentioning that there seemed to be more problems in Azazel's territory than in his own. He looked at Sarah with some frustration over the delay in training the young Seutai. Sarah hoped that Azazel would train Issei as soon as possible. Sarah admitted that she wasn't sure how long they could perform the spell before falling silent to concentrate. Graia, feeling a bit worried about the young brown-haired boy, asked about Issei's condition. Sarah reassured her that he was fine and that they had already introduced themselves to him, believing everything had gone well. Graia expressed her regrets for not visiting him sooner, to which Sarah replied that it wouldn't be a problem, as he would surely forgive her. She noted that Graia had helped raise a good young man. Both she and Serzex had learned about the relationship between Issei and Graia after she had fainted. With that knowledge, one of Serzex's concerns faded away. Convincing Issei to help his wife with their previous relationship would no longer be an issue. In the human world in Kuo City, Issei wandered aimlessly, reflecting on what had happened earlier and trying to understand what he had done wrong to end up in this situation. In the process, he recalled something important. He questioned Graia about why he hadn't mentioned earlier that they were demons. Yami, who was present, remained silent, unsure of how to respond. Graia replied seriously, indicating that he wanted those to be the only words he spoke on the matter, which frustrated Issei. He mentally protested, demanding a better explanation. Graia reminded him that he had just said goodbye to his friends and felt it was best for him to have someone to share his thoughts with, someone to distract him. He added that he sensed no ill intentions from the girls when they approached Issei. Yami, who was also a dragon-slaying sword, respectfully asked why Graia had hidden this from them. Graia explained that he found it unnecessary to share that information and reiterated why he had chosen not to tell Issei about the girls being demons, indicating he was still somewhat annoyed. Meanwhile, Akemi, Kuo, and Takeda were at the market buying groceries for the week. Since the incident in the alley, the Hayato family rarely went out without Issei. Kuo and Takeda had not found jobs, as they could manage for a while without income due to their previous severance pay. Akemi cheerfully asked Kuo what they would cook that day, referring to her as Kuko-cousin. Both Akemi and Yami had grown comfortable calling Issei's parents their own, feeling a sense of belonging. Kuo and Takeda were pleased to have 2 new daughters. Kuo suggested hamburgers, knowing Issei loved them. Akemi agreed, but then her expression shifted to surprise, catching Takeda's attention. They both spotted Issei walking slowly, lost in thought. Kuo exclaimed that it was Issei, and her tone shifted to one of concern, which startled her companions. As she hurried toward him, her eyes darkened, and she approached him quickly. She softly called his name, but her calm demeanor masked a deeper worry. Kuo asked him why he was outside of school, her smile taking on a slightly eerie quality that surprised even Drake. Issei, taken aback and unable to respond coherently, frustrated his mother further. Kuo raised her voice, demanding to know what he was doing outside of school. Issei pleaded for her to stop pulling on his ear, claiming he had an explanation. After Takeda intervened to calm Kuo down and led them to a quieter place, Issei knelt, his ear red and tears in his eyes. Yami, dressed in her combat armor, wondered why she was there, mimicking Issei's position but having avoided Kuko's reprimand. Kuo insisted that he should be in school and warned him that if he didn't have a good explanation, she would take away his special Dragon Ball album. Issei desperately promised to explain, fearing for his treasured collection. Takeda, wanting to ease the tension, suggested that Issei must have his reasons and encouraged him to explain. As Issei began to recount what had happened, they were surprised to learn that there were more demons around him, though they appreciated that they had introduced themselves in a neutral manner, albeit a bit late. Takeda, recovering from the shock of the information, noted that it was something they should have expected, considering Issei shared territory with another demon, even if he hadn't anticipated them being in the same school. Kuo asked if he was okay, recalling that he had mentioned Sona as a friend. Issei reassured her, acknowledging that it hadn't been ideal to leave school without notice. Additionally, he believed there must have been a good reason for keeping it from him, the brown-haired boy said, now much calmer but still somewhat sad. His parents and the girls immediately sensed Issei's mood, the tone of his voice and his calm manner of responding gave him away. Takeda, with a smile, asked if Issei and Yami could change their clothes at any time. He had an idea in mind but needed to know if both boys could do that. Issei confirmed that they could, speaking for the amber-eyed girl as well. Takeda then suggested that they could go for a walk, have lunch, and enjoy the day as a family, especially since Kuo, Akemi, and he were dressed casually. He felt a bit nervous about Kuko's response but was confident they would consider his idea. Although Akemi was excited about the plan, she held back her enthusiasm, having learned the hard way that it was not wise to interfere between a mother and her son. Kuo noticed the young girl's feelings, which were shared by her sister, though the latter concealed her emotions much better. Taking that into account, Kuo responded positively, and Takeda felt relieved upon hearing his wife's approval. However, he reminded Issei to remember to retrieve his belongings, looking seriously at his son. Issei agreed, albeit not entirely convinced. The two sisters joined their hands and jumped with joy at the confirmation of their outing. They were thrilled because it would be their first lunch together, their first outing to a place other than the market. The clothes Issei had bought for them were chosen without their direct involvement, as neither had gone out to try them on or select them. The Hayato family headed to a park where Issei and Yami could use the trees and bushes for cover and employ their magic to change into more casual attire. Afterward, they strolled through the city, browsing shops and buying a few things that caught the girls' eyes until it was time for lunch. Since it was Akemi and Yami's first outing, they decided to go to a restaurant for lunch and save their purchases for later. Upon arriving, they chose a table a bit away from others, placed their orders, and began chatting about trivial matters, with Issei participating very little. When he did, his responses were vague, clearly lost in thought. His family noticed this immediately and felt saddened, knowing that on this day, they likely wouldn't see Issei smile genuinely. After finishing their lunch, they realized it was 2 in the afternoon. At Akemi and Yami's request, they decided to get ice cream for dessert, and there were no objections since everyone loved ice cream. They walked for a while, searching for an ice cream shop, taking their time without any rush. Issei was aware that his parents were worried about him and wanted to make an effort to enjoy their time together, trying to push aside the supernatural issues he had to face, but those thoughts lingered in his mind. Akemi asked him what flavor of ice cream he wanted, bringing him back to reality with her concerned expression. He replied with a preference for flan and chocolate, attempting to refocus on his pending matters. Graia urged him to relax and observe his family, who were placing their orders. For the first time, he noticed the sadness in their conversation, their forced smiles when the friendly employee asked about their ice cream choices. Graia reprimanded him, pointing out that his family felt sad because he was not enjoying the moment with them, making them feel like a burden. Issei apologized, genuinely remorseful for his behavior. Graia reminded him that he didn't need to apologize to him but rather to his family. He recalled how, throughout the month, they had made efforts to cheer him up and make him smile without worries, while he had only focused on finding solutions to his recent problems. Tears began to form in his eyes, frustrating the dragon within him. Graia encouraged him not to cry, asserting that he didn't deserve to weep this time. He advised Issei to set aside his problems and enjoy the moment with his family, as he would never get this time back. Issei reflected on his life, remembering how his parents had always supported him in his endeavors, consoled him in failure, encouraged him to keep going, and corrected him when he was wrong. He recalled how they would do everything to make him laugh when he cried, and Akemi and Yami tried to do the same in their own ways, with Akemi convincing him to watch cartoons and Yami making intentional mistakes. Those memories brought him joy, and with a small smile, he looked toward Akemi, Yami, and his parents. Takeda told him to go ahead while he paid, pulling out money and glancing at Kyuko, who already had Issei's and her own ice cream. As she walked toward Issei, who was staring at the ground, trying to mask his sadness and worry for her son with a facade of happiness, she felt her heart leap. A wave of joy filled her as she began to genuinely smile, a feeling she hadn't experienced in a long time. Issei was smiling for real, not as broadly as she would have liked, but it was a smile nonetheless. Issei felt tears welling up but used all his strength to hold them back as he quickly made his way to the table. Kyuko placed the ice cream cups on the table and gently caressed Issei's cheek, commenting on his smile of happiness. Issei, genuinely remorseful for his earlier actions, apologized to his mother. Kyuko dismissed his concerns, reassuring him that it was all right, and began to slide his cheeks with both hands. She briefly recalled how Issei looked as a baby and a child, doing the same thing she was doing now. Issei expressed his gratitude and love for his mother, resting his face against her chest as she embraced him warmly. Kyuko responded that she loved him even more, planting a small kiss on his head, which made Issei chuckle as he remembered how common this scene was during his childhood. Takeda, Akemi, and Yami observed from a distance, feeling happy for Issei. When they reached the table, they acted as if nothing had happened, but Issei's improved mood was evident as he playfully teased his sisters. With the atmosphere lightened, the afternoon passed quickly for the Haidu family, who cherished those moments together. By 6 in the evening, Issei needed to retrieve his backpack, hoping nothing had happened to it. Yami, feigning disinterest but genuinely concerned for Issei's well-being, asked if he wanted her to accompany him. Issei simply stated that he would just grab his backpack and be back quickly. Kyuko, showing some flexibility with the rule about Issei being accompanied, urged him to hurry and to let them know if anything happened. Having finished classes, Issei didn't bother changing clothes and headed out as he was. At Kuo Academy, same moments. Tsubaki looked at Sona with intrigue, asking if she was sure Issei would return. Sona, gazing out the window, expressed her belief that he wouldn't abandon his belongings. She relaxed her gaze upon seeing Issei enter the academy, having begun to worry he might not come back. Sona gathered her things and Issei's to leave the now empty student council room, having sent her servants to rest since they would be on watch that night. Tsubaki approached the window to see what Sona was referring to, spotting Issei walking toward the main building without his school uniform. A small, rare smile appeared on her face but quickly faded as she contemplated how Issei might react after discovering they had concealed their true identities from him. She took her things and followed Sona, who was already several meters ahead. As Issei crossed the staircase, he noticed them and casually asked if they thought it was late. Sona handed him his backpack, explaining they had been waiting to give it to him. Issei thanked her and began checking that nothing was missing, maintaining a calm demeanor that made both girls a bit anxious. Tsubaki, feeling uneasy, asked if he wasn't upset. Issei questioned why he should be, continuing down the stairs. Sona interjected, mentioning Sajji's behavior and their concealment of their true nature. She stepped in front of Issei, wanting to see his face as he responded. Issei admitted that Sajji's words had bothered him a little, but he didn't think it was significant. He felt it would be hypocritical to be upset about their lack of introductions since he hadn't introduced himself either. His honest response surprised both girls, as they hadn't expected such a calm reaction from the Seutai. Issei resumed his path, stating it was getting late. Tsubaki murmured his name, prompting him to ask what she said. She revealed her true name, Sona Citri. Issei blinked a couple of times before smiling nonchalantly, commenting that it was a lovely name but he preferred calling her Sona, as it sounded more melodic. He added that Sona was almost as melodious as the lovely scream they had heard that morning, causing both girls to blush at the memory. After those words, Issei continued toward the exit, followed by the blushing girls who were now contemplating how to get back at him. As they neared the academy entrance and found no innocent way to retaliate, they decided to let it go, relieved that their relationship hadn't changed despite the relatively important secret. Stopping at the entrance, Issei turned to them seriously, stating he had one question regarding everything. His inquiry made Sona and Tsubaki feel a bit nervous, but that anxiety faded when they realized he likely wouldn't change his view of them. Issei asked why they had approached him in the first place, wanting the truth. Sona admitted it was partly because Rias had asked her to watch over him. Issei questioned if it was Rias who had compelled her to be near him. Sona clarified that while the initial agreement was just to observe him, she had chosen to get closer on her own, realizing he was a good person, kind and pleasant to talk to. Issei shifted his gaze to Tsubaki, who was surprised to meet his eyes, quickly understanding he wanted her perspective as well. Tsubaki explained that she had initially focused solely on fulfilling Rias's request but, over time, had come to see that he wasn't a bad person or someone who acted on his perverted impulses all the time. The young girl with blue glasses looked into the brown-haired boy's eyes, expressing her sincerity as she spoke about her change of heart towards him. Issei took a moment to reflect on the responses of both girls before he replied seriously, thanking them for their honesty, and then smiled calmly. He suggested that they move their plans for the next day up, which confused the girls slightly. After considering his words, they realized it was Thursday, and they had agreed the previous week to go out for fun on Fridays. Their last outing had been at an arcade in the city center, where they had a relatively good time. Although it had been a bit awkward at first due to Issei not knowing the girls' preferences and vice versa, they gradually warmed up to each other and ended up having an enjoyable night. Issei quickly added that if they weren't in the mood, it was no problem, but Sona thought the idea wasn't so bad after all. Excitedly, Issei asked where they would like to go, noting that he had chosen the last time. In the end, they decided to return to the arcade for more video games. Issei and Tsubaki had an unfinished business in a fighting game, where their last match had ended in a thrilling tie. With great effort, Issei managed to secure a narrow victory this time. Meanwhile, Sona attempted once again to win a stuffed toy from the claw machines, coming frustratingly close each time she tried. After his match with Tsubaki, Issei decided to try his luck on the same machine where Sona was playing, and surprisingly, he won 2 plush toys in one attempt. Sona, now holding the toy she had wanted, remarked that he had helped her out after all. Tsubaki, feeling a bit down, clutched the plush toy Issei had won for her, her aura reflecting her disappointment. Issei, feeling a bit nervous, wiped a bead of sweat from his neck as he listened to the girls. He encouraged Tsubaki not to feel so down, using a cute nickname that made her blush deeply. She protested, embarrassed, while Issei quickly apologized, having achieved his goal of lifting her spirits. As the clock approached 9 in the evening, the young friends began to say their goodbyes, pleased that their friendship remained intact despite a simple secret. Upon entering his home, Issei was greeted by Yami, who asked if he had fun. He replied with a cheerful smile that it had been a great time. Yami then inquired if she had enjoyed her day as well, to which she responded that it hadn't been a bad day. Their mother, Kyuko, entered the room and mentioned that Ruruko had come looking for Issei earlier, catching his attention since he hadn't expected anyone, especially not the brown-haired girl. Takeda, their father, added that Ruruko was in the living room, mentioning her literature exam was the next day. Issei understood why Sona's pawn had hesitated when asked about it. He asked if Ruruko would be staying for dinner, and Kyuko confirmed that she would, noting that she had come with a friend. Takeda requested Issei to bring the glasses as he carried plates and utensils toward the dining room. As Issei headed to the dining room, he found Ruruko sitting nervously at the table beside a girl with jet black hair and blue eyes, both dressed casually like Ruruko. Inframundo, Gremory territory. Rias Gremory, the heir of the Gremory clan and wife of Reiser Phoenix, returned to her territory after a long absence. Since her marriage over a month ago, she had been living in her husband's territory, accompanied by her entourage. The reason for her return was the delicate condition of her sister, Graia. She also learned that Graia was expecting a child. Rias felt a bit upset at being the last to know, but once she understood that this was a secret kept from all clans, she calmed down and sought an explanation. Having grasped the reasons for the secrecy, thanks to her brother's clarification, she found herself at her parents' mansion, caring for the silver-haired maid alongside her best friend, Sona, who was accompanied by her loyal friend, Tsubaki. They were observing the method that Sarah, Sona's mother, had developed in collaboration with King Lucifer to provide Graia with enough energy to counteract the anomaly of the growing child within her, at least for a few hours. Sarah, slightly out of breath, concluded the spell, stating that it was sufficient for now. Serzex approached his wife, asking how long the effect would last. Sarah estimated it would be 1 or 2 days at most, provided Graia did not exert herself physically. Rias, intrigued, inquired how much energy had been transferred. Serzex revealed that it was nearly a quarter of his current power, which surprised Rias and her servants, Sona and Tsubaki. Akino expressed her shock at the significant amount of power the most powerful demon in the Underworld had given to his wife. Sarah explained that Serzex's power was different from Graia's, and that it first came to her, where she converted it into neutral energy for Graia's body to absorb without issues. She added that some energy would inevitably be lost in the neutralization process, leaving her feeling somewhat helpless. Changing the subject, Serzex noticed Rias wearing her Kuo Academy uniform and asked why. Rias admitted it made her feel a bit more at ease. Sona then mentioned that someone had inquired about Rias at the academy, which piqued Rias's interest. Sona revealed it was Issei, and Rias's face lit up with joy. Human World, 12 p.m., Kuo City. Issei stood in front of Ruruko's house, wishing her well on the test the next day. Ruruko's parents stood at the entrance, grateful for Issei's help with their daughter's studies. Ruruko and Hanako had planned to study together at one of their homes but decided against Ruruko's due to her mother's strictness about late nights. Ruruko apologized for being late, bowing slightly, a gesture quickly mirrored by Hanako, who felt nervous. Issei encouraged them, assuring them they would do well if they believed in themselves and advised them to get a good night's sleep. Hanako expressed her lingering doubts about passing, but Issei reassured her that a well-rested mind would be alert. He decided to leave to avoid disturbing them, bidding them good night. With Issei's words, Hanako felt more confident about the upcoming test and was eager to rest. Both girls bid him farewell before heading inside to sleep. Ruruko's parents thanked Issei for his kindness before returning to their home. As Issei walked away, he began discussing with Drake the techniques and spells he had been practicing over the past month. One of his goals was to learn to read the auras of supernatural beings around him. He then expressed a desire to learn how to play the guitar, recalling how he had wanted to since childhood after seeing his grandfather serenade his grandmother. Graia, intrigued, questioned why his grandfather allowed his daughter to be named Kyuko. Issei explained that it was his grandfather who chose that name, which was also his grandmother's, but he had never asked why. Suddenly, Graia interrupted, alerting Issei to the presence of two renegade demons nearby. Issei decided to confront them alone, wanting to test his skills without assistance. He prepared himself, ready to face whatever lay ahead. The dragon admitted that sometimes it wasn't so bad to feel that each battle could be the last, a feeling that had diminished with the arrival of both swords. They were taking much better care of Issei. The brown-haired boy began to run, guided by Graia toward their objective. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, a woman with chestnut hair and violet eyes was running desperately with a small girl in her arms, who was crying in fear. They were being pursued by two monstrous creatures that seemed to be toying with their prey, allowing the woman some distance to escape. Desperate and nearly out of ideas, the woman dashed into an abandoned factory, hoping to throw off her pursuers. Inside, she hid beneath the stairs leading to the first floor, a dark place where she believed they wouldn't look. "Please calm down, sweetheart. Stop crying or they will find us," the woman pleaded, her voice trembling with fear. Suddenly, she had to suppress a scream of terror as she heard the factory doors slam open. "We know you're here," shouted a man dressed in a tattered green suit stained with dried blood, likely from his previous victims. "We can smell your fear." "Ha," another man said in a chilling, mocking tone. He wore a purple suit, also tattered and blood-stained, with a scar that stretched across most of his face. The woman tried to steady her breathing and relax so the demons wouldn't find her. What she didn't know was that they already knew her location and were merely playing with her. "I want the woman. I want to enjoy savoring her once she's dead," the man in the green suit said ominously, further frightening the poor woman. "Fine. But save me the girl. You know that's the part one enjoy the most. Besides, that little one is more bone than flesh," the man in the purple suit replied, sounding annoyed but accepting the condition. The woman trembled with fear at the thought of what those men would do to her after killing her or even before. Just imagining it terrified her, and her breathing quickened. "If you didn't want us to find you, you should have been quieter," one of the men whispered close to her, causing her face to show pure terror. The only thing she could think to do was to place the girl against the corner of the wall and shield her body, hoping they wouldn't attack her. "Oh, that won't help you," laughed the man in the green suit mockingly as he prepared his grotesque claw-like hand to strike at the woman's back. "I will never tire of this. Kill her in the most painful and bloody way possible," shouted the man in the purple suit, who seemed obsessed with the scent of blood. Before the man could reach the terrified woman, he was struck in the face, sending him crashing into an old machine in the factory, breaking it in the process. "Who are?" The man in the green suit couldn't finish his question as he received a powerful blow to the stomach, causing him to stumble back several feet. "Are you both all right?" asked a dark figure, possibly their savior. The woman could only nod, still very frightened. Hearing the heavy pieces of the old machine beginning to move, the silhouette turned to look seriously at that area. In the Underworld Gremory mansion, moments earlier, Rias expressed her sadness, saying she was glad someone had asked about her, though she wished she could talk more with him after hearing what Sona had shared about the brief exchange between Issei and Sajji. "I apologize for my pawn's words," Sona said on behalf of her servant. "There's no need for that, Sona. Besides, from what you told me, it seems he wasn't too bothered," Rias replied, feeling that Sona's apology was unnecessary, though a question arose in her mind. "Hey, Sona. Can I ask you 3 questions?" The tone Rias used caught Surzex's attention, who was still present, discussing a few things with Sarah. "Of course." Sona recognized that particular tone and felt a bit nervous. "Did you do what I asked?" Rias's question was clear, and Sona nodded in response. "I know you, Sona, and I know you wouldn't become friends with someone you didn't like. Are you friends with Issei?" Rias continued, adding unnecessary words to her question. "Yes, he's very pleasant to chat with and spend time. It's really fun to play anything with him," Sona replied, echoing her friend's style, providing a lot of information to the red-haired girl. Do you? Rias couldn't finish her question as a bad feeling washed over her regarding one of her servants. She turned to check that everyone was present, including her only timid knight. One was missing, and without hesitation, she summoned a magic circle to see what was happening to her missing servant, Issei. Rias, what's wrong? Sarah asked, noticing the Gremory air creating a magic circle on the ceiling. In it, they could see the brown-haired boy in front of a woman holding a child. Issei displayed his sacred gear while looking at a shattered machine. The pieces began to move. From the rubble emerged a man dressed in a blood-stained green suit, while another man in a purple suit appeared to be recovering from a blow. "Oh, look what we have here. One of Gremory's lapdogs," said the man in the green suit as he freed himself from the machine parts. "It seems that this lady has no idea who we are." "A foolish pawn," the man in the purple suit expressed his frustration clearly after receiving a surprise blow. Issei, annoyed by the insults directed at Rias, defended her honor. Although Rias was upset by the comments, she appreciated that her pawn was still protecting her and demanding respect. Sarah drew everyone's attention when she asked Surzex if it was indeed them. Surzex confirmed that they were known as the Blood Brothers, which earned him flat expressions from those present. Nervously, the red-haired Surzex tried to redirect their gazes back to the brown-haired figure. Kiba respectfully inquired about who they were. Surzex explained that they had once been the knights of a high-class demon long ago, who had perished in a car accident. Upon becoming demons, they quickly developed their abilities. They coordinated exceptionally well, almost anticipating each other's moves, which allowed them to kill their king and eliminate his entourage to make their task easier. Sarah elaborated that Surzex had dubbed them the Blood Brothers due to their excessive addiction to the scent of human blood. Each time they acted, they killed their victims in the most horrific ways. Surzex, slightly embarrassed, fidgeted with his fingers. In the human world, at an abandoned factory, a woman lifted a girl into her arms, following the young man's order to stay inside the factory but move to a safer room. Issei had instructed her to remain because he feared one of the demons would hold him back while the other pursued her. The man in the green suit, after sensing the atmosphere, recognized Issei as the foolish servant who mistakenly believed his master cared for him. He offered a deal, suggesting that if Issei left now, they would let him and the woman go in peace. Issei, filled with determination, refused to abandon the fight, especially after the insults hurled at his king. Graia reminded Issei not to overexert himself, as his abdominal injury was still healing. Issei acknowledged this and asked Graia about the demon's capabilities. Graia warned that they had a level of magic and strength that slightly surpassed Issei's, but their speed was significantly greater. He advised Issei to sharpen his aura-reading skills on the fly, knowing this battle would be perilous. As the renegade demons grew serious, they expressed their reluctance to clash with the Gremory clan again. The man in the green suit began to separate from his brother, while the demon in the purple suit pointed to the scar on his face, recalling the extremes the Gremory clan could reach. In the Gremory mansion, Rias questioned Surzex about the clan to which the demons belonged. Surzex recounted that their father had an older brother, Balfour Gremory, who had been near the accident that claimed the brothers' lives and had revived them. Sarah added that Zoeticus had witnessed his brother's death at the hands of these beings and had also been defeated by them. In a fit of rage during the battle, he had inflicted the scar on the purple-suited demon. Kiba pondered whether Issei had a chance against such formidable opponents, while Sona expressed confidence in Issei's abilities, recalling his survival against 4 fallen angels. Kaneko silently observed, her concern evident despite her usual stoic demeanor. Back in the abandoned factory, Issei stood between the 2 renegades as they approached. When they leaped to attack, he patiently awaited an opening in their defenses. Having learned the basics of combat quickly from Drake, he felt prepared to face them. As the brothers charged, they vanished like illusions. Issei was caught off guard and struck hard by the green-suited demon, sending him crashing into the wall. The purple-suited demon intercepted him, hitting him in the abdomen and sending him back toward the ground, where he was met with a direct kick to the chest that slammed him against the stairs leading to the first floor. The attacks inflicted significant pain, reopening his abdominal wound and breaking 2 ribs. Despite this, Issei quickly emerged from the rubble, clutching his abdomen and grimacing in pain. He noted their incredible speed and as he struggled to speak, he coughed up blood and fell to his knees. Graia urged Issei to concentrate, reminding him not to rely solely on his sight but to engage all his senses. Issei struggled to rise again, attempting to focus despite the pain clouding his concentration. The renegade demons smiled wickedly at the sight before them. One of them, the scarred demon, found amusement in watching the brown-haired boy struggle to rise. He remarked that it seemed the boy still had some strength left to entertain them a little longer. The other renegade, with a manic grin, suggested they could play a bit more since it appeared that the boy's companions would not come to his aid. In the Gremory mansion of the Underworld, Rias pleaded desperately, asking her brother to let her intervene after hearing the cruel words of the demons who had severely injured her pawn. Seutai, however, insisted that it was not yet time for her to act. He believed that if the Seutai was in a life-or-death situation, it might force the activation of Argento's sacred gear. Rias, frustrated by her brother's response, turned her attention back to the fight, her expression filled with anger directed at the renegades and her own brother. Tsubaki murmured quietly, drawing the attention of the others. She pointed out that Issei was trying to learn to read the aura at that very moment, and the demons were aware of it. They would not remain idle while waiting for him to detect them. As she spoke, they watched through the magic circle as the scarred demon landed a direct punch to Issei's face, sending him crashing to the ground. There, he received a powerful kick to his side, slamming him into a pile of boxes held by chains, boxes that contained several metal bars. The attacks caused significant damage to his injury and broke a rib, nearly puncturing one of his lungs. Everyone in the room was prepared to obey the Demon King's orders, but after that attack, doubts began to creep in about whether it had been the right decision. In the abandoned factory of the human world, Issei attempted to rise once more, but this time the pain was much stronger, preventing him from doing so. Nevertheless, he tried to sense the aura from his position, but the pain made it impossible for him to concentrate. He knew that if he could not determine their locations, any attack would be futile. Graia encouraged him, reminding him that learning to read the aura in such a moment was something only a few had accomplished. He urged Issei to get back up, and this time he managed to do so, only to be met with a couple of attacks from the renegade demons. However, he succeeded in blocking one of them. Graia continued to motivate him, reminding him that this was not his first time facing such challenges and it would not be his last. Feeling defeated, Issei apologized to Graia, giving up on his attempts to rise. Back in the Gremory mansion, Seutai forbade her daughter Sona from intervening in the battle of the Seutai. Seutai also ordered Rias not to go, looking at her seriously as she had similar intentions. Rias protested vehemently, declaring that she would not allow one of her servants to be killed cowardly by the renegade demons. Seutai maintained his stance despite her objections. Although frustrated, Rias had to comply with her brother's orders. Sona, however, was more astute, finding a loophole in Seutai's words. Normally, she would not dare to challenge the orders of a demon king, but her bond with Issei was stronger than mere words. To her, he was a dear friend she would not let die. The green-suited demon expressed annoyance, stating that the useless boy no longer had the strength to play. The scarred demon, looking at his brother, declared that it was time to end things, transforming his hand into a grotesque claw enveloped in electric magic. Sona caught Rias' gaze, and they understood each other's intentions without needing to speak. They prepared to act when the moment was right. As the renegades began to move around Issei at high speed to attack him by surprise, both demons leaped to strike him from the front and back while he was still trying to read their auras. At that moment, Sona and Rias raised their hands, creating a magic circle in front of them, much to the astonishment of Seutai and Sarah. Rias' entourage and Sona's queen watched in surprise at their leader's actions, grateful that they would help the young Gremory pawn. In the abandoned factory, Graia urged Issei, reminding him that not only his life was at stake, but also the lives of the two humans. He questioned whether Issei would allow them to suffer or let the renegades harm them. Just before the demons landed their attacks, Two magic circles appeared around Issei, unleashing two attacks directed at the aggressors, one made of water and the other the power of destruction. Issei was taken aback, recognizing the crimson color of that power. It was the destructive force of his master. Graia reassured him that he was not alone and that he could do it, as both his master and his friend Sona were supporting him. The renegade demons, recovering from the surprise attack, remarked that while it seemed he had some protection, the reason his allies were not there was that they could not come for some reason, and they would not make the same mistake twice. They vowed not to fail this time and prepared to launch a combined attack. As they shouted for him to die, Issei managed to leap away, narrowly avoiding the attack. The renegades, unable to stop in time due to their speed, turned to see Issei looking back at them in astonishment. He had finally succeeded in dodging one of their attacks cleanly. He thought to himself that it must have been luck. The man in the purple suit shouted, urging to finish off Issei once and for all as he launched himself at incredible speed. The other demon echoed his brother's actions, declaring that the third time would be the charm. Issei focused intently on reading their auras, managing to do so with greater clarity than before. Although he couldn't see them, he felt the flow of their auras moving throughout the factory, sensing their dangerous approach in a pattern he quickly deciphered. He summoned his sword and made a diagonal slash to his right, revealing the green-suited demon, now with a small cut on his face. The demon could only express his shock before being sent flying by a powerful kick from Issei, crashing against the wall. The purple-suited demon murmured angrily as he rushed to assist his brother. Issei, despite the pain from his injuries, prepared for battle, asking if his dragon was ready. The dragon, proud of Issei's achievements in such a perilous moment, shouted affirmatively, eager to take down their foes. With a fierce determination, Issei activated his boosted gear, unleashing a tremendous amount of aura that illuminated the factory, momentarily blinding the two demons. When their vision cleared, they saw Issei clad in a lightweight scarlet armor, the same he had developed a month prior during his battle against the fallen angels. The renegades felt a wave of concern wash over them as they faced the overwhelming aura emanating from the young man before them. The odds had shifted. Issei began to walk toward the demons, masking his pain. He acknowledged that while his companions hadn't come to assist him, he had received help from his king and his friend. He wouldn't let them down by allowing the demons to win. He tightened his grip on his sword, readying himself to attack with newfound speed. The demon in the purple suit, visibly irritated, warned Issei that it wouldn't be so easy. The scarred demon declared that they wouldn't surrender their heads, claiming that if they could kill a high-class demon, they could certainly take down a low-class one. Issei, however, declared that they were not facing a low-class demon but a celestial dragon. He amplified his power tenfold and dashed toward the scarred demon, landing a powerful blow to his stomach. As Issei aimed to strike the other demon, he vanished, intent on aiding his brother. However, his movement caused a chain on the ground to rattle, catching Issei's attention and sparking an idea. He grabbed the chain and prepared to defend against the demons, who had begun to move stealthily around the factory. Using the chain like a lasso, he threw it toward a seemingly empty spot in the factory, ensnaring one of the brothers by the leg. In his monstrous form, the demon was unrecognizable. Issei pulled on the chain, drawing the demon closer, and used his sword to sever the limb, eliciting a roar of pain as the demon reverted to his original form, revealing the green-suited figure. Issei spun around sharply, executing a horizontal slash in the air, an attack that the scarred demon barely managed to evade. With determination, Issei proclaimed that it was now just the two of them. He swiftly turned and plunged his sword into the wounded demon's stomach, using all his strength to drive it deep into the ground. His gaze fell upon some metal bars, inspiring him to take two of them and pin the demon's hands to the ground, ensuring their battle would not be interrupted and safeguarding his own fragile physical state. The purple-suited demon, filled with concern, realized he wouldn't be able to help his brother before dealing with Issei. Issei declared that the demon would pay for his actions, while the purple-suited demon vowed to retaliate for the insults against his king and for the innocent lives lost. Issei, determined, picked up the chain he had used to trap the other demon, readying himself for the final confrontation. Meanwhile, in the Gremory mansion in the Underworld, Graia firmly admonished Rias and Sona for disobeying her orders regarding Issei's safety. She expressed her gratitude for their protection, but her concern for Issei's well-being was evident as she watched the battle unfold through a magical circle. Rias, filled with worry, hoped nothing bad would happen to him while he was alone in the human world. Graia's choice of a less dangerous area for Issei's battle was appreciated, but Rias couldn't shake the feeling that such dangerous situations would inevitably arise. She believed in Issei's strength, trusting that he could win this fight, as the battle reached its climax and showed promise for a favorable outcome for her beloved pawn. Sarah noted that Issei had successfully detected his enemy's auras, making the fight much more interesting. Tsubaki, surprised by his rapid progress, wondered how he had achieved it so quickly, recalling her own struggles with the same skill. Sajji, feeling relieved, explained that while Issei wasn't a prodigy, the pressure of the situation had likely accelerated his learning process. Issei had proven himself capable, and now he had a chance to turn the tide in this fierce battle. Rias could only watch as Issei activated his false mode, urging him to finish the fight. In the human world, abandoned factory, Issei felt a surge of confidence as he caught the scarred demon with a chain, pulling it toward him and landing a solid punch to its face. The demon fell to the ground, panting heavily as it transformed back into its human form. The battle had been swift yet intense. Issei's armor was damaged, with part of his mask missing, but he had managed to avoid significant hits to his chest and abdomen. The demon was also injured, sporting minor cuts on its arms and legs, along with deeper wounds on its torso that caused it to bleed profusely. Determined, the demon declared that if it were to die, it would not go alone, charging its right hand with electric magic. Issei, fully aware of the stakes, focused on his final 50 boosts, concentrating them in his left arm. A brown-haired woman watched the battle unfold, anxiety gripping her as she saw the demons harm the young man defending her. She felt a pang of guilt for his suffering but was relieved when he began to counterattack with powerful strikes. In a decisive moment, Issei pierced the stomach of one of the demons with his sword, driving it into the ground to incapacitate it. Now, only the scarred demon and the young man in the crimson armor remained. For the first time, the woman prayed to the Demon King for support for the young man fighting for her safety. Graia scolded Issei, warning him that his thoughts were reckless. Issei, confident in his strategy, acknowledged the risk but believed it was the only way to ensure victory. The scarred demon resumed its rapid attacks, becoming nearly invisible. Issei focused on his surroundings, easily tracking the demon as it charged its attack. Once he recognized its movement pattern, he positioned himself to intercept it, unleashing a small sphere of dragon magic in his left hand. Caught off guard, the demon launched its attack, piercing Issei's chest armor and damaging his internal organs. Despite the pain, Issei activated his technique, unleashing a powerful blast that obliterated the demon in an instant. In the Underworld, Gremory mansion, Sajji was startled by his sister's desperate cry for help. He quickly reinforced the mansion's walls to withstand the impending attack, initially underestimating its danger. However, as he saw the protective seals nearly break, he fortified them further, preparing for a potential high-class demon assault. Sona watched in awe as the demon vanished without a trace. Although she lacked Rias's destructive capabilities, she recognized that Issei's attack was on par with her friend's. Rias, concerned for her pawn, noticed him breathing heavily, clearly exhausted. His light armor shattered into particles of light, revealing his battered body. Blood poured from his mouth as he collapsed, feeling his strength fade. With urgency, Rias's brother instructed her to hurry, and she teleported to where her pawn lay, determined to help him. Sajji demanded an explanation about Issei's technique. Kiba explained that the dragon shot was a technique Issei had developed during training before the raiding game against Graia. Initially, Issei struggled to accumulate boosts without losing consciousness, but his first attempt had been powerful enough to obliterate part of a mountain. Sajji inquired about the number of boosts Issei had used, but Akino could only shake her head. She noted that the armor was something they had never seen before, only having encountered it a month prior. Seutai revealed that he had to use a barrier capable of stopping a basic attack from a high-class demon, shocking everyone with the revelation of Issei's energy expenditure. Aquino speculated that Issei had used over 60 or 70 boosts, while Sarah confirmed it was 50. Sarah explained that Issei had been low on energy before suddenly surging to 50 times his previous power, leaving everyone astonished. His ability to unleash such power in a matter of seconds made him a formidable opponent, Seutai concluded, acknowledging Issei's potential as someone to be reckoned with in the future. In the human world, abandoned factory, Issei stood firm until his armor exploded in particles of light. His body trembled from the damage, and before he could collapse from exhaustion, he coughed up blood. His abdominal wound reopened, and he lacked the strength to move, fainting moments later. Just then, the woman who had left the child behind rushed to his side, fear gripping her heart as she approached. She removed her coat, pressing it against his wound in a desperate attempt to stop the bleeding, but her efforts were in vain. She was scared, and that fear intensified as she realized she couldn't do anything to help the young man who had come to save her. Just then, a magical circle appeared beside her, and from it emerged a woman she didn't recognize. Dressed in a school uniform, she had long, beautiful crimson hair. Gremory had arrived. "Please step aside," the crimson-haired girl requested, her demeanor serious. The woman obeyed as quickly as she could, witnessing how the redhead prepared to attend to the young brown-haired man as soon as possible. "I'm sorry for not coming sooner," Rias apologized, a tear of phoenix falling onto her young pawn. "My brother. At least he didn't die in vain. He took one of your lackeys with him," the demon, impaled on the ground, said mockingly despite his state. Though those were his last words, Rias eliminated him effortlessly using her power of destruction. This action terrified the brown-haired woman, who mentally noted not to provoke the young girl before her. However, the name she used to refer to the brown-haired young man sounded too familiar, though she chose to remain silent for now. "I'm sorry for what you just witnessed, but I won't allow scum like that to speak about my pawn," the young redhead declared, watching intently as the tear of phoenix quickly healed the brown-haired man's wounds. Despite this, the damage to Issei's body was too severe, and the tears of phoenix had their limits. They couldn't completely close the abdominal wound, but they did take care of the internal injuries. Minutes passed before the brown-haired man could awaken, and the first thing he saw was his master, who looked at him with a smile and tears in her eyes. Despite his exhaustion, Issei managed to sit up to see his master better, gazing at her in disbelief. He slowly reached out his hand to touch the young Gremory's face, wiping away the tears that streamed down her cheeks. He told her that he didn't want to see her cry again, especially not because of him, offering a tired smile that still conveyed his happiness at seeing her in good condition. "Those are tears of joy, Issei. I'm not always going to cry out of sadness, silly," Rias replied, maintaining a lovely smile. Immediately after, she noticed her young pawn struggling to stand. "I apologize for the trouble. I'm sorry for making you come," Issei said, looking at his queen with sorrow. "I'll take you to the Underworld for a moment. There you will heal completely," Rias said, preparing the magical circle and waiting for the young brown-haired man to step into it. "You've done enough for me tonight." At those words, the crimson-haired girl cancelled the magical circle. "I suppose I can at least clean and close your wound. But, Onia-sama." Just then, a small magical circle appeared near the young woman's ear and vanished as quickly as it had come. "Don't worry about me, Ria-sama. I'll be fine," the young man reassured her, surprising the girl with his words. Issei noticed the bitter expression on his master's face, clear signs of her displeasure. Rias approached her young pawn and hugged him, an action that surprised him. However, he soon reciprocated her embrace gently. "Please, heal him before you leave, we won't harm him," Rias said, releasing Issei and approaching the brown-haired woman, handing her a first aid kit that she conjured with magic. After doing this, the young girl stepped back and summoned a magical circle to return to the Underworld. "Sit. Please, don't get into trouble," were her last words before she disappeared. "I'll try. I promise I'll try," Issei said to the heir after her departure, then fell to his knees, clutching his abdomen and showing an expression of pain. Seeing this, the woman hurried to assist him. "Thank you for helping me, miss," the brown-haired man said, exhausted. "No, thank you for helping us," the brown-haired woman replied as she began to carefully clean Issei's abdomen. The little girl, who had been hiding until now, quietly approached her mother. "Akane! Don't come near," the woman shouted, not wanting her daughter to see the large amount of blood at the scene. Until that moment, she had managed to prevent her daughter from witnessing the earlier confrontation to avoid traumatizing her. She felt it was already enough for Akane to have seen those two demons in their monstrous forms. With that in mind, the woman hurried to heal the young man before her, carefully cleaning the wound and its surroundings before applying stitches. In the end, Issei received 6 stitches in his abdomen, along with some paper stitches for reinforcement, as the wound was quite large. His abdomen hurt more than ever, but he knew it was for the best for quicker healing. He needed help from the woman to stand, as he couldn't move much due to the pain. The brown-haired man began to walk toward the exit. Seeing this, the woman quickly took her daughter, ensuring she wouldn't see anything, and caught up with Issei, wanting to ask him something, though she didn't know how. Once again, "Thank you for saving us from those guys," the little girl said, and upon hearing this from her mother, she looked at the young man with admiration. "It was nothing," Issei replied, gently holding his abdomen, trying to hide his expression of pain. For some reason, he felt a sense of familiarity with the woman, but he decided not to ask, focusing instead on alleviating his discomfort. They continued walking for a while until the woman decided to speak, noticing they were traversing a familiar street and might soon part ways. "Excuse me, I haven't introduced myself. My name is Hikaru Shido, and this is my second daughter, Akane Shido," the woman said, now known as Hikaru. That name sounded familiar to Issei for some reason, especially the surname, and he tried to recall where he had heard it. "Excuse me. You still haven't told me your name," Hikaru said, interrupting his thoughts as she stopped in her tracks. "I'm sorry. My name is Issei," he replied, pulling himself away from his thoughts. Upon hearing that name, the woman's expression changed to one of astonishment mixed with horror. "Is it really you? Ichin?" she exclaimed, reaching out her hand to gently touch the brown-haired man's cheek. As Hikaru used the familiar name for him, the brown-haired young man began to recall more vividly. The woman embraced Issei, apologizing and crying for reasons unknown to him. When they separated, Hikaru noticed the confusion on the young man's face and decided to help him remember. He hesitated, then spoke, revealing, "You don't remember me, do you? I recall you calling me Mom Shido." At those words, Issei's eyes widened in surprise. Suddenly, he remembered where he had met this woman. "Shido? Is it really you?" he asked, a weak smile breaking through as he momentarily forgot his pain and embraced Hikaru tightly, who had once been like a second mother to him. "It hurts to see you like this," Hikaru said sadly, observing the battered state of her son. "Let's go to my house. Mom and Dad will be so happy to see you again," Issei suggested, trying to act as if he hadn't heard her concern, not wanting to worry Hikaru. "Issei, you're a demon now, aren't you?" Hikaru asked seriously, her gaze piercing into the young man. "You died, didn't you?" At her words, Akane looked at Issei with astonishment, her fear beginning to grow. "Yes. I died a long time ago, and yes, I am a demon," Issei replied, knowing he could not hide the truth from her. "A lot has happened while you were gone, Mom Shido. Many things have changed since you left with Irina and Dad Shido for England." Hikaru looked at Issei with seriousness after hearing what had happened during his absence. "Why didn't you call? You knew Tuji would help you. Why didn't you do it?" The young brown-haired boy simply directed his gaze to the ground, revealing his sadness. "To be honest, Mama Shido, I didn't remember them. At least, I didn't remember until now," Issei replied, feeling as if he might fade away at any moment. "Let's go to my house." "I'm not feeling well," he said, starting to walk toward his home, which was 2 blocks away. Hikaru became aware of the young man's state with those words and felt regret for not considering it earlier. She began to walk toward the home of her old friends. "So, you managed to enroll and get into a good academy," Hikaru said, showing a melancholic smile as she tried to change the subject and ease her annoyance. Yes, that's right. I always imagined going to that school with Irina, and now that it has recently become co-ed, we could have gone together. He would have liked it. Issei recalled how much fun he had with his childhood friend. He started to fear for his own integrity, believing he was beginning to hallucinate. Issei, do you really remember so little? Hikaru asked, interrupting him, causing Issei to stop walking at her question. I don't understand. What do you mean? What is it that I don't remember, Mama Shidu? Issei said, feeling a bit confused and anxious about Hikaru's response. Irina is a girl. Although I suppose you might have been confused because she was not very feminine as a child. I remember that when you were teased, she always defended you. At those words, Issei felt a slight headache begin to throb in his head. Issei was completely bewildered. His childhood friend turned out to have always been a girl. But for some reason, he felt he already knew that. He couldn't explain how. But somehow he did. We should hurry, the brown-haired boy said, resuming his walk. A silence fell between them, lasting until they stood in front of the young Seuai's house. Suddenly, Issei began to breathe rapidly, displaying an expression of terror. What is this power? He wondered, unable to control his breathing or his feelings of fear. Calm down. At Draige's shout, Issei regained control of his body and became aware of his surroundings. Thanks to this, he noticed that Hikaru had stepped back, keeping a safe distance from him. He had frightened her with his recent reaction. Now what you need to do is tell that woman to go inside the house. I will put a protective barrier around her, Draige ordered authoritatively. Mama Shidu, go inside. Wake up Mom and Dad. And don't come out for any reason, Issei commanded as he handed her the house keys and took a more composed stance, even if it was feigned. What are you going to do? Hikaru asked, visibly worried about Issei's demeanor. But seeing the serious expression on the brown-haired boy's face, she knew something was wrong. There's someone nearby. They are much stronger than I am, he said, and despite having regained control of his body, he couldn't keep his voice steady after having done so well for a time. I doubt they will come to help me like before. I don't know what intentions they have in following me, the boy said with fear. He was not fully recovered and wouldn't be able to put up much resistance. But what he feared most was the thought that this being might harm his family. If this gets complicated, I will try to lead them away. And if I don't come back, take care of them, Issei said before he began to run, intending to intercept that presence and prevent it from getting too close to his home, ignoring the pain it caused him. Hikaru reached out her hand to stop him, but she couldn't even touch him, as he was much faster. She couldn't help but feel helpless. That boy she had cared for and loved as her own had indicated that he might die, and she couldn't do anything to stop it. He had just saved her daughter and herself, risking his life. And now he might lose it to protect his family and them. She cursed herself for not insisting a little more to her husband that he return to them. She knew he could help him, but he wasn't there. So, I know you will come back. You always hated it when Kyuko cried from sadness or pain, especially if you were the reason for those tears. I know you will return. I wouldn't forgive you if you didn't, Hikaru said to the air, with her daughter as her only witness, a girl who barely understood what was happening due to being tired from running with her mother earlier. Hikaru quickly entered the house, locking the door just as it had been before. She immediately began to ascend the stairs, stopping abruptly after reaching the top. The reason was that she saw a young girl with blonde hair pointing a black sword adorned with scarlet details that astonishingly glowed fiercely in the dark. Who are you? And what are you doing here? The unknown girl spoke with a threatening tone, which was not matched by her attire, a baggy red hoodie and shorts that did not seem to belong to her. Although Hikaru couldn't realize this, she felt completely threatened by the sword that was very close to her neck. Answer, the blonde girl commanded, beginning to lose her patience with the intruder in her home. Keikyuko. Takeda. Hikaru shouted, hoping to wake the latter and get his help. What's happening? Kyuko's voice came from inside her room, sounding somewhat frightened by the previous shout. What's going on? Takeda said as he emerged, wielding his father-in-law's old sword. He had been training with Issei on swordsmanship for the past 2 weeks. That woman somehow got in, declared the blonde girl, tightening her grip on the sword. Kyuko, Takeda. It's me, Hikaru. The woman tried to introduce herself to make the brown-haired boy's father recognize her, but she was interrupted as he immediately recognized her. Hikaru? Is she really here? Kyuko asked, pushing past Takeda. Hikaru. Upon seeing her, the brown-haired woman ran to embrace her best friend. Akemi Yami. It's okay, she's an old friend of Kyuko and mine, Takeda explained, noticing how the blonde girl didn't understand what was happening. Excuse us. But Issei hasn't returned yet, and we're a bit nervous, the blonde girl explained, releasing her sister, who quickly took her human form. Issei had kept many things to himself in his story. The arrival of Akemi and Yami was one of those things, which is why Hikaru was so surprised at that moment. He just left. He said someone was following us and that. The concern returned to the brown-haired woman, and she began to cry as the feeling of guilt grew within her. After all, he wouldn't have been so hurt if he hadn't intervened to save them. Hikaru let his tears flow as he recalled the words he had been told about caring for them if he didn't return. Hikaru's parents quickly began to change, surprising the brown-haired woman, who was being comforted by her little daughter. Meanwhile, Akemi and Yami entered the brown-haired boy's room and closed the door behind them. Hikaru started to feel uneasy about the young women he didn't know, especially since they didn't seem interested in the son of the house owners. Before 5 minutes had passed, he saw them emerge, this time wearing striking armor that gave them an air of authority. He also witnessed Kyuko and Takeda leaving, dressed in what appeared to be the first clothes they could find, hastily heading for the exit. Kyuko instructed Hikaru to stay behind, promising that he would introduce his little one later, as she used her key to unlock the front door. Just as they were about to dash in different directions, an unpleasant sensation washed over them, filling the air with tension. Hikaru and Takeda felt a deep terror that froze them in place. It was their first experience with such a feeling, and they were unfamiliar with it. They momentarily forgot their fear when they saw Issei plummet from the sky, crashing to the ground abruptly. The ominous voice echoed in the air, reminding Seutai to decide what he would do. Moments earlier, the brown-haired boy had felt a barrier forming around him as he moved toward the figure who had been following them. This barrier was an exact replica of the park where he had once faced tragedy. His body tensed as he sensed the approaching aura growing stronger. A calm, serious voice filled the area, creating an eerie echo. The voice continued, expressing surprise that he could sense the aura of the demons on his own. The speaker revealed himself to be Kokubile, who had been watching him closely. He casually sat on a bench, dressed in a black suit with an open collar, a glass of wine elegantly held in one hand. Hikaru's expression shifted to one of shock as he recognized Kokubile, aided by Draiig's identification of the aura. He would have otherwise mistaken him for a stranger. Despite feeling weakened and terrified, Hikaru regained his composure, refusing to let Kokubile harm his informant. Kokubile, with a hint of boredom in his tone, expressed his desire for Hikaru to join him, revealing plans for a significant change in the power dynamics among factions. His words piqued Hikaru's interest, as he began to fear the consequences of refusing to align with Kokubile. The fallen angel spoke of a great opportunity for revenge against those who had humiliated them, mentioning a recent marriage that had shifted allegiances. He proposed that Hikaru help him eliminate the leaders of the factions, knowing that without them, chaos would ensue. Kokubile's arrogance was palpable as he described how his plan would devastate the city, admiring the peace of the park that surrounded them. Hikaru questioned Kokubile's confidence, wondering if he thought he wouldn't inform the leaders of his intentions. Kokubile merely smiled, confident that Hikaru would be left without support, save for his own mother, which would spell disaster. Hikaru shook his head, rejecting the notion that he could harm innocent people. He declared that if it came to a fight, he would face Kokubile alone. The fallen angel regarded him with a serious expression before relaxing slightly as he stood up, a movement that made Hikaru instinctively step back. Kokubile had once offered wealth and indulgences, but now, the stakes were far more dangerous. But you are not the same as before, I can see it clearly. You say you can fight me and my army alone. Kokubile finished his glass of wine and gently set it down on the bench. He continued, expressing doubt about whether Issei's family could do the same. The brown-haired boy's eyes widened in shock at those words. Kokubile offered him a choice. He could leave the city with his loved ones and hide like rats, join him, oppose him, or disappear. As he spoke, Kokubile moved closer to Issei, his gaze intense and manic. Issei hesitated, but before he could respond, Kokubile delivered a powerful knee strike to his stomach, sending him flying across the park. Just as Issei was about to fall, Kokubile caught him by the neck, beginning to choke him. He stated that he didn't want Issei's answer right now. He wanted him to act on impulse. Kokubile's grip tightened, making it difficult for Issei to stay conscious. He mentioned that his plan would be ready in 2 months, perhaps more or less, giving Issei that time to decide while also planning measures against him if he resisted. With that, Kokubile threw Issei to the ground, right at the entrance of his house, and dispelled the dimensional barrier. He warned Issei not to forget his words. Outside the house, those who witnessed Issei's abrupt fall rushed to help him. Yami shouted in anger at the one who dared to harm her bearer, while Akemi, usually not one to use such language, murmured in frustration. Kyuko cried out in concern, cradling Issei's face as she noticed he was semi-conscious. She felt him trembling in her hands, completely terrified, and Issei couldn't understand why he was shaking uncontrollably. His trembling continued until he lost consciousness. Takeda quickly instructed everyone to bring Issei inside, and with his wife's help, he managed to carry Issei on his back. Inside, Issei lay on the couch while Hikaru tended to his wounds, and Kyuko cleaned the blood from his body. Akane was asleep in the guest room, cradled by Akemi, who was skilled at hiding her feelings of anger. Hikaru was deeply worried as she had to stitch Issei's wounds again. Kokubile's blow had torn some of the stitches. They waited for Issei to wake up, though they knew it wouldn't be a problem if he didn't do so right away. Hikaru expressed her sorrow for what had happened to Issei, referring to his transformation into a demon. Kyuko reassured her, saying that sometimes she too regretted what had happened, but things happened for a reason. Takeda revealed that if Issei didn't have that condition, they would have faced much worse situations, capturing the attention of Hikaru, Akemi, and Yami. Akemi, intrigued, asked what he meant. They then recounted the terrifying events of that night in the alley, where Kyuko was nearly harmed, and the first time they saw Issei truly angry and how ruthless he could be. Yami looked at her bearer in astonishment, realizing they had no idea about these events. Akemi felt sad, believing Issei should have trusted them enough to share those experiences. For the first time that night, Graia made his presence known, stating that Issei hadn't shared those events because he didn't want to dwell on the past, even though he couldn't stop thinking about it. The words surprised everyone, and they looked at Issei with curiosity. Yami, slowly removing her armor gloves, asked why Graia said Issei couldn't stop thinking about it. Graia explained that Issei continued to blame himself for those actions, though it no longer affected him as much as before. Despite the initial concern, Issei's parents felt relieved that their son was finally beginning to overcome the moments that had tormented him. Issei awakened just as the conversation was concluding, apologizing for not sharing what he had kept from Akemi and Yami. He admitted that he hadn't expected to encounter someone like Graia so soon, making a monumental effort to sit up on the sofa. He apologized for worrying them, knowing they were sad and upset about his condition. Takeda reassured him that it was okay, and Kyuko gently took his hand, supporting him with her words. Hikaru then asked what had happened. Issei explained that one of the leaders of the factions had come to recruit him, mentioning Kokubile's name. At that, Hikaru's eyes widened, and she began to tremble. Issei noted that it seemed his father had indeed told her about the factions. He suggested they save the long story for the next day, offering a tired smile to the group. Seeing how exhausted he was, everyone agreed not to press him for more details. Kyuko hesitated to leave Issei alone, but Akemi and Yami convinced her that they would stay with him. With that reassurance, she decided to go to bed with her husband. Hikaru also went to rest and try to forget that horrible night alongside his daughter. Akemi, Yami, and Issei were the only ones left in the room. The brown-haired boy stared at his hands, deep in thought, trying to decide what he should do. The girls took advantage of the moment and changed back into their previous outfits. Issei expressed his determination to fight, seeking support from the only people present. Unfortunately, they did not understand what he was referring to. He felt he had to confront Kokabeel to protect the city. Joining him was not an option, nor did he want to see others suffer. For the first time in a long while, he began to care about the humans living in the city. He realized he had become somewhat selfish, only worrying about his family. He knew that siding with Kokabeel would save his parents and possibly his loved ones, but it would come at the cost of helping to harm leaders and innocent people. Abandoning the city felt cowardly and unjust. Why should he live while others suffered? Moreover, he did not trust that Kokabeel would truly spare them afterward. Fighting against him seemed suicidal and could potentially condemn his family. All these thoughts weighed heavily on him, leaving him feeling exhausted and without ideas. He tried to clear his mind by massaging his temples. Akemi sat beside him, and Yami mirrored her on the other side, both offering silent support. This gesture helped Issei realize he was not alone, as he had become lost in his thoughts, imagining various possible futures. He apologized, stating he would not do anything reckless and would not forget that they were with him. He expressed his preference for them to stay behind, taking care of those in the city. He understood that his words might not be well received, but he did not trust leaving any of them alone to protect their loved ones. He mentioned that he would be safe at school under the protection of the Seutai clan, or at least he could count on their support if something went wrong. Akemi firmly stated that they would not agree to his plan. Both of them would accompany him due to his weakened state. She stood up from the couch and extended her hand to help him rise. Issei could not be angry. He had expected this response. Yami added that if he was being hunted, it would only be more dangerous for him to stay behind or leave one of them alone. They insisted on accompanying him until he was fully recovered. Reluctantly, Issei agreed, but he made them promise to only go out if he called for them, otherwise, it was strictly forbidden. Both sisters accepted his condition without hesitation. In the Underworld at the Gremory mansion, Sajji sat beside Graia's bed. She looked pale and unwell due to the anomaly affecting their daughter. This anomaly caused her magical energy to deplete rapidly, demanding more nutrients from Graia to convert into energy. The excessive demand drained Graia's energy continuously. The only one who could heal this was Issei, but Azazel had yet to start training him due to various issues arising in his territory, compounded by the disappearance of his daughter. Sajji knew he could not rush his friend, understanding that Azazel had other responsibilities. All he could do was wait and hope that the young Seutai would master the sacred gear that once belonged to Asia Argento. Meanwhile, Azazel was in a laboratory filled with papers, machines, and scientific equipment, searching for training methods for Issei. He realized he had delayed starting the young Seutai's training for too long. Time was running out, and Graia and her baby were in increasing danger. He felt the urgency, but he also wondered if he could truly focus on training after his daughter had been missing for just over 2 weeks. He expressed his sorrow and concern for his daughter, quickly pushing those thoughts aside to concentrate on his work. In the human world, Issei woke up at his usual time to go to school, despite having hardly slept. Akemi and Yami kept a close watch on him to ensure he didn't try to leave without them. After taking a shower and dressing in his school uniform, he headed to the dining room for breakfast, waiting for the girls, who were still getting ready. He had managed to convince them to take their showers, assuring them he wouldn't leave without them. Now, he was sipping a cup of tea, lacking the appetite for anything more substantial. Graia expressed concern about Issei's decision to attend school while feeling so tired. Issei reassured him that he would be fine, planning to catch up on sleep during lunch. Graia then asked if he intended to tell his king about his situation. For a moment, Issei recalled his king injured and bleeding, but he quickly dismissed the thought, shaking his head to clear his mind. He resolved that his king now had a life free of danger, protected by Graia, and he would not expose her to that risk. He acknowledged his conflicting feelings, admitting that while his mind said yes, his heart belonged to Asia, and he chose to trust his heart. However, he worried that Kokabeel's warning might come true. Issei considered the situation carefully, knowing that if he failed, others would suffer. He summoned the dragon, aware that his partner did not want to involve anyone else. He thought about Sona and realized he needed to act. He couldn't face the challenge alone, especially if there was indeed an army involved. Flames flickered around his fist, but they quickly dimmed, revealing his poor physical, magical, and mental state. He acknowledged his limitations and decided to heed Draig's advice. He would ask for help, but if they refused, he wouldn't press the issue further. After a moment of rest on the sofa, he headed to school. On his way, he noticed Ruruko and Hanako ahead of him, sitting near the cafe where he usually bought lunch. They seemed to be having breakfast. As he approached, he greeted them politely, intending to continue on his way. However, they invited him to join them for breakfast and asked him a few questions about their studies. Issei politely declined their breakfast invitation but agreed to help clarify their doubts. When the waitress came to take their order, he simply requested a lunch to go. After 10 minutes, the three of them resumed their walk to the academy, chatting about lighter topics. Other students watched in astonishment as a member of the student council and a teacher's daughter were seen with the boy who had once been known as the perverted beast. The girls moved ahead to review their notes before the test, while Issei continued walking until he reached the entrance, where he found Sona and Tsubaki engaged in their usual morning routine. Tsubaki greeted him cheerfully, displaying a side of her that was not often seen. Sona smiled at him, hiding her concern from the previous night. Issei admitted he was a bit tired but otherwise fine, and he knew he needed to thank Sona for her assistance. Sona noticed that his abdominal injury was still present, and it seemed to be slightly worse than before, likely using a spell to see it clearly. He expressed his gratitude, which made the girls blush and stirred a hint of jealousy in the other girls nearby. Sona downplayed her actions, insisting she couldn't leave her friend in such a situation. Tsubaki, eager for a rematch in their game, asked if he would be available that night. Issei, remaining calm, mentioned that if he could rest during club hours, he might be able to join, but he wasn't sure. As the bell was about to ring, Issei suggested they head inside, and Sona agreed, walking alongside him. Tsubaki followed suit, and the other students could hardly believe their eyes. Issei was walking with the president and vice president of the student council, chatting casually. This change left no doubt in the minds of the other girls. The former perverted beast had transformed into someone they wanted to know better. After the first hour of classes, Issei pondered how to broach the subject of Kokubio with Sona and Sarah, who seemed to be the leaders of the city. As classes resumed, he devised a plan and began writing a letter, careful not to attract the attention of their teacher, Ms. Hisashi. When lunchtime arrived, he gathered his things and walked toward the first-year classrooms. As he got closer, he felt various gazes upon him: admiration, surprise, and some lingering stares that made him uncomfortable. He wondered if this was how the girls felt when he looked at them. Draig teased him about the attention he was receiving. Issei shared his own confusion, trying to navigate the situation as the second-year girls had. Suddenly, he noticed Hanako being harassed by a boy named Ryoga, who was demanding she go out with him. He snatched the paper she was holding, which was her exam. Hanako pleaded for it back, fearing for the important document. The other boys hesitated to intervene, knowing Ryoga was a third-year student and the vice president of the martial arts club. This frustrated Issei, who stepped in and firmly grabbed Ryoga's hand. Ryoga, towering over Issei, tried to intimidate him, but Issei remained serious, demanding Ryoga return the exam. Ryoga challenged him, questioning who he thought he was to give orders. Issei simply stared back, unyielding, while Ryoga continued to assert his dominance. The subject shouted at Issei, looking down on him with superiority. Issei, unfazed, confronted the individual, questioning his audacity to come and ask a girl 4 years younger than him out on a date, especially after being rejected for the second time. Those words stung Ryoga's pride, momentarily freezing him in place. How dare he respond like that? Ryoga, fueled by anger, grabbed Issei by the collar, ready to strike. Issei, however, stood firm, stating that despite Ryoga's status as a reject, Cage had taken his place as president of the pathetic martial arts club in just a year. With determination, Issei forced Ryoga to release him, revealing that fatigue had indeed affected Ryoga's behavior and patience. Ryoga, with his pride wounded, shouted in frustration and threw a punch at Issei's face. To Ryoga's surprise, Issei did not dodge the blow, which landed squarely on his cheek, causing a small cut on his lip. Issei calmly remarked that he could be very tolerant, having put up with Ryoga and his friends without saying a word. However, he would not tolerate mistreatment of his junior. With that, Issei took hold of Ryoga's fist and applied pressure, causing Ryoga to wince in pain. This display astonished both students and onlookers, who could hardly believe that Issei was stronger than the vice president of the martial arts club. Issei demanded that Ryoga return what he had taken and promise never to bother Hanako again. To emphasize his point, Issei increased the pressure on Ryoga's hand, forcing him to kneel, unable to utter a word, only managing a few pained groans. Summoning all his strength, Issei managed to hand over the exam to Hanako, who was now beside Ruruko, having just returned from the restroom. Ryoga, on his knees, apologized, promising never to trouble her again. It was a rare sight to see one of the school's proudest students humbled before a second-year student while apologizing to a first-year girl. Issei then told Ryoga to leave, stating he never wanted to see him or Cage again. Ryoga slowly got up under Issei's watchful gaze and exited the scene. Issei turned to Hanako, expressing his concern for her well-being. Hanako, grateful, thanked him, feeling a genuine appreciation for the heterochromatic-eyed boy. Issei merely wiped away the small amount of blood from his lip. The silence from the other students was a relief to Issei, who had little patience left. Ruruko then showed Issei her exam, revealing that she had passed. Hanako followed suit, also showing her exam to Issei, who felt proud of his students. He encouraged them, stating that he had believed in their abilities all along. It was merely a matter of them trusting themselves. Issei then asked Ruruko to deliver a letter to Sona, the student council president. Curious, Ruruko inquired about the letter's contents. Issei explained it was related to his work and that it was important for Sona to read it immediately. He announced his departure for the day, feeling exhausted, and waved goodbye to the girls. Ruruko asked Hanako if she would accompany her to deliver the letter, suggesting they could have lunch there if they received permission. After a brief walk, they arrived at the student council, where they found Sona and Tsubaki preparing to leave for lunch. Sona, surprised to see Ruruko and her friend, inquired about their presence. Ruruko explained that Issei had sent a letter regarding his work. Sona, intrigued, opened the letter and began to read. The first line requested that she read it after lunch, suggesting they meet in the old building. Curiosity piqued, Sona decided to set the letter aside for later, wanting to speak with Issei before the lunch hour ended. Ruruko, feeling nervous, asked Sona if she and Hanako could have lunch in the council room. Sona considered it for a moment before offering a small, almost imperceptible smile, granting permission with a reminder to close the door when they left. It seemed the day was turning out well for Ruruko and Hanako, who would spend their entire lunch hour in the student council. As they made their way to the cafeteria, Sarah encountered them, noticing Ruruko holding a letter along with her lunch. Intrigued, she teased her daughter about having a love letter. Flustered, Ruruko denied it, her face turning as red as her friend Rias's hair. Tsubaki found Sarah's comment amusing but felt a slight annoyance as well. Sona clarified that it was a letter from Issei, indicating they would be having lunch in the old building. Sarah, playfully teasing, suggested that Issei might be an old-fashioned romantic. Despite the light-hearted banter, she decided to join them, stating she could use a break after the morning meeting. This was unusual for the girls, as Sarah typically preferred to have lunch alone. Perhaps she was tired of that routine and sought their company instead. They only drew a small smile at this. What they suspected was true, Sarah felt a bit lonely during lunch and was tired of that solitude. She knew she would have to explain to Issei why his mother would be accompanying them that day, although she was certain it wouldn't bother him. They entered the old building as if nothing was amiss, knowing that with the three of them together, the other students would think it was merely a routine inspection of the structure. This was especially true since Issei often snuck in through a window or simply appeared inside using a magic circle. Focusing on the latter, Issei was now resting on one of the couches in the room that had previously been used by the occult research club. He was asleep, just like Akemi and Yami, who had also dozed off for most of the morning. However, they were about to wake up at any moment. Sarah, Sona, and Tsubaki were already in the room, watching as the brown-haired boy slept almost peacefully. This led Sona to think that he looked very cute while sleeping. "My name is Momo Hanakai, and I am in my second year as a bishop." Momo is a young girl with black hair and teal eyes. She has a well-defined physique that suits her height, though she is notably well-endowed. "I am Tomo Meguri, a second-year knight," introduced a girl with reddish hair and brown eyes. Her hair features bangs and a prominent antenna on top, and she is dressed in the academy uniform. "Tsubasa, your second year. Tower." Yura is a tall girl with shoulder-length blue hair and matching eyes. She has a lovely face and a physique reminiscent of a fighter. The unique way she introduced herself caught Issei's attention, making him glance at her longer than the others. "Excuse me, Issei-senpai, but I have my literature exam tomorrow," Ruruko said, feeling somewhat embarrassed for arriving so late to ask for help. I am Hinako Hisashi. "I apologize for bothering you," the young girl introduced herself, a bit nervous. "No problem," the brown-haired boy replied, knowing he might not get as much sleep as he would like that night and that this girl was the daughter of his teacher, June.